Good morning. Mr. Clerk, do we have a quorum?
Yes, Madam Speaker, we have quorum.
I call this meeting of City Council for June 27th, 2024 to order and acknowledge that we're on Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. We'll now have the opening prayer. Please rise if you are able, and we'll hear from Councillor Gilroy.
As we gather here today as members of City Council, we seek to be ever mindful of the opportunities to render our service to fellow citizens and to our community, keeping in mind always the enduring values of life and exerting our efforts in those areas and on those things upon which generations can build with confidence. We recognize that we are meeting on Treaty 1 and Dakota Nation's territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis Nation. Let us continue to strive to make the world a better place.
Thank you, Councillor Gilroy. We'll now have roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma, His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Brawadi, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Eadie, Gilroy, Lukes, Mays, Orlico, Santos, Schreier, and Wyatt.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to now introduce our page. Please welcome Salem Mellick from Dakota Collegiate, who resides in the Fort Rouge East Fort Garry ward. Welcome. We'll now move on to morning announcements. Mr. Mayor, you have the floor.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning to everyone. It's been a busy month since our last council meeting for all of us, I know. Many of us attended the Federation of Canadian Municipalities earlier this month in Calgary, where some of the key themes were certainly issues that we face as cities and municipalities all across Canada, including the need for infrastructure funding that enables growth, that enables housing, and I know that was a key theme that we all engaged on in our discussion. While there, I went a couple days early to take part of the Big City Mayor's Caucus. I'm honored to have been elected as Vice Chair of the Big City Mayor's Caucus and look forward to representing not only the City of Winnipeg, but working on behalf of really all cities across Canada, because we do face similar challenges. Looking forward to serving with London Mayor, Mayor Josh Morgan, in his role as Chair to advance our shared priorities. Last Friday, we celebrated National Indigenous Peoples Day across the nation and certainly across Winnipeg. And one of the highlights certainly was the formal unveiling of Abanoji Mi'kmaq. It was a beautiful ceremony, and my deepest gratitude to the Indigenous Knowledge Naming Circle, whose guidance and wisdom were instrumental in this process. I also want to acknowledge Mr. Cecil Svensson and the team from the Indigenous Relations Division in the City of Winnipeg for all of their effort in putting that event together. I also attended the Waysay Healing Center celebration at the Forks, and so thank you to all of the organizers of that great event as well. June is Filipino Heritage Month, and it was great to have the flag raising here at City Hall on June the 12th to mark Philippine Independence Day. And my wife Marla and I, along with several other councillors, were able to attend the Philippine Heritage Council Independence Ball this past Saturday evening. It was a great event, and we had a lot of fun. Rainbow Stage opens this week. In fact, I believe it's tonight. And
Mabuhay.
So, Mabuhay, exactly. So looking forward to attending Mabuhay tomorrow night. And as part of the 70th anniversary, Rainbow Stage has produced a new musical written by Winnipegger Joseph Savillo and featuring an all-Filipino cast. So please, everybody, make sure you get your tickets and enjoy that. Mabuhay runs, I think, from tonight, June 28th, to July the 14th. Every June, the community gathers to celebrate the arts at the Mayor's Luncheon for the Arts. It's a wonderful opportunity to recognize individuals who have made significant contributions to the growth and development of arts within our city. It was also a chance to celebrate Carol Phillips, who is retiring this fall after 18 years as Executive Director of the Winnipeg Arts Council. Carol has been a dedicated advocate for the arts community, and we wish her all the best in her future and in her retirement. Do want to take a moment also just to congratulate all the grads, all the high school graduates throughout Winnipeg and all of our respective wards who are celebrating this important milestone and this great achievement too. So congratulations to all the graduates. And finally, just looking ahead, Monday is Canada Day. There'll be a lot of family-friendly events happening all across the city. I know that there's several events. I'll be participating in a citizenship ceremony at Assiniboine Park in the morning. And we hosted a citizenship ceremony here at City Hall on Tuesday for 30 new Canadians. It's always such an honor and privilege to be part of. If you've never been part of a citizenship ceremony, even as an observer, it will move your heart and make you appreciate once again all the things that we have to be thankful for here in Canada. And I know that I'll also be attending Bridgewater Lakes and Princess Auto Stadium for their Canada Day celebrations, trying also to get into Sage Creek if I can squeeze it in as well, but for the events happening there. So for those wanting to attend a couple of events, a free Winnipeg 150 shuttle bus will be traveling between the Forks and Assiniboine Park from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very exciting items. Councillor Mays, our final speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to rise just to say a few words of condolence to the family and in honor of Ray St. Germain, who passed away a couple of days ago. My plan a week ago would have been to get up and talk about how we'd done an honorary street naming in honor of Mr. St. Germain, but as things have happened, he has passed away. So just a couple of things to say. First, I want to thank Kelly Ryback, who came to me with that idea, and I know Kelly's been a candidate here, and I don't mean this in any political sense, which is very decent of him as a friend of Ray St. Germain to come forward with this idea. And then he sent me a picture of the house where Ray grew up on St. Michael Road, and I said, I know this house, I've been in this house, my friend lives in this house. So then I felt I really had to do it, it was the right thing to do. So we couldn't call it Ray St. Germain Street because there's already a St. Germain Street, so we land on honorary Big Sky Country Way. We didn't rename it. It's an honorary naming that'll be there for 5 years. It's a tribute, of course. But one of the media reports described him as a country music legend and Métis icon, and I would agree with that. And I would not have said I was a friend. I didn't really know Ray St. Germain, but I know he had a lot of friends because I'm driving to this event thinking there'll be about 8 or 10 people, and the cars are lined up everywhere on St. Michael Road, and I'm thinking, this is a little bigger than I thought it would be. And you get there and Fred Penner's there all day. I'm thinking, did we invite Fred Penner? All these people have shown up because they're friends of Ray St. Germain. People at Dan Vandal suddenly leaps out of a car. I forgot to invite him. I didn't know he was in town, but he saw it on Facebook. So Vandal speaks a bit and rather well. So really a great event. And I also knew it was going to be because Schreier said before he went off to Calgary, I wanted to be there. I'm really sorry to miss this. So thanks to Councillor Schreier. So it was a great, you couldn't have scripted it any better because Ray had Parkinson's, not able to really speak much during the event, but we end the event and they say, well, Ray wants to sing. So there's much frantic, good work by our man Josh Benjamin there on the DJ table, who is the sound guy at this, so he has to get the mic set up and everything, but he does it. So we're not sure what's going to happen, and Ray breaks into, it's now or never, and everyone's sort of looking around, and then this terrific high part that ends it. So it was genuinely moving, I have to say. So I can at least say I saw Ray St. Germain perform live once, and it was a wonderful way for him to go out. So I'm glad we were able to do that, and thanks to those who showed up, and on behalf of council, my condolences to the St. Germain family. He really was an icon in the Métis community and a country music legend. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mays. And now our final speaker, Councillor White, on the topic of Buhler Park fireworks.
Well, on the topic of Canada Day, I just wanted to announce that along with other displays going on in the city with regards to Canada Day, that we're proud to announce again, as we have done in previous years, that led under the leadership of both the Transcona Business Improvement Zone and Buhler Recreation Park, we're going to have an amazing firework display on Canada Day, July the 1st. The gate to the park opens at 9 p.m. There is parking available for upwards of 900 vehicles, and it's an amazing turnout. The firework display rivals that of the Forks, and we encourage people from all over the city to come and join us and to enjoy the fireworks out at Beulah Recreation Park on July the 1st, Monday. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Councillor Eady, will you move that the minutes of the meeting held on May 30th, 2024 be taken as read and confirmed?
So moved, Madam Speaker.
All in favor? Aye. Contrary? That's carried. We'll now move into delegations. Thank you. Our first delegation is just logging on once again. There's a technical issue there, so we'll move on to the next delegation and then come back. So I'd like to call forward Chris Classio at this time. He's here with us in person in support of item 5, the Chief Construction Officer, item 13, the appointment of the interim Chief Administrative Officer, and the report of the Executive Policy Committee dated June 18th, 2024. Welcome, Chris.
Maganda umaga. That means good morning in Tagalog.
The clock, please.
Before I go on, I need to acknowledge the group of citizens outside of City Hall and amplify their message inside City Hall. Say no to funding cuts. My name is Chris Classio. Most of you should know who I am by now, but as I speak, as a quick reminder, I'm a civic practitioner and a policy entrepreneur. And the last time I spoke in council as a whole, I led the book to Councillor Jason Schreier called If Mayors Ruled the World by Benjamin Barber, which talks about the future of cities, local governments, and metro regions. As a former mayoral candidate and a citizen of Winnipeg, I advocate for the City of Winnipeg to transform the Office of Public Engagement into the Office of Civic Engagement in developing new public value through mission-oriented innovation policies and through new civic engagement tools, tactics, strategies, processes, and policies. With that introduction, I am here to talk to item 5 of the Chief Construction Officer and item 13, appointment of interim Chief Administrative Officer. Today, I speak in full support of both the items being passed. To item 13, but more specifically towards item 5, what I want to say to council is get it done and get it done soon. I understand that hiring the Chief Construction Officer was part of His Worship's mayoral candidacy. But I find it very troubling that our city has to ask for an extension, and I'm not talking just about this item 5. This has been a reoccurring theme and process within Winnipeg's local governance and administrative system. I have a did you know question for council. Did you know what grinds my gears as a policy entrepreneur are motions calling for an extension? Motions for extensions tremendously signals to me a lack of faith in the civic system, and it extremely hinders the city processes and policy outcomes, implementation, and development. As a policy entrepreneur, let me share with you what I believe. Perceptions shapes policy. Policy sets priorities, and priorities are all about process. To item 13, appointment of interim CAO. As a civic practitioner, civics is about knowing your rights, responsibilities, duties, and values towards a city. Firstly, I want to graciously thank Michael Jack. Thank you, Michael Jack, for his many years of service in City Hall and for citizens of Winnipeg. I think that Mr. Jack's legacy in City Hall will probably be the creation of Council's very own strategic priorities action plan. I also believe Michael Jack's choice to leave the position as CAO in this moment in time is probably the greatest opportunity that this city will ever have to transform the workplace culture inside our municipal government. When I hear the words systems change, what comes to my mind is a phrase that a well-known Cree speaker taught me over the years working with urban Indigenous young people of the north end of Winnipeg. Is programs don't change people, relationships do. And I'll say it again, programs do not change people, relationships change people. And I would like to acknowledge my good friend and colleague, Mark Head, who is the brains behind InterCivics Winnipeg back in 2016, where he and I really got to know and connected with Sherwood Armbruster. Mark and I both truly believe that citizens should have opportunities to connect, engage, and voice new innovative ideas to key administrative roles in City Hall, which was the original purpose of InterCivics Winnipeg, to engage city administration. With the motion from His Worship to appoint Sherwood Armbruster as the interim CAO, I truly and strongly believe this is the very first strategic action that will fundamentally change the workplace culture within this chamber and City Hall. He may not be the official new CAO, but I do think a senior clerk like Sherwood Armbruster is the most strategic action this council will ever make this term. I'm not thinking 4 years, 10 years, but 10,000 years into the future. City administration needs a new generation of public servants. Sherwood Armbruster as an interim CAO, and now you have Hazel Boris as the chief city planner. These are examples of the new generation of public servants this city needs now. New blood. Let's look back at the turnover history of former CAOs at City Hall. Phil Shiegel, who resigned in October 2013, days before a scathing audit into your real estate deals. Former Mayor Brian Bowman had suspended Deepak Joshi as the city's acting CAO in 2015, saying lost confidence in Joshi's ability to serve in that role. How long did it take Doug McNeil to move from the province to the city? 2015 to 2019. And now, Michael Jack from 2021 to 2024. Citizens and people don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. Leadership is the ability to inspire and support others for a common purpose. Every citizen has ever appeared as a delegation to this chamber always had very kind things to say about the Winnipeg City Clerk's Department, that they are the unsung heroes of City Hall, and that more citizens should know about them. Once again, to the clerks in the room of the chamber, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you for your service, city clerks. I don't always agree with the choices and motions that Winnipeg City Councilors have made in the past, or the one that you are going to be making going forwards in the future. But I do believe this group of councilors have their hearts in the right place. So let us be more ambitious, innovative with the city's mission to achieve effective and efficient service delivery through collaborative, engaged, and value-driven workforce and an organizational culture. The point I'm trying to make here is let us not make the same mistakes of past mayors, past councilors, past administration, and past bureaucrats. The call to action number 1 of the TRC is the reduction of Indigenous youth in child welfare. This is a reminder, Mr. Armbruster was the vice chair of the Child Welfare Committee tasked to review the CFS legislation in Manitoba when the PC government was in power. For Sherwood to be chosen for that position in 2017 tells me a lot about his character. I truly and strongly believe Sherwood Armbruster is a shining symbol and example of what is the epitome of leadership, direction, and vision a public servant should aim to be, especially in this city. The city of Winnipeg is the heart of the continent. Let us abolish poverty. Let us not lose the perfect opportunity to do something with purpose. Say no to funding cuts, and let's put reconciliation back on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Mr. Mayor, first question.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Christopher. Through you, Madam Speaker, sorry. I want to thank Christopher for being here. Always good to see him. I appreciate that. Because Christopher did speak briefly to item number 6, which is the proposed grant intake process, I just have one question. Just so Christopher and others know, when we do get to the item, I will be referring it back to Executive Policy Committee for more discussion, including looking at ways to maintain the overall funding levels for community grants. So we'll get to that momentarily, but I'm just wondering, do you believe there's, through you, Madam Speaker, does Christopher believe there's value in looking at a new intake process for grants?
Thank you. Chris?
And the quick answer is I do believe so, but do want to see the Office of Public Engagement be that leading institution in City Hall to do that work and not the regular process. And that's one of my frustrations with this City Hall.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Councillor Schreier?
At magandang umaga kay Chris. At salamat sa libro. At kaibigan mo ako 2 buwan. So I haven't finished reading it, but thank you so much. You mentioned a couple of things that they're kind of important. You're talking about when we delay issues, excuse me, to the speaker. At the same time, sometimes it can be important for the very reasons why they are so important. And when it comes to putting back dealing of our construction officer, in this case, I'm going to say that we're delving into something that we're not used to here. The system here isn't used to that type of I'm not going to call it scrutiny yet because we don't exactly know the role, but we're still some sort of admission to the idea that we've got construction cost problems and they're systemic. And that's gigantic. And I've been saying it's the most gigantic issue at City Hall because it affects everything, including the people that are standing outside right now. And so in this case, although I don't like them delays, I'm asking if you could understand that in this case, I'm supporting it because it's really important. And the fact that we're doing this at all, even if it's a delay of a few months, it's been a long delay. But a few more months, it's still in the right step for trying to hopefully get this right as we start a process that should have been started years ago. I'm hoping you just give that some consideration as we go forward on the issue of dealing with construction costs and construction inflation.
Through the
Thank
speaker,
you, Christopher.
I would quickly say when I first heard about the motion about the creation of a chief construction officer, Councillor Ross Edie and Councillor Wyatt did say there were already processes within the current system that allows for us to better use of our procurement processes. And I think that is a reminder that this is a systemic problem, and that is my main concern. And I do believe that whatever the process is right now, is we have to get through this process, and I'm happy that this motion is in the chamber. So thank you.
Second question.
Very grateful that he mentioned that about the comments by Councillor Edie and Councillor Wyatt, because I would like to say, do you know that I am also one of those councillors that agree that we have what it takes, we've always had what it takes to deal with these issues, because it's our job. But if it takes, for some reason, we haven't utilized that system, that inherent system of responsibility that we have, very simply and written, it's our responsibility. If it takes this system one more step, I guess, to help realize all these other abilities that we have, do you think that's fair? It's still a good step.
Thank you. Christopher?
I'll just quickly say one of the things that I think would improve construction projects in the city is removing this idea of procurement through requests for proposals. During the municipal election, and a lot of councillors know about qualification-based selection processes for procurement processes. And so I think that is fundamentally the only way that the current system could make our construction procurement process really work for us citizens and for councillors and city administration. So thank you.
Thank you. Final question, Councillor Wyatt? Final speaker.
Oh, I see. Thank you. No, that's, very observant of yourself, Chris. Not only is it in terms of the qualifications, but I want to say 10 years ago, maybe more, the decision was made that we also then had to do the same sort of process for selecting the consultants that the engineers hire. Even though we have engineers on staff, we have consulting engineers to write the actual, various tender documents and prepare for the road construction. That created an extra layer in terms of the process that delays our ability to tender, even though we do have in-house engineers. We layered it up with that, so then, and that was a decision made politically to do that at the time. You know, that it's come back to haunt us. It sounds like you're quite aware of the issue, so I thought I mentioned that as well. More FYI, or are you aware question, so.
Yes, I am aware, and I think the other things that would make the procurement process really be more efficient and work for us is just not even about construction, but social purchasing within buying services of like local businesses. Is we do have a social procurement process, but I think we also need to learn how to create. I'm part of a nonprofit called On-Chain Manitoba, which is a nonprofit that's trying to educate citizens about blockchain technology and how cryptocurrency and all these new forms of technology is changing the way. And technology will be a changing game for City Hall. Talking about artificial intelligence through the procurement process may also address some of these concerns. And I think city councilors need to think about the future, and technology will be that key piece that will make our procurement processes and social purchasing more efficient and work for all of us.
Thank you, Chris, for your presentation today. Our next delegation is Michelle Dalman. She's in support of item 6 of the report of the Executive Policy Committee dated June 18th, 2024. It's regarding the proposed grant intake and review process. We'll have 10 minutes on the clock. Michelle, good morning, welcome.
Good morning, thank you. Oh, 10 minutes, thank you. You let me know when you're ready. I'm ready.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Hello. I am here presenting on behalf of the support for a bylaw which dedicates grants to life-changing community programs. I do, however, have some major concerns about the possible effects that cuts to these programs will inevitably have. Most especially regarding changes to the Community Grants Program, which I worry will literally destroy the lives of Winnipeggers across the city and across class lines. Months ago, as you probably remember, I came to council begging for a sense of accountability to your citizens, bringing to your attention the fact that every decision that is made here from the safety of this room means life or death for the people that you represent, far beyond your ward lines. The cuts to community grants in our city is no different. You ask yourselves, well, where are we supposed to fill the $40 million deficit? And then we go out of our way to choose the most vulnerable and hurting populations in Winnipeg to take from. In our own city? No. So today I ask you, who exactly is getting community grants? And how is the decision here today going to destroy or change the lives of our kids now and our people forever in the future? The CCPA has given decades of budgeting solutions to city deficits with useful, meaningful, and impactful ways of creating revenue. The most recent CCPA budget alternative for the city of Winnipeg states clearly and obviously to anybody with a basic grasp on the concept of investment and human rights that money should be dedicated to preventative programming and cool shit for kids and youth to do. You want to know why teens and tweens want to kill themselves? You want to know why our kids do drugs and drink and die? Because there is nothing to do. We take away pools from marginalized communities, destroy community centers in exchange for cop houses, and eviscerate any opportunity that we as human beings in Winnipeg could have to feel welcomed in this, the place that we call our home. Would our kids rather play a game of basketball in the park, learn innovation and how to create the world around them? Or would they rather steal food from a store because their families are too poor to afford a school lunch for the next day? I'm genuinely worried that you don't know, and that you wouldn't know, because if you did, I feel like we wouldn't be voting and acting like taking more money from already severely neglected areas and people is a good idea for anyone, and most especially for this city. We will never be fooled into thinking that this is a good idea, and we as community members wonder, where exactly are you going to be reallocating that $2 million to? May I grab a cup of water?
Certainly.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate that. Pardon the cotton mouth. I have personally spoken with people from Tuxedo and from St. Vital and from Fort Rouge and the Kildonans and people in your own communities. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. People in your own communities who have stated their disgust with the mishandling of police over-budgeting and over-militarization. Do we remember when council agreed to spend nearly $500,000 on a military tank? What good did that do to the community? What good did that do for the city of Winnipeg? And how much has it cost you in the last decade since buying it to store the dang thing?
Michelle,
I
stick to
have
the
a point.
report in front of us.
I understand.
Thank you.
Pardon?
You'll stick to the report in
Yep,
front of us.
I understand. I'm getting there. Thank you. I got you. What good did that do to the community? What good did that do for the city of Winnipeg? And how much has it cost over the last decade since buying it to store the dang thing? Where is the frugality when it comes to unnecessary weaponization against our vulnerable citizens? Further, for the officers that I've spoken to about their work and the trauma that they face every single day, and the way that that extends beyond just themselves, the way it seeps into their families and their relationships, often leading to alcohol and drug dependency and shame due to their position in our city. If we as protectors really want our communities to be safer, we should be here demanding that these organizations get the money they need to act preventatively. Councillor Duncan, I agree with you when you say there's only so much money that can go around here at the City of Winnipeg, which is why I suggest, as the CCPA and other organizations have before, an intentional reallocation of funds back into our communities to make them stronger, to make them safer. The lives and the well-being of our officers are as dependent on the investment into our community organizations as the communities themselves. Let's think then for a second about the hundreds of missing women and girls posted on street lamps across the city, the ones taking up police resources. Could the shelters and community programs used by Morgan and Mercedes and Rebecca and Bijiki Ikwe have saved their lives? Lord knows that a tank's worth of more beds, more food, more therapy, more addiction services, more intervention, and more prevention would have done something. Lastly, and as policy decision makers, you of course know and understand thoroughly the legal concept of adverse impact effect or adverse effect discrimination. For those watching at home, adverse impact effect is what happens when a law, a policy, or practice, which may seem neutral on its face, places undue and disproportionate burden on protected groups of people, according to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. If we look at the human beings whose lives are going to be negatively impacted by a vote to steal away $2 million from already emaciated community programming, we see that these are disproportionately children, teenagers, the elderly, people with mental, physical, and psychological disabilities, Indigenous women, Indigenous men, newcomers, the poor, and the desperate. According to the Human Rights Code of Manitoba, any policy which inadvertently creates and perpetuates the opportunity for discrimination is in fact an infringement on the right to the security of life and the liberty of all Manitobans. A vote to underfund community organizations which act as third spaces, as shelters, as sources of food, as sources of safety, and development of not just the self, but of relationships to the self and to others, is a vote against humanity and against Winnipeg. So while I am in absolute complete support of a bylaw, of a bill which gives citizens the chance to participate more in the world through community organizations and through programming, I suggest you instead vote to keep operational costs a part of the grant application and that we work directly with officers accepting $400 million of our finite budget to reallocate funds to save their lives and ours. This can be a very good day for Winnipeggers. There's the possibility here. Or it could become the catalyst to our ultimate destruction. Please, please, use care and consideration when stating your ayes and nays today. I really appreciate you taking the time to hear what I had to say. Nice. And I'm happy to answer any and all questions I can to help clarify.
Thank you, Michelle, for your presentation today. Our next delegation. Yes? Okay, you have a question for the next delegation or this one? Next, go ahead.
And thank you to Michelle Dahlman for the presentation on considering relative increases and decreases in our budget. We're increasing here, we're decreasing there. One thing that's really dear to me, because it's the biggest increase of all, not just in my decade here, but not just in the last generation, but all the time. It's bigger than the police budget increases. It's the construction costs.
Huge.
And even though the construction costs have been going up at a higher rate than everything else, the proportion of those costs that go to labor is getting smaller all the time. It's not going, it's smaller amount is going to construction workers. Smaller portion are going to labor costs within construction, even though that's the biggest increase. And I just wanted to know if you would take that into consideration when you're talking to the people that you talk with, because it's more than just about any single part of the budget. It's more than just the police budget, because this is a bigger increase. Even though, and I'm going to make the point that this is the major reason why we're having to look for other operational cuts, because even though we're raising taxes, fines, fees, levies, and rates,
It's okay.
would you be willing to talk about it with these people in terms of the biggest change in our budget every single year being construction? Not the labor costs of construction, that's getting smaller, but construction costs. Just so we have clarity in terms of dealing with this issue, so when we come to our political representatives, we can have clarity on what the problems are, because this is only going to get worse.
Thank you, Councillor Schreier. Michelle?
If I could clarify, you're asking for when I interact with citizens who are concerned about where our money is going and the use of the money, how do we have that conversation with people to allow them to understand that construction costs are increasing and that's a huge part of, okay. It's a challenging discussion to have, I think, because construction is essential, obviously. I think that's the best you can do is like have, I'm not sure, because I understand like that construction is huge. I don't understand why the labor costs would be decreasing if construction is increasing. It sounds like we're really losing an opportunity to have more construction workers. I'm not sure how to answer that question.
Thank you, Michelle. We do have another question.
Sure, where?
Move on. Councillor Eady. Second question, Councillor Schreier.
As you had discussions in your life and thoughts that brought you to being here today, and you're representing other people, you're quoting other organizations, would you be willing to consider the fact that construction, the sort of the impact of the place that construction costs have in these issues you're discussing here today? I just noticed it was missing, and yet it's at least as important as other important issues you've mentioned.
Yeah.
Be related to the topic in which the speaker is speaking about, so I don't think those are fair questions.
I actually think that is related to what I'm saying.
Michelle, if you'd
Sorry,
like to
I don't know
respond,
to-
and we'll move on to Councillor Eady.
I can answer later.
Michelle, would you like to respond? Or
I would love to, yeah, sorry. Yes, yeah, I would love to. May I answer the second one first? Thank you. Yeah, so I think when it comes to comparing construction to the focus on the policing budget, I also think we need to consider the impact on the communities, right? So when it comes to the policing budget and then the interaction of officers with the vulnerable communities, I'm looking at preventative measures and then a collaboration, right? Construction obviously is important, and also in order for our construction workers to feel safe, in order for any community member to feel safe, we need to make sure that officers are collaborating with community organizations, DCSP, Bear Clan, et cetera. Like we are trying very hard to prevent people from wanting to die and from putting themselves into positions which it is far easier to do crime prevention when preventative measures are in place, when preventative measures get the money that they can, and as a collaboration between between police, community members, and then community organizations. I think there needs to be, when we're focusing, that needs to be the group that works together and the funds that are shared in that way. And I think construction is very important, and also I think that it might not be as pertinent, as collaboratively pertinent in this situation. Yeah, does that answer your question?
That's part of it, and thank you.
Okay.
Thank
Madam
you.
Speaker,
Councillor
I've got a
Schreier.
point of order. There's some confusion as to whether cause and effect on the budget has any relevance to discussing budget cuts. So, I mean, we've been here, Madam Speaker, we've talked about the COVID caused it, the police budget caused it. How are we not allowed to
Yeah,
talk
thank
about
you,
the real
Councillor
cause and
Schreier.
effects?
The delegation did put her fulsome comments on the record, but thank you for
No,
that.
thank you.
Okay.
Do you have a final question, Councillor Schreier?
That was good.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. Councillor Eadie?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll just preface my question, but an element in this city and other cities are the decisions that we make in terms of pulling in revenue to cover off important expenditures, such as the need for policing, as well as the need for true preventative mechanisms such as, well, for example, outside Art Cities out there and programming for young people. And actually, there needs to be, there's young adults trying to turn their lives around from bad incidents or whatever. But going to the revenue decision, since I've been running since 1998, I've always made it clear, there's been continual reduction to the city's provision of recreation and leisure, and then community groups have come to pick up that program, and we provide them grants. But the constant reduction in that, and I'm pretty sure CCPA and everybody should know this, if you look at the numbers, there's a direct correlation to the rise in crime and the defunding of community service type programs. So I don't understand, do you believe that actually we should find new money to invest in prevention, and then once the crime and all these things that we're all concerned about start to go down, we can reduce the police budget? Would you agree with that statement?
Thank you. Michelle?
Thank you. No, there is no new money. The money that we have is what we have. It's been said before, right? I think you can't just find funds out of nowhere. It would be great if we had more, but we have what we have. I think the issue is that money has been moved from those preventative measures into reactive measures. And I mean, I know I'm seeing a head shake. However, it is the reality that when we invest in prevention, there is an improvement in community participation, in self-satisfaction, in a willingness to enjoy life and the ability to enjoy life. I would love to see an increase in revenue in the city. I just think at this moment, because of the finite budget that we have, it makes sense to do as much of a collaborative approach with the policing budget and with the severely low community investment and work. It might even be something as simple as sending $200 million to community programs for 5 years, hoping that is a positive investment, and then through that you alleviate the reactivity that officers have because you have funded more conflict resolutionarily trained individuals who are in the community constantly and who are stepping between an individual and the possibility of committing what would be considered a crime, youth committing crime and everything. I think the money is there already, it's just misused.
Thank you. Councillor Reedy?
Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if the delegation, did you know that aside from the police service increasing their budget related to inflationary factors such as the police salaries going up, inflation for cost of fuel, that did you know that the police service is being...
Extension, 2 minutes. All in favor? Contrary, carried.
Yeah. Did you know that the police service is being constantly reducing costs? And actually, I can't remember the number, but the police service is expected to find so-called savings of X number of millions of dollars, which we as council and as the budget, the EPC and budget policy continually demand on the police service to find efficiencies to keep those costs down. Did you know that actually happens?
Thank you.
Yes.
Michelle?
Yeah, yes. Yeah, I'm aware that there are attempts at finding more efficiencies and everything, but literally the most efficient thing for officers, detectives, investigators is the act of investing in prevention. If we want lower officer spending, lower police spending, you literally need to be putting that money into health services. I literally, as a human, as a lay person, as a community member, was in the streets and was, before coming here, like literally 20 minutes before I got here, helped a woman experiencing extreme distress through loss of a family member and interacting with a community program which did not have the resources in order to help her get what it is that she needed. What she needed was a person to talk to, a bottle of water, and a cigarette. And when we look at the effectiveness of just being a person on the ground, feet on the ground, human beings acting as community members in community, it is essential. That is preventative measures, because my stepping in prevented police officers from coming. Security was calling the cops on her, and I had to tell him, please do not, because this woman is in distress. This woman is not the embodiment of a crisis. This woman is not a detriment to society, but she's experiencing a crisis that needs to be helped. And I'm not getting paid for that, you know, but people are always intervening with each other
Michelle?
through community.
Thank you.
I hope that answered the question.
Thank you for responding.
It's a good answer, thank you.
Thank you for your delegation
Is that
today.
it? Okay.
Yes, we'll move on to the next.
Thank you for continuing giving grants to community programs. I appreciate your work, you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll call forward Kate Kaler. In opposition to item 6 of the report of the Executive Policy Committee dated June 18th, 2024, regarding the proposed grant intake and review process. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My other co-presenter, Brenda Cameron from the North End Renewal Corporation, went back to work. Probably is watching, though, live on this. So obviously we came prepared with a totally different thing to say today. But also Michelle from SNA was due to schedule to come speak afterwards, so we thought we might as well come up together, if that makes sense to everybody. All right? Okay, wonderful.
We'll have
So-
the 10-minute slot for the both of you then.
Sure.
Okay?
I don't even
Thank
think
you.
we'll take that, but
Thank you.
okay, yeah, that's it. So I do want to say thank you very much for listening to I understand the emails and the media and the phone calls and all of that and the social media. We really do appreciate your listening it. For everybody here who's in agreement that we're going to pause on this, on moving forward with these cuts, I just want to say thank you. When we were outside, we were part of the organizing committee. We do know that there's a motion, but I guess we really want to know just a little bit more information. And if that can be on the record now, what does that really look like in the long run when it's paused? Does that mean it's coming back in July, or August, because it's another problematic month for folks like me to try and communicate with everybody, the people who's going to be most impacted. What does that actually look like? And how can we engage with you now and until whenever that time comes so that we can actually let you know what is really needed and how can we work together in order to get it funded properly and what good it actually does? I'm not sure if you can answer that question.
Thank you. And the next speaker?
Thank you. When I was researching to speak this morning, and actually I was going to ask you just to delay this decision, and I'm so, wow, I feel like I won the lottery this morning. I came across this report written by a whole group of really smart people at the City of Winnipeg, and it was written because it was the crystal meth crisis was starting. 100 people died in 2018. They thought that was a really high amount. We're at 445, I think, for last year. And the two things that really struck me, and I'm going to ask you as you consider cuts to community programs to look at this report. The aggregate costs to incarcerate a person, when you include victim costs, justice costs, everything, is almost $6 million. They studied men between the ages of 12 and 26. If we want to save money, we need to keep people out of jail. This report also states one way to keep people out of jail is prevention through social development. And they suggest an increase in all recreational activities, especially in neighborhoods that have need. So I read this report and was amazed myself because I know it's expensive. There's a report on the Canada Justice site that says if a police officer even has to speak with a youth, this is a 2014 number, it costs $1,400 just to have that conversation. If the person is charged or arrested, it adds $5,000 to that one interaction. If there is an arrest, it adds $15,000 to that interaction. That is on our own. I can send you the link if you want to see it, because I can hardly believe those numbers. And they're from 2014. If we want to save money, prevention is the one proven way. We have it in our own documents, and I would beg you to look at this closely. And I know there's many people in our circles, many people I know who are better at this sort of stuff than me, who would be happy to help and be part of any kind of planning that would take place for safety, crime prevention, and cost savings.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. And as noted, Mayor Gillingham did mention that he intends to refer the item back.
But that's back in July, so.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Schreier?
Yeah. Well, we all know the good work that the Social Planning Council of Winnipeg does. I've been a fan for, decades. And the struggle and the work continues. Spence Neighborhood Association is just a great expression of what can be kind of thing, and what we can do on the local level. Here we're dealing with big budgets, $2 billion a year. And now we're getting to this point where we're looking at reducing these types of aspects of our operational budget. But given the analysis that, and the thinking over years and decades that the Social Planning Council does, based on what I've been saying here too, would you think that at the rate we're going here, raising all our taxes, fines, fees, levies, and rates, and yet we're reducing operational costs, given the state of budget increases, and it's not the operational budget, does it look to you like it's getting worse and we might be having the same problem next year and the year after that and the year after that in terms of struggling with our budget?
I think so. And my follow-up to that would be is as we did point out in the joint submission that we put in, is that, we are continuing to spend more on policing than we do on all other recreation, livability, libraries, all of those other life-sustaining sources that actually work to the crime prevention that Michelle was speaking to. So, and I think that is going to get worse. I mentioned this at the police board meeting. There's just, when we make certain decisions, even though in dealing with retail crime, for example, we had an announcement from the province saying they are going to pay the overtime for those police officers, except that's in the short term. We don't know what that means long term, because we know that overtime is actually going to be factored into those police officers' pensions and benefits, and the future city councilors are going to have to pay for that. They're going to have to figure out how to work that into the budget. So yes, we actually need to work, and as Mayor Gillingham aptly said when those crime stats came out, that all three levels of government have to get together and talk about and address the root causes of crime, and that will take money.
And maybe this is why I'm not that good at politics, but taxes aren't that bad. There's a rise in taxes for most Winnipeggers this year that will barely equal, it won't equal a trip to Costco. It's a tank of gas in a big vehicle. It's not that much money. If you are a middle class, average kind of person with a decent job, maybe 2 incomes, you're not going to miss $300 over the course of a year if it means that children are engaged, that people are not going to jail, that you feel safe and happy when you're downtown, that people are not dying because of an unsafe drug supply. I think a little bit of money can go a very long way.
Could I just add to that too, because it was a few years ago that MNP hosted a symposium on retail crime, and we were there. We were invited. A number of community groups were there to participate, and the business people that I spoke to were not opposed to taxes. They just want their tax money spent well. They want the problem to stop, and that's, convincing them what is the best solution can be problematic with some of them. Some of them really are full-on support. Winnipeg police need to be in my store at all times. But other ones were very open, and that's what we have to do, is we have to work on that education and get people working towards the same solution.
I certainly
Thank you.
appreciate the
Councillor
idea
Fryer.
of people's priorities and values, and it's quite common that people think our taxes are quite reasonable, and that's part of the debate in terms of expressing our own values and opinions, and I totally encourage that. I've got nothing to say against that. In terms of our job to be absolute in terms of our realities, regardless of our opinions about them, what our realities are, what our budgetary realities are, would the Social Planning Council be willing to make a further analysis comparing the police budget to the cost of construction over the same amount of time, regardless of our own values and opinions, just in terms of the absolute comparative reality in terms of budget increases, just so we all are on the same page and we can all express our own opinions and views on that once we all agree on what the reality is.
Thank you. Your response?
At this time, I'm not willing to make that commitment to take on that study. We have some other irons in the fire, and especially around the rising fees and how they also need to be equitably applied, as we've also pitched the equitable property tax approach as well. So those are the things that we're focused on right now.
Do you think that would hinder our ability to have this discussion in this council chamber just as we are right now without having that information? Don't you? We just mentioned the police budget, and I'm saying this is a bigger increase on the budget kind of thing. You don't think that would be worthy of consideration?
Thank you. Kate?
I don't really have anything to add to it right now. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I would just like to say the money we're asking for is a pittance compared to construction police. It's like checking your sofa for loose change. I'm sorry, I don't know how to fix construction. I don't know how to talk about those costs. I do know, and it has been proven time and time and time again, that recreation for youth reduces gang involvement, reduces crime, increases their chances of staying in school. They become taxpayers, if you will, rather than ending up over the course of 5 years, costing all levels of government $15 million just to keep them in jail. Prevention is everything, and it saves money. It saves so much money, you'll have plenty of money for construction.
Thank you. Next question, Councillor Chambers, followed by Councillor Gilroy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for your presentation this morning. And I know, Kate, we've had a lot of discussion at the Winnipeg Police Board with respect to the rising costs, the rising trends that we're seeing, especially in terms of youth crime. But are you aware that there are those in police leadership that have recently stated that we can't arrest ourselves out of this, and we need other solutions, including community services, as a cost-effective tool to work with our youth, to work with newcomer youth, to work with Indigenous youth, to provide solutions that will help curb these trends?
Thank you for the question. Absolutely. Of course, we know that there are people in police leadership that understand that we actually do help make their jobs easier. We were at the Premier Safety Summit. We spoke to a number of them. But that it's it's a little bit problematic that we can't rest our way out of this. Has been around for quite some time, but if we're going to keep putting money into arresting people, then we have to actually question whether or not. So we do want police leadership to actually acknowledge that every single time they ask for an increase in their police budget, it's coming out of somebody else's operational funds. So we need them to be aware of that, and we're as being part of the consultation for the next police chief, we very much made that point clear. We hope it's out there that we want a police chief who is really willing to work for community on what actually works, as opposed to kind of their elbows out around their dollar figure.
Thank you. Councillor Chambers.
Second question. You're also aware that police and Crowns are using more restorative justice practices in terms of how they deal with youth that come into conflict with the law.
Can I sure, absolutely go first? I'll finish.
Yeah, absolutely, and we work with some officers that do that work. They're great people. I respect them. We're way cheaper.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would just add to that. The concern is, my concern from both the Restorative Justice Association of Manitoba perspective and also the police accountability perspective is that what is often termed restorative justice from the police perspective is actually more diversion, which is fine. Diversion can be part of restorative justice, but it's not the be-all and end-all in restorative justice. We'd like to see evaluation. All the community-based organizations, like you're not officially a restorative justice organization, but you work in that way. But the ones who actually do the restorative justice work, they have to prove their numbers. They have to prove how effective it was. Was it a good intervention? Did it make sense at the time? And that is something that we need to work with so that we can actually, so as opposed to just saying, reporting on a number, we had this many restorative justice referrals, it's like, what was the outcome? Because some people do need more intervention. That's what, and intervention is the wrong word, it's supports. That's how we approach it. So if we could get those supports in there, I'll just mention very quickly that there was quite a furor around bail for a while there, and with the previous provincial government. I spoke to the Crowns in charge of bail, and they're like, we have no problem. If somebody is a risk to society, we actually have the power to keep them incarcerated. We don't have to, but we are required that if there is a reasonable bail plan in place, that we are supposed to be innocent until proven guilty in this country, and therefore they're required to let them go. Thank you very much.
Councillor Schreier moves extension of 2 minutes. All in favour?
Yeah.
Contrary? That's carried.
Sorry.
Councillor Chambers.
Yeah, and I just want to add, I would love to have that further conversation with you with respect to restorative justice versus diversion.
Happy to have it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gilroy.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker. My question is referring to the process. I know we've heard lots about the cuts, but also to how do you feel about the process? The process right now would have a lead with administration and with EPC members. How would you feel about the process being changed so maybe even citizens have an opportunity to sit and evaluate the grants, or even a non-EPC member?
Yes, so again, we'd like to see what the proposed changes are. We're not fond, not at all in support of what is proposed as far as the changes go, as in it's an internal committee. We would not understand at the end of the day how the decision was finally made, who got what money, and for what purposes. That was problematic. We would prefer it to be an open and transparent process. We do think that there should be some elected responsibility behind it. The elected official who has to stand up there and say, yes, we're doing this and this is why. We'd like to see that oversight. We'd rather it not be politicized, obviously. We don't want somebody who's like just obviously looking after their own ward or that sort of thing. Those are all concerns, conflict of interest. But we do want to really review that process and make sure that it's fair.
And I'm never opposed to a fair process and to applying for grants. I would say that the one thing the City of Winnipeg grants have done for us and many other frontline organizations is provide just that bit of stability. Most of our grants, we have to tie them to specific programs. Sometimes we cannot include salary. Sometimes we can get a ridiculous amount of items, but we can't pay a person. So the City of Winnipeg grants go directly often towards salaries, and it's stable, and we know it's going to be there. And so to start going year to year and tying it to programs is very challenging, and it's what we do all the time, and we can run much better when there's some kind of year-to-year long-term stability that lets us know what we can expect. And I mean, our grants have been decreased.
We're going to pause for a moment.
Yeah.
That has concluded our time under this delegation. I see no further extensions. I thank you for your presentation
Thank you
today.
very much, and thank you for your support, and thank you for waiting.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Our next delegation is Kyle Owens in support of item 1 of the report of the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works dated June 11th, 2024. It's regarding the primary transit network service, the implementation plan. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Members of City Council, my name is Kyle Owens. I am President of Functional Transit Winnipeg. We are volunteers who advocate, organize, and educate for better transit service in Winnipeg. And I'd also like to acknowledge that the city and territory today named Winnipeg is within Treaty 1 territory and the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu, Oji-Cree, Dene, and Dakota people. And it is the homeland of the Métis Nation. I'm grateful to be able to be here today in support of the report on the Primary Transit Network Service Implementation Plan. And I'd like to start with what transit is not. Transit is not a bus. It is not a road. It is not a route. It is not a schedule. It is not a driver, and it is not a passenger. Transit is a network. It is a system of connections, connecting a person with the means of transportation, connecting neighborhoods and parks, connecting neighborhoods and downtown, connecting a person with their city, and people with each other. Just as a group is as effective as the strength of their relationships, transit is as strong as the connections in its network. Great transit means having a great network, one that reflects the city as it is and what we want it to be. And for decades, our system reflected the past. But what can transit do? Well, I'll tell you what it can't do. Great transit cannot solve climate change. Great transit cannot eliminate poverty. Great transit cannot erase inequality, and it cannot transform our city into being an affordable, fun, convenient place to live. It actually can't do that. But if you want any of those things, if you want to make progress, if you want to move the needle, you need great transit. If you want to do anything about climate change, but you want everyone to stay in their car, regardless of fuel, it's not going to happen. The math doesn't work. If you want people who are devastated by poverty to access reliable, well-paying work, but they need to own a car first to get there on time every morning, or want everyone to just work on their street, that's not going to happen either. The average cost of owning a car in Canada, including depreciation, is $8,000 to $12,000 a year. There is no way to escape poverty without great transit. For people to just live their life, shop for groceries, access child care, medical care, they need reliable, affordable, citywide transportation that gets them there and back without taking half a day or never shows up. And if we want to be a city where we can go downtown, meet up for dinner, see a show, but we all need to drive and we all need to find parking, we'll never be a city with a vibrant, busy, economically booming downtown after 4 p.m. We need great transit. All those things become possible, but only when service is in place first. The service must be in place and it must be allowed to run like clockwork for months, for years, for people to see the bus going by and think, wow, I see that bus all the time. It's going where I want to be. I should just get on that bus. And one by one, people stop assuming they have to walk to get somewhere. Or they can leave their car at home, or someone with limited mobility and stuck in their house gets access to the city again. Or they can drop that second car and their household instantly saves that money every year. Their life is easier, more affordable, and one person at a time, our city is transformed. The Winnipeg Transit Master Plan, approved by City Council more than 3 years ago, is our path forward. Within the limits set by Council, including the new system, could not exceed the cost of our existing system by $1. Planners have created the best possible balance of resources and service. Transportation for as many people as possible, as often as possible, as quickly as possible, as far as possible, this is it. It offers that golden ticket of frequent service, making sure that a bus comes at least every 15 minutes. So that if you're a little early, one will be there, and if you're a little bit late, it doesn't matter because the next one is just around the corner. Frequent service is the key, and this system expands frequent service to twice the number of households in one step. We've had the first few steps already with the purchase of more buses and a new bus garage, but the primary network is the first big change that will affect transit service directly. This step in the Transit Master Plan is not just the map of connections, it is a blueprint for all that follows. It is the foundation for a generation of how people will get across Winnipeg easily and quickly and affordably. It lays the groundwork for hundreds of further improvements in the future. But those things can only happen once Council approves this report. We've all waited too long for the bus to come, literally and metaphorically. The launch date is already set, June 29th, 2025. We have a lot to do. Let's get started. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Any questions for our delegation today?
Thank you very much.
Seeing none? Appreciate your presentation. Thank you. Next, I'll call forward David Linton, Policy Analyst with the Manitoba Trucking Association, in support of Item 2 of the report of the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works dated June 11th, 2024. It's regarding the preliminary design study, Route 90 improvements, Taylor Avenue to Ness Avenue. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, councillors and Mayor Gillingham. My name is David Linton. I'm the Policy Analyst for the Manitoba Trucking Association, or MTA, and I appear today as a delegation on behalf of the MTA. As noted in our June 10th letter to the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works, and in our delegation to that committee, the MTA is very pleased to support the Route 90 Improvement Project. We support this project for 3 important reasons: the direct benefits that it will provide to the Nawe-Udina Development Project, the direct improvements it will provide to the flow of traffic through this segment of Route 90 from Taylor to Ness, and the indirect benefits that this improvement in traffic flow will provide to both goods movement, trade, and the economy. Let's start with Nawe-Udina. As noted in the Treaty 1 Master Plan, this remarkable development will accommodate between 2,300 and 3,000 residential units and between 915,000 and 1.2 million square feet of commercial space. This development will both generate and attract additional motor vehicle traffic, not only during the various phases of construction, but long after it is completed. For this reason, Route 90 needs to be wider. I would also point out that the framework agreement between Treaty 1 and the City recognizes these realistic and practical requirements. The second reason is traffic flow and the need to increase the capacity on Route 90 between Taylor and Ness. The widening project is needed to safely manage the existing volume of through traffic, both northbound and southbound, and this need will continue well into the future. The conceptual design for Route 90 improvement achieves this, while also addressing the need for safer designs at the numerous intersections between Taylor and Ness. The need to widen this segment of Route 90 to provide additional capacity is obvious to anyone who has driven it. The Route 90 improvement lane expansion will provide that capacity as Winnipeg's economy and population continue to grow, not only within the city limits, but in the Winnipeg metro region. Then there is the benefit to the economy. Cities are built on trade. The movement of goods from a buyer to a seller, especially between commercial and industrial areas. Arterial roads enable a city's economy to function, generating income, jobs, and tax revenue. Route 90 provides connectivity between the north and south perimeter to the airport, to Abenogi-Mekana, and to Centerport. It is vital to the movement of goods and workers. Because of the importance of this route, the MTA estimates that 5,000 medium and heavy trucks use the St. James Bridge every day. A 2017 study by Statistics Canada showed that over $21 billion of goods are hauled into, out of, and inside of the Winnipeg CMA every year by truck. You can bet that that dollar amount is much higher in 2024 and will continue to rise as the city and the region continue to grow. In this context, improving Route 90 is not just about the value of time. It is about the value that the Winnipeg economy creates and the customers that Winnipeg businesses serve. Route 90 is a trade route. It enables Winnipeggers to receive the products they need and to export our city's products to customers in the wider economy. For all of these reasons, the development of Nawa-Udina, increasing the capacity to safely manage flow-through traffic and to support the economy, the MTA supports the Route 90 widening and all of the associated improvements. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take questions. Councillor Mays.
Thank you for the presentation. Just one point. I understand the arguments in terms of the economy and speed of vehicular traffic. Just on Nawa-Udina, I think it's at best a disputed topic. I mean, you cited some documents, as I cited at EPC. Are you aware? Page 74 of the master plan says potential Route 90 expansion. Route 90, both in its current form and proposed future configuration, poses some significant challenges from the perspective of site access, pedestrian and cycling comfort, and connectivity, and the creation of a strong urban character along its frontage. So both configurations pose challenges, I think, is what's actually in the master plan. So you're entitled to your view, but the documents you're citing do not say we've got to have this widening. They don't say that. They say, look, it's a challenge in both configurations.
Thank you. David?
So am I aware that the plan says that? No, I'm not, but now I am. I would suggest that if it's missing from the plan, then that's an issue. Development generates transportation movement, and transportation movement enables development. Transportation is the land use that enables all other land uses to thrive. So I would suggest that given the size and the importance of the development especially because it has both residential and commercial development. We're talking acres and acres of new development, which is long overdue, I might add. It's only reasonable to note that additional lanes and space will be required for transportation associated with the development.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, and then Councillor Allard.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. Through you, Madam Speaker, I want to thank him for Mr. Linton for his presentation. Just by way of background, I just wonder, is it correct that your background is before the MTA or with the MTA? You're also an adjunct professor at the Department of City Planning. You have a background in city planning, just to understand a broader context?
Yes, I still am adjunct professor for the moment. And I have a background in planning. Full disclosure, I'm a registered professional planner in Manitoba.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Allard, followed by Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a follow-up to Councillor Mays' question. I had read the same in the master plan. I do believe the delegate did make reference to the master plan in demonstrating support for the development. I wonder if the delegate could cite which sections of the master plan would indicate the support of the master plan for the development.
Thank you. David?
I don't understand your question.
As a follow-up, I
restate
understand.
the question.
Yes, I understand in the presentation, I understood that the delegate had cited the master plan as one of the reasons to support the project. Given my colleague, Councillor Mays' lifting of the language suggesting perhaps something else, I wondered if the delegate might clarify whether or not they were referring to the master plan or not, because I thought I heard master plan support, essentially.
So I was specifically referring to the master plan that Treaty One has published on its website. That master plan was published before the documents for this proposed widening of Route 90 were published. And I would also note that the master plan is very general in its scope and broad, and in that further designs, specific designs, will be required as part of this long process. This Nawa-Udina project is anticipated to take place over approximately 20 years in multiple phases, and in that respect, we can anticipate that the numbers of units to be built, those numbers will vary over time, and the plan recognizes that.
Okay, well, yes.
I would also suggest, and I may be incorrect on this, but I don't think I am, that the master plan also was published prior to the negotiation of the framework agreement between Treaty One and the City of Winnipeg, which, by the way, I would congratulate both parties on for the expeditious manner in which that negotiation and completion of the framework agreement took place.
Okay, well.
Thank you. Next question.
Perhaps final question, if the speaker might refer us to those documents in the form of links offline, would be very much appreciated.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt?
Yes, I supported the Kenaston project in the committee and spoke in favor of it at EPC. One of the greatest challenges we have is, as you've recognized, and thank you for your delegation also at Public Works, is that we have challenges with the need for new strategic infrastructure all over the city. And one of the areas, for example, that I see on my end of the city representing Transcona is when the decision was made by the city back in the late 90s to move the CNR intermodal facility, which used to be located where, you know, the shops of Tuxedo or whatever it's called, over to Plessy Road on a 2-lane road where about 70-80% of the trucks are heading north on a 2-lane broken down road. Do you think we're behind as a city when it comes to making investments in new strategic infrastructure like what's called the Edward Schreyer Parkway South, build the proper lanes to get the trucks in and out of where you're having 1,000 vehicles a day now for sure. Back when I counted it was 700, right? And that's 20 years ago. So what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I didn't come today to speak about Plessis, but I recognize that it's a very challenging thoroughfare for some of the reasons that you cite. I would also suggest it's a challenging thoroughfare partly because It is the boundary between, at least part of Plessis, is the boundary between the City of Winnipeg and the municipality of Springfield. The other thing I would mention about Plessis is that its southerly connection to Highway Number 1 is also extremely important. Now, as you may be aware, the province of Manitoba is considering repair work to the dual bridges on Highway Number 1 that go over the railway that connects to the Symington Yards, and that the configuration of that design is still very much to be determined. So with respect to some of the concerns you raise, I think it would behoove the city and it would behoove the province if there was more joint discussion on how these transportation routes are to be configured and constructed to ensure the maximum safety and usability for all road users.
Thank you.
Thank you, David, for your presentation today.
Thank you.
I'd like to call forward Michelle Durant-Wood, joining us in person in opposition to item 2 of the report of the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works dated June 11th, 2024, regarding this same topic, Route 90 improvements.
Madam Chair, good morning. A little while ago, I was watching a documentary on Netflix. It was called Behind the Curve, and it was about people who believe in a flat Earth. It was a very, very interesting documentary because, contrary to what you might believe, that people who believe in a flat Earth are some sort of rubes or idiots, it actually showed these people are very, very smart people, very, very intelligent, and had various technical backgrounds. And they followed this group that designed their own experiment to prove that the Earth was flat using a laser gyroscope. And they said this will absolutely prove it. They spent $20,000 of their own money on this to prove that the Earth was flat. They said if this result comes out, it'll show for sure that the Earth is flat. If this other result comes out, it'll be proof of a curved Earth. And so they did the experiment, and of course it showed a 15-degree drift per hour, which is consistent with what you would expect with a rotating globe Earth. Did this convince them? It did not. They said, oh no, these results show a curved Earth, but that can't be right because we believe in a flat Earth. And so they designed another experiment with flashlights, which showed the same thing again. Did that convince them? It did not. They still believe in a flat Earth. So why am I talking to you about this today? Well, I'm here about Kenaston widening, which we're told is going to be great for the economy. We even have economists who put together a document to prove that this is good for the economy. Now, what does the document say? Well, first of all, it doesn't include all the costs. It shows a $20 million net present value, but it excludes admin and contingency, basically saying this will only be positive returning if it comes in under budget, right? It also excludes costs such as the emissions cost of construction. They calculated them, but they said, we're not going to include the costs. We'll include the benefits of emissions reductions, though. And they also added in temporary benefits as well, just to show that, yes, this is a good economic deal. But let's take them at face value. The trucking industry said, this will be good for the trucking industry. Great, let's measure that. Well, $140 million in benefits at face value. These are all the benefits calculated in the report. Kenaston, according to city stats, has 4% of traffic on Kenaston being truck traffic. Now, of course, truck traffic is more valuable than personal traffic. The way they calculate it in the cost-benefit analysis, it works out to mean a 4% share would mean about a 10% share of those benefits weighted to the trucking industry. So if we take that 10%, that comes out to about less than $450,000 a year of benefit to the trucking industry. This is an industry that will remind you, just earlier, that they move $20 billion of goods in and out of Winnipeg every year. They are a $2 billion a year industry. $450,000 a year would need to be multiplied by 10 or 100 before it even registers as a rounding error. So 10 or 100 times 10%, all of the benefits and more would need to accrue solely to the trucking industry before it even registers as a rounding error in their economic output. Now, setting that aside, why don't we look at the internal rate of return that is in this document, 1.4%. Internal rate of return is a very similar metric to net present value, similar but a little bit different. For a city, it's actually a better metric to use because the city is playing an infinite game of investment. So 1.4% is the return that we're being told is the return on this investment for widening. The city's latest bond issue had the city paying 4.65% interest on its debt. So I don't think you need to be a financial genius to understand that borrowing money at 4.65% to invest it at 1.4% is probably a bad deal. And if you actually think that's a good deal, I would like to see you outside after, because I will take the other side of that deal every day of the week. Further, as if that's not enough, we always hear, well, congestion. Congestion is a drag on the economy. We hear it all the time. It must be true. Is it? Well, I don't know. Has anybody studied it? Yeah, people have. They have empirical data. One of the largest ones, a study out of Atlantic Florida University and University of Colorado, Denver, looked at the 89 largest metropolitan areas in the US. Longitudinal study, looked over 30 years. And what they found was that congestion was indeed not a drag on the economy. They actually found the opposite. They found a positive association between job growth, per capita GDP growth, and congestion. Those increase in lockstep with each other. And so to spend $250 million to shave 11 seconds average off congestion is actually counterproductive, it would seem, according to the data, if you believe in data. Now, why does this matter? Well, it matters because we see it in our everyday in our city here. Today you have, at the same time, you have your annual financial statements that are on the agenda today. Those statements show a lot of bad things. I mean, they show that the city's total liquidity ratio is dropping. They show that the debt service coverage ratio has fallen by a factor of 5 over the past 5 years. The flexibility ratios are stable, but the vulnerability ratios are increasing. Your sustainability ratios are decreasing, as they have been for decades. Now, those have real-world impacts. Those look like abandoning bridges, closing pools, making cuts to community grants, and struggling to paint the lines on the street. These are the very basic level of competence that the public expects from their municipal government, and the city of Winnipeg is failing catastrophically. It's not even close. The financial statements also show a net financial position of negative $1.2 billion. This has been dropping every year forever. It is negative $1.2 billion. Now, what does that mean? The Public Sector Accounting Board explains a negative net financial position as basically future revenues that will need to be found to pay for past transactions. So we have $1.2 billion of past transactions that we need to find the money for in the future. That's locked in. It's done. Nothing we can do about it. That'll look like, in future years, you will need to find $1.2 billion of new money. It'll look like tax increases. It'll look like service cuts. It'll look like deferred maintenance. That's locked in. You can't do anything about it. It's done. That's happening. Now, if we're at a $1.2 billion net financial liability today, that's not on you. That is decades of past decisions catching up to us. That's why today you're closing bridges. It's why today you're closing pools. It's why today you're considering cutting community grants. This is a buildup of many years of bad financial decisions. But how did this happen? Operating budgets have been balanced every single year, forever. Yeah, it happens from bad capital investments. When you make an investment in a capital project that returns less than its cost of capital, that will cause you financial troubles into the future. That is what we're dealing with today. Why listen to me? I'm just some random guy with an opinion. Well, I'm not here to tell you that the Earth is a globe. I'm not telling you the Earth is round. the laser gyroscope that the economists put together to show you that the earth is flat is telling you that the earth is round. It's time to listen to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Councillor Wyatt, followed by Councillor Mays.
Would you agree that cities, generally speaking, have been referred to as the economic engine of today's world? Would you agree that they are centers of opportunity, centers of enterprise, and that they do represent so-called economic engines?
Absolutely, I agree. Cities are the economic engines of society in general. Infrastructure investments are a way to generate that economic growth. But an investment can also be a bad investment. You can have good investments and bad investments. Some investments are better than others, and some of them lose money. And some of them, some of them cause more problems. And the more you focus all your funds into bad investments, the faster you go broke, the faster you have problems. And now, some people will point to the city's credit rate.
Answer my question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
My follow-up question is, in light of the cities being the economic engines of Canada and elsewhere, but let's stick to Canada, that when the Constitution of this country was signed in 1867, the majority of people lived in rural communities or smaller towns and villages, not in cities. There were no such things as vehicle cars. There were no highways. There were gravel roads. There were horses. And yet we created a tax structure that gives the lion's share of tax powers to Ottawa, secondary powers to the provinces, which, by the way, at that time were managing not the healthcare system, not even the education system, which was done by the churches, typically in both. And yet municipalities are not even under our Constitution considered a level of government like they are south of the border. So not only are we not recognized as a level of government, we're a corporation, we don't have the ability to tax, yet we are the economic engines of the country. But your analysis has completely excluded that fact, and you're relying on a cost-benefit analysis that ignores the biggest elephant in the room, and that is the Constitution of this country is on its head, based on the needs of today and what Canadians see are the priority. And that if we actually address that, we can ensure the economic engine and address things that you're referring to and actually presenting a cost-benefit analysis that works. Would you not agree, sir?
So there's a lot to unpack there. So first of all, I think the numbers the councillor is looking for is that the city is responsible for 60% of infrastructure in the country, whereas cities only collect 10% of all taxes.
Less.
That, again, is comparing two things that aren't really equal. Basically, we're saying we want a bigger piece of the pie, but we haven't looked to see if the pie is even big enough for what we are investing in, right? Last I checked, the province and the feds were both running deficits, right? They don't have more money to give us. And if we want more taxes, the councillor insists that we don't have the power of taxation. We do. With property tax, we can raise property tax if we want, but if the citizens of Winnipeg can't afford a property tax increase, how are they going to afford a sales tax increase or an income tax increase? The same people are paying, right? The infrastructure deficit is at $800 million a year that we are short of investing. $800 million. That money has to be sloshing around in the economy somewhere, available to be taxed. It is not. Not only it is not, the provincial government decided to cut the gas tax to put $300 million a year back into the economy. That money doesn't exist, right? The Federation of Canadian Municipalities has estimated that cities in Canada have approximately $100,000 worth of infrastructure per person. That is the average that they have. Can you afford to maintain and replace $100,000 worth of infrastructure on your own? Of course not. That's way too much. The part that's often not quoted in that FCM report is the fact that walkable mixed-use communities require 5 to 9 times less infrastructure per person than what we have built. So the question isn't how do we get more money? The question is how do we make better use of what we've already built?
Thank you, Michelle. Anything further, Councillor Wyatt?
And I hear your point. I mean, we created tax room. We lobbied for years to get education tax. Province has cut education taxes by half, up to $1,500 a year. But we have not had the courage to raise even a quarter of that to backfill that cut. There is actually room now for us to do that in terms of property tax. But having said that, my next question would be, is the Speaker aware that the federal government, who has the biggest share of the tax pie, which he's acknowledged, can't even order helicopters, can't even orders used submarines from England that leak, that can't even build icebreakers. The federal government is, only reason Canada Post is making money because they separated and pushed it into a crown corporation. Can the Speaker not recognize the fact that the cities today of this country are struggling because of the powers that were set out in 1867 are on its head based on today's needs? And that is the real issue. And until we start talking about constitutional reform and getting that done, every city across this country is going to be having this discussion and fight when folks like yourself show up. Would you not agree to that?
The councillor believes that the city has been weak in raising taxes. This is on you then. I don't know why it's on me. But again, I will bring back the $800 million a year. That is much more than you even collect in property taxes in a given year. That money doesn't exist. The Bank of Canada recently said that the lack of productivity in our economy is the biggest problem faced by the Canadian economy. But here's the thing, when cities invest in underperforming assets, when they invest in infrastructure that returns less than its cost of capital, that is a drag on the economy because you're displacing $250 million of investor money that could be going to more productive uses in the economy, and they are not. So if the cities are to be the economic engines of Canada, they need to get smarter about their investments and invest in things that have much more productive output than what they are currently examining on the table right now.
Thank you, Michelle. Councillor Mays, followed by Councillor Schreier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, they had gravel roads back in the 1800s, Councillor Wyatt. Imagine that, Councillor Shane. Come to that later. Gravel back lanes too, probably back in the day. Two questions. Thank you for raising some of those issues. I want to ask some of the questions about the environmental aspects as they're in the benefit cost analysis. That'll give me more time to rant about St. Mary's Road and the sewer aspects when we come to debating about this. And the sewer thing is interesting, but there's no benefit ascribed in the cost benefit to the sewer work, so that's kind of a separate debate. But two things then, I think at least. And thank you for your work going through the study. I did a fair bit myself, and there are questions to be asked about that benefit cost study. Here's the first question, though. The idling, the benefit that is to accrue, to the net benefit hinges on gasoline saved over the arc of time. And we're going to save 50,000 tons of carbon emission over 25 years. Not very good when you look at 95,000 tons 1 year per year for flaring at Brady. Councillor Elliot's done the math on that as well. So it would seem to be we're in the position of cheering against our own our own climate action plan, right? That says get to net zero by 2050, fewer cars, mode shift, all of that. So do I cheer for the Keniston bit where you got to keep the same behavior and therefore we'll get the benefit, or do I cheer for what we've already adopted as climate action plan? So what are your thoughts on that?
Oh, well, I would agree. I would agree wholeheartedly with the councillor that this report seems to, again, like the flat earthers, trying to get to the answer they want. It excludes any further electrification. It's stated in the report. They exclude any further electrification of our transportation network. It excludes any other mode shift, even though it is in our city's goals to mode shift to 50% driver mode share. And on top of that, it uses emissions reductions. I don't know about you, but like any automobile manufactured in the last 8 years turns itself off when you stop for more than 5 seconds. It is not idling. We are saving nothing here. So I wholeheartedly agree with Councillor Mays that the only way to make this project economically viable seems to be to oppose the city's climate goals and to work against mode shift and work against all of the other goals that have been set out. So yes.
Second question?
There's also an odd thing that you touched on, an incongruity that, I mean, our CEIR report says don't put more emissions out now and claim you'll save over time. That's worsening the crisis. This says that we'll save the net of 50,000 tons, which is clearly a misprint because later on they say, actually, we're going to put out 22,000 tons of emissions, 28,000 at the front end. So it just seems to me that that is not a net. So I know there are limits, I guess, in how you do a benefit cost analysis, but this, it hinges on we're saving 50 and we clearly aren't.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
well,
you. Councillor Schreier moves extension. 2 minutes. All in favor? Contrary? Carried.
Yeah, the report clearly says that we will save 50,000 tons over the course of the 30 years of the study, and it puts a monetary value on those discounted over the years. It also calculates that there are 28,000 tons of emissions at the front end from construction, and it does not put a value. It explicitly says we're not counting those, but they exist and they're this much. Right? And of course, because they're front-ended emissions, they are worth a lot more than the savings of idling emissions in year 30, for instance. And so they will have a much larger impact by counting them. But I'm certain you put them back in and it erases all the benefits. So.
Thank you. Councillor Schreier, followed by Councillor Eady.
Sure, and Madam Speaker, thank you. Although there is some confusion as to whether we can talk about how construction inflation directly impacts arts funding, nonetheless, Madam Speaker, thank you for allowing Michelle Duran-Wood to talk about flat Earth somehow, as that applies somehow to what we're talking about, and he did make his case. Madam Speaker, 7 or 8 years ago, Michelle Duran-Wood made the best speech in this council chamber on the effect of infrastructure, cost of infrastructure, as it weighs on the shoulders of anyone as soon as they're born, or as soon as they move to the city. And he does it again, explaining what are the realities, which can be debated, but we're not debating opinions here, we're debating facts, as we apply them to our own political opinions and values. And he's making the point again, the infrastructure costs that weigh on our children's shoulders just for being born, just for being alive. They got nothing to do with it, and these things are important, Madam Speaker. He made a point which is in for debate, and that's the kind of debates we should be having in this council, because we don't understand it enough. But Michelle Duran-Wood is here to challenge us. And he made a point of rate of return versus interest rates. Now, to some degree, Councillor Wyatt and others might have some concerns about how that's interpreted. I asked Michelle Duran-Wood once again if he could explain his version of the rate of 1.4% rate of return versus a 4.6% interest rate.
Okay. That concludes our time for questions under this delegation. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you, Speaker.
Next, we have Amanda Wolf via Zoom, General Manager of Compost Winnipeg, in support of item 2 of the report of the Standing Policy Committee on Water, Waste and the Environment dated May 31st and is regarding financial incentives for composting. Welcome, Amanda.
Thank you. So I'm the General Manager of Compost Winnipeg, and I want to speak in support of the City of Winnipeg's Compost Support Grant. Of course, you all know that Compost Winnipeg is a social enterprise of the Green Action Centre. So this Compost Support Grant includes providing food waste collection services to 8 community drop-off locations. This provides benefits to the City of Winnipeg and Winnipeg residents in multiple ways. Of course, there's the environmental benefits of diverting food waste from the landfill, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and of course, working towards the city's goals on waste reduction and climate action. But it also, ahead of the Green Cart program that the city plans to roll out in 2030, this will prepare residents for the city's Green Cart program. It will educate residents on what items can be composted. It will engage community members on the benefits of composting. And maybe most importantly, it reduces the financial barriers for more Winnipeggers to access composting services. Compost Winnipeg, we have successfully operated community compost drop-off locations since 2023 in the Daniel McIntyre and St. Matthews area. So we have done this before. It has worked very well. Lots of people are able to drop off their food waste for free, and we haven't had any issues. You know, people might think the bin's gonna be stolen or knocked over or vandalized or something, but we haven't had any issues there. So just wanted to reiterate, the Compost Support Grant is an excellent way to provide access to compost collection services to an increasing number of Winnipeggers ahead of the city's Green Cart residential program in 2030.
Thank you. Councillor Mays.
Thank you for the presentation. And the second half of the doubleheader, of course, comes tomorrow when we deal with the Green Cart proposal that's coming to Water and Waste for the next cycle of council. Thank you for the work you've been doing. Former Councillor Klein, I think, could take some credit for this grant getting started up a few years ago. This is the financial incentive that we've given to Green Action Centre a couple of years. If not today, perhaps tomorrow, if you're coming, the Green Action Centre takes what's picked up to Prairie Green landfill, actually, north of the city, privately operated, as we all know. There's an outdoor pad there. At some point, I think the city, probably come up more tomorrow, the city's going to have to ask the question of, could we possibly use that pad? Could we expand that pad? Is there some way we could pick up curbside in, say, 2028, 2029, and get it out there while we're building a bigger facility here within the city limits? So I don't know what knowledge you have of the size of that pad or potential expansions to that pad, and if you don't have it today, hopefully we'll see it tomorrow at the second half of this doubleheader on Green Cart expansion. But anything you can share with us on the existing outdoor pad at Prairie Green?
Well, I know there was a plan to expand the composting area at Prairie Green, but with so many things going on at Prairie Green, particularly, you know, the search for the missing and murdered Indigenous women, it's complicated on what's happening there, you know, in the next, 1 to 2 to 3 years. So I can't speak to that right now, but perhaps we can get some more information on that.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Next, Councillor Orlico.
Hello there, and I thank you just so much for doing the program. It's something at least we have going, so it's something better than nothing. My question is on the community collection modeling. I actually tried this when I was in my youthful days, and where it really fell apart for me was people just dumping stuff. It needs to be controlled. People come there, drop the wrong stuff there, and just piles up and it gets out of control. How do you see managing that, or how are you managing that?
Well, we have at our 2 drop-off locations that we're operating currently, we have a program, we call it the Bin Caretaker Program, where we give a community member an honorarium to visit the site 3 times a week and take photos, send them back to us, and so we can see how the bin is doing, make sure it's all clean. They even take photos of the contents of the bin to make sure there's not a lot of contamination in there. So we have a community member going regularly to look after the bin. And if there's anything that needs to be done, then Compost Winnipeg will come take care of it, whether the bin is lost or stolen or tipped over or something. But we actually haven't had any incidents of those in our 2 locations that we are operating right now. But I do agree, it does need some management of the bin just to make a successful program.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Amanda, for your presentation, and that concludes our delegations today. We'll now get into reports. Mr. Mayor, the report of the Executive Policy Committee dated June 18th.
Okay, 1 second. All right, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would introduce the report and move adoption of consent items, consent agenda items 1 to 5, 7 to 14. I do know that with 6, I do want to make the referral back to EPC, please.
Thank you. I'll call the question. Councillor Wyatt?
Just out of, not sure why.
Mr. Mayor?
Sorry, I made a mistake. I'd like to pull 13 as well, please.
13, appointment of interim chief administrative officer. Councillor Lukes?
14.
14, workforce management audit plan. Councillor Wyatt?
So the mayor is pulling 6 already, or is that?
Yes.
Okay.
Councillor Wyatt, that was it. Councillor
Yeah, that was
Rollins?
it.
I'd like to pull 2.
Winnipeg Indigenous Accord. Okay. Seeing none. Further, I'll call the question. 1, 3 through 5, 7 through 12. All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried. Mr. Clerk?
Item 2, Winnipeg Indigenous Accord Partner Goals and Progress Report.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, to introduce the item.
Thank you. I'll wait to hear from my colleagues on this Partner Goals and Progress Report. Thank you.
Councillor Rollins.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to acknowledge it was Indigenous History Month, but most folks are focused right on the present. And so what a great month to have the Winnipeg Indigenous Accord Partner Goals and Progress Report on the agenda of Council to recognize the really great work that Accord partners all across the city, Accord partners like Art City, Assiniboine Park Conservancy, Accord partners like Stantec, Taylor McCaffrey, the Northwest Company, Winnipeg Chamber of Commerce, and more. Madam Speaker, all of us are partners in the Accord. And yet, on page 83, the City of Winnipeg is featured there. On page 83, starting on page 83, we have a short list relative to the rest of the sectors that are on the Winnipeg Indigenous Accord Partner Goals and Progress Report. Unfortunately, not all councillors have signed on to the duties that are implied by the Accord, including yourself, Madam Speaker, and many councillors who signed on to the Accord but have not necessarily produced the Accord report. I have offered several times in this chamber to write on behalf of councillors and respond to the Accord report. I see Councillors Brian Mays, Councillor Cindy Gilroy, Councillor Matt Allard, and myself have responded. I see that the Equity Office, Winnipeg Fire Paramedic Service, and Winnipeg Transit responded. But I do not see many of the departments that have, and many councillors that took the moment on the stage and have not then submitted the Accord. So I would like, if we could, Madam Speaker, recommit to the Accord. And I'd like to recommit to the Accord principles and the assigning. In French, Accord means I agree. I agree. It's an agreement that was signed. And so I intend to move a motion with respect to figuring out if there's a check-in with Accord partners. But it is difficult to stand and realize that many of the Accord partners in the chamber here would get those letters to say, perhaps, maybe you intend to put forward more substantive work every second year, like I know Councillor Orlico does, right? So, Madam Speaker, I'm hoping we can reflect on our commitments to the truth and reconciliation, the calls to action, the calls to justice that were incorporated into the Indigenous Accord, and recommit, and for sure, I will make sure that I send a note out to every single councillor to make the offer on writing Accord commitments for folks along with my own. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any further speakers? Councillor Mays.
There was a brief mention at the Abinigie, well, it was not brief. There was a mention at the Abinigie-Mickinaw ceremony last week, but and I just want to flag this for either our interim or our incoming acting CAO. Thank you, John. There's in the queue for park namings, there's an Inuit park naming Tungasugit that was mentioned at that ceremony. We're kind of stalled out on a lot of park namings that pertain to individuals. We'll have to sort that out, but I would just hope the one that's named for the proposal for a park to be named for the Inuit community, hopefully we can move that forward through the CAO's office, whoever that may be. We'll come to that in a few agenda items. And thanks to Councillor Rollins for flagging this item, which we didn't discuss at EPC, so it's good to highlight it here today.
Any further speakers? Councillor Schreier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the spirit of the Winnipeg Indigenous Accord, I'd like to acknowledge that we just had National Indigenous Peoples Day just a few days ago. It was an honor of mine to participate as a citizen, to be there as part of the acknowledgements and celebrations, and to my indulgence and to my joy, myself and my wife Sarah, to go to the album release concert of Indian City, just a few blocks across Portage Avenue at the Blue Note Park, and with Jay Bodner and Spatch and Gabrielle, now the daughter of the founder and lead singer, Vince Fontaine, and Jace Bodner, the son of Jay Bodner, showed up for a cameo that evening. Yes, he's absolutely amazing and getting better. He's only 22 years old. That very evening, Shanine Robinson performed. She came into town, performed with her band, and always a treat for me. And that evening, there was a cameo there as well by yours truly, your fellow city councillor, Ross Eady, who also performed with Shanine's band. These are the days of ritual of acknowledgement. These rituals are reminders. And when we talk about reconciliation, when we talk about accords, well, in my mind, we're talking about some of the most serious challenges that we have in our society, and in a way we've ever had in our society. And one thing that I think rips to the core and breaks my heart, when I hear people, good people, come up to me and say, all my tax increases going towards the Indigenous, when's it going to stop? When's it going to stop? And it is partly a question of values and opinions, but it is partly an issue of facts and realities. And we all, in the spirit of reconciliation, we all deserve a proper accounting in terms of where our tax increases are going. Because some people don't believe me. And so I say to these people, I don't feel like I've got the support of City Hall to back me up when I say that's not where all the greatest increase in your tax increases are going. But Lord knows we need that understanding. Otherwise, it's going to get worse. And I say that in my perception, that's all we have, is our perceptions. I say that in my perception of the meaning of accord, an agreement. Thank you. Miigwech. Ekuse.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Eady.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This year's report, of course, this is such an important reconciliation activity, Madam Speaker. And it is always my my honor, actually, to buy tickets to Keeping the Fires Burning and hearing how the Indigenous people of Manitoba are working towards. They do have their own capacity, and they're building capacity to work with their people, and I think that is a very important expression of what I think our goal should be, is to contribute towards capacity building. And yes, the urban reserve over, and I wish I could, got to practice pronouncing it. I mean, it will provide an ability for the Indigenous peoples to build that capacity as well. And so that is important, despite what I may say about the widening of Kenaston. I just want to make it clear, though, that I'm very supportive of that initiative. But maybe when we look at this going into next year, one of the difficulties I have is reporting the work that the Mynarski office is working towards to assist with reconciliation and to work towards helping Indigenous people build their capacity to serve themselves. But it's very hard. It's almost like a week to week, or it jumps around, but there's no final accomplishment in the work necessarily that goes along. But putting my activities together is very difficult in the face of all the large number of demands upon our councillor offices. But that aside, Madam Speaker, I just want the public to know that the Mynarski office believes wholeheartedly in reconciliation, bringing land back to Indigenous people, even in the urban setting. And our office has helped to accomplish that along with council. And that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eadie. Any further speakers? Thank you. No further speakers? Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Appreciate the comments of colleagues. I just do want to highlight last year in 2023, at the recommendation really of the Indigenous Relations Division, a bit of a change happened. Traditionally, the accord ceremony has really been held in June, often to coincide with National Indigenous Peoples Day, but this year, or 2023 I should say, it was held at the end of November. And it was a really great event at the Manitoba, or the Canadian Human Rights Museum, where I think it was close to 250 Accord partners, I think the report indicates, attended. There was a whole day of events. It was and dialogue, and I think there was about 15 to 16 new Accord partners that signed on. So, so that certainly was one of the several highlights of this past 12 months. Always more work to do. I know together we as a council need to be doing more work related to Welcome Winnipeg. I had an initial meeting with Welcome Winnipeg a committee not that long ago, and so we'll be bringing some items forward to just not necessarily into this chamber immediately, but to discuss with councillors about how we can better work together, have better understanding, and move toward at some point an initial probably dialogue with Welcome Winnipeg committee members. I think that's very important between Welcome Winnipeg and City Council. So a lot of good work has been done. A lot of great work, a lot of good work needs to continue on. And so I want to thank everyone who's participated. And you can call the question on this report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree. I'm very proud of the meaningful work that each ward has been doing and the collective work as a council. And your letter, Mr. Mayor, noted the 150th anniversary and how this work is more important than ever. So with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Next item, Mr. Clerk. Okay. Yes, seeing the hour, we shall now adjourn and reconvene at 1 o'clock, please. Mr. Mayor?
I was wondering if we can, is there any chance we can move through the next couple of items before lunch?
Yeah. Maybe let's take the next item for sure.
Okay.
Mr. Clerk? Thank you, Councillor Schreier. All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried. Mr. Clerk?
Item 6, proposed grant intake and review process.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. We do need to do granting intake process, but I would like to refer this item back to the Executive Policy Committee, please, for further discussion, including looking at ways to maintain the overall funding levels for the community grants. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll call the question. All in favor? Contrary? That's carried. Okay. Item 13.
Item 13, appointment of interim chief administrative officer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do want to take the opportunity here on the floor of Council to thank Mr. Michael Jack for his years of service, not only as CAO, but his over 20 years, 24 years of work for the people of Winnipeg in various capacities and various roles within his time of employment at the City of Winnipeg. So thank him for his work. I appreciate the work, too, that our acting CAO, Ms. Maura Gear, is providing for us. What is before us here is a motion that Sherwood Armbruster be appointed interim Chief Administrative Officer for the City of Winnipeg, effective today, until such time as the Chief Administrative Officer position has been appointed by Council. I don't think Mr. Armbruster is a stranger to anyone in this chamber. He's had, I think, about 12 years, if I've got that by memory, at the City of Winnipeg in various roles, specifically in the Clerk's Department, and really has been overseeing special projects, specifically the planning for, conducting, executing on the municipal elections, which is a large responsibility with layers of complexity to it, involving thousands, literally thousands of people, and he does it with excellence. So before that, he spent time, I know, in a former mayor's office, I think in Mayor Cates' office, and then before that spent some time, or it's maybe in between that time, spent some time as the interim CAO of Siloam Mission at a time when there was, a bit of instability at that time, and so his work as interim CAO was instrumental in kind of steadying the ship there and making sure that organization could transition well. So I have full confidence in Sherwood Armbruster's ability to serve us really well and serve the people of Winnipeg well, serve our staff well, and serve Council well also in an interim capacity as CAO. So that is the motion, and I'm asking for unanimous support on this.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With that, I'll call the question. Seeing no hands, all in favor? Aye. Contrary? That's carried. Item 14, Mr. Clerk.
Item 14, workforce management audit report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, through you, though the auditor and his team are not here today, I do want to thank them for this very comprehensive report. Just suffice it to say, it gives us an opportunity to see where things are going well, what things have begun, and all the work that really needs to be done. And the work that needs to be done will be very important for, I would even say, our interim CAO to begin some of the processes, and then certainly for our new, whenever that individual comes into place, that new CAO. This is really, in many ways, a roadmap of some of the priority work that really has got to be done. We have about 10,000 FTEs in total. I think there's about 8,500 people that are employed with the City of Winnipeg right now, providing citizens the services that they depend upon. We have to ensure that those workers are delivering the services in the best manner possible with excellence and efficiency. And to do that, we really need to ensure that all employees have regular formalized job reviews as a starting point and performance reviews. A performance review and a job review is also a great opportunity, key opportunity to identify those employees who are ready to excel, ready for opportunities to be promoted, to go to the next level. And so there's several advantages of a performance review. But at the end of the day, there's the report that is before us here, the workforce management audit, really shows significant areas for improvement that must be addressed. And so I look forward to this being a working document, really, for our next senior leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Further speakers? Councillor Lukes, followed by Councillor Eady.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the audit team for pulling together this report and for working with the various departments on it. I know a lot of the issues and departments they worked were with the HR department that fell under the CAO. It's a $980 million machine that we have to deliver services. I'm sure you've heard this story before. I grew up on a farm. When the sun shines and the wheat's ready, that combine has to be working. So and I know for a fact, we all encounter challenges and we all encounter great success in the work that we do and when we're trying to deliver projects or policies. But if the machine is not working, we cannot possibly deliver on our strategic action plan, on the services that we commit to, on the services that we tax the citizens of Winnipeg on. So I found this report horrifically damning of the operations of this organization, and I will be committed to, as long as I'm here, and for many of you that may not know, I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying in the city. I will be very committed to ensuring that this machine operates in an optimum capacity, because we all know there's a lot of challenges. We all know we've got some great stars here, but if we can read the report, we know that this is very very informative report that tells us we have a lot of work to do. So I look forward to working with the interim CAO, and I really am optimistic more than ever before in my time here on the future for the city.
Thank you. Councillor Eady.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I rise. I'm going to be, of course, voting for the report. The Auditor's Office did a long, extensive audit of workforce practices and so on through this. And I'm hearing about, the over $900 million machine. But sometimes, you have to look at the size of what that operation is and all the different services that it provides, Madam Speaker. And if you look at, you say 8,500, 10,000 with the police service, I believe, is what it is, or somewhere around there, whatever, and some out of scope or whatever. Madam Speaker, this city has grown immensely since the 1990s. Immensely. Back then, we had more employees, and it wasn't over $900 million machine. But over time, Madam Speaker, I just would like to point out that there was some indications of what people would call failures, or kind of redirection of money to do, bring in external consultants to consider problems. And make no mistake, in a corporation this size, various departments, divisions, or branches will have times where there are very difficult and some stuff could be morale or whatever it is, Madam Speaker. But I want to bring something to the attention to my council colleagues. Maybe Councillor Wyatt might remember a lot of this because he was heavily involved back then. Anyway, Madam Speaker, and I know that others worked at City Hall back in the 90s. And one thing that people don't recognize, Clive Whiteman recognized it one day at Community Services. They're trying to deliver what people were quite concerned about. We're cutting grants to community organizations, delivering stuff. But also Mr. Whiteman was in charge of the public service delivering various recreation, leisure services. Now, In our budgets, we've increased some leisure stuff and that and other stuff we were proposing cutting. However, Madam Speaker, we were asking for reports. And Mr. Whiteman said, I could get this report back to you in 60 or 90 days. But the problem is, it's my middle managers who are the ones who write the reports. And he explained to us that he does not have the capacity to bring forth reports because middle management's continuously cut since the 1990s. And I remember when they got rid of a whole bunch, just around the same time we were saying, oh, it's pleasant, the mayor at the time, I'm going to give you a tax cut, we're not raising your property taxes, then you get the next mayor, we're not raising your property taxes, what we're doing is, you know, sometimes people think we'll cut middle managers, and so I see middle managers are leaders, they work their way to the top. No director can do every employee's review. You know, we should look at our corporate human resource department and their ability to accomplish and make sure things are being done that council and governance has asked them to do, Madam Speaker. But I just want people to understand that a lot of this stuff in here, some of those problems are directly related to the decisions we made. Vacancy management. That causes overtime, Madam Speaker. We depend on that because with vacancy management, we don't have to raise property taxes. So I just want to point that out to people. That's kind of the situation. The demands that we put on, for example, the clerk's department. I'm going to speak about that, Madam Speaker, because over the years, they're producing like you wouldn't believe, Madam Speaker. They're here in the room. I'm going to say thank you for the dedicated service. But that clerk's department used to do way more, used to have way more people to be able to deliver services. And, you know, if you put too much strain on our human resources, because there isn't enough, what happens is you have problems, Madam Speaker. So people, you need to understand that. So yeah, that's a big number, over 900 million. It's a machine, and that machine is made up of different service parts and so on. I don't know how many people GM employees or car companies or whatever employ in Canada, but you know, it's the same size machine. And they always have problems too, Madam Speaker. Look at Boeing. Look at Boeing with all the thousands of employees they have. They're having some problems, right? Because they made some bad budget decisions. So let's take a little bit of responsibility on this for ourselves as well, please. There are a number of things that need to do, but again, I'll just point out, you know, we need to make sure that our departments, divisions, branches have what they need to do the expected job. We don't have enough people doing the expected job in taking care of our mowing, taking care of those spaces. We just don't. Because this city has grown so much. We still have the same, pretty well the same equipment and the same number of people working to accomplish that as we did before I was elected in 2010. Like, you know, there's so much efficiencies you can find. Anyway, I just, it was a very interesting report to read, and some of the things that were in there, I know I worked in the not-for-profit. I was basically the accountant financial manager for an organization. And again, I'll just point out that we didn't have a lot of people to get things done. So things like tracking overtime or whatever for every individual employee, for example. I mean, there's a system there. You can make it good, what the date is, but if If you don't have enough people to get it done, how do you expect them to get it done?
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Schreier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you for indulging Michelle Duran-Wood to speak about flat Earth when creating an analogy regarding infrastructure costs. In this case, Madam Speaker, a little story, a little analogy. Someone's looking for their car keys, and they're under a street lamp, and they're looking for their car keys, and their friend goes by. So you're looking for your car keys? Yeah, I can't find my car keys. So they're here under the street lamp then. You're looking here. Goes, no, I don't think they're here, but it's the only place where there's light to look for my car keys, so that's why I'm looking here. So, Madam Speaker, it's just a joke, but there is truth to humor, Madam Speaker. I'm going to be supporting this. Madam Speaker, it's important. We'll learn something by having a workforce management audit report and to look for efficiencies, Madam Speaker. And when you look for efficiencies, you don't always know what you're going to discover and what our capabilities are, how we can do better. But Madam Speaker, if we are serious about looking for efficiencies with our budget, which is our job, every day is budget day as far as I'm concerned. Well, let's answer ourselves a couple of questions. One, I won't understand. I won't be able to pretend I understand the budget if I don't get these answers. So I just got to put it out there. I don't think I can understand it if I don't get these answers. So I don't know how anybody else can understand it if they don't get these answers. If they can understand it without getting these answers, then they can explain it to me and explain in public, like in this council chamber. So here's one as an example. Since we're looking for efficiencies, Madam Speaker, what is the rate of decrease as a proportion of the city budget? What is the rate of decrease of workers' wages on the city budget? Because we need to know that workers' wages are a smaller and smaller piece of the city budget. If we can't grasp that and grapple with that and give out some simple statistics to give us sort of an indication of where we're going, on that one alone, to what degree are wages, city workers' wages, decreasing? It's kind of a simple question. And I think we deserve an answer to that because we're accountable. And we've done something worthwhile. We have the Workforce Management Audit Report. So this is the great time when it took sort of a general overview. There's a lot of nuance, and different councillors and different people of the administration will have their abilities in terms of doing their part, making use of the nuance of the stuff. But in terms of general statistics, so that all voters know, and we know, because every day is budget day, what is the rate of decrease as a proportion of the budget of workers' wages? Because we know it's a smaller part of the budget every year. I would hate to give people the impression that CUPE workers their proportion of the budget's increasing. Somehow it's increasing. No, it's not. And I think we all better know that. Can you imagine not knowing that and being a city councillor? We got to know. But let's face it, that's why we have the Workforce Management Audit Report. So we can know these things. We can look for efficiencies. And we can look where we've already had these efficiencies. Because, as it's been mentioned by Councillor Eadie and others, we've been reducing our administrative costs, in a sense. We've been reducing operations. We've been reducing jobs for decades. So what's going on? We need to know that our obligation to look for efficiencies is not just in what we're referring to as the operational budget. Can you imagine that? That's like looking for your car keys under a street lamp just because that's the only place there's light. Well, it's our job to shine light wherever the inefficiencies are. And it's our job and nobody else's. It's ours. And if it isn't our job to shine light and where the inefficiencies are on our budget, then I got to ask the question, we can all answer it, whose job is it? It's all very well that we're going to have a workforce management audit report. It is very well. But I don't believe for a moment that this is going to be the solution to our budgetary problems. After all, once again, year after year, we are increasing every tax, fine, fee, levy, and rate, reducing some operations, yet somehow magically, we increase every tax, fine, fee, levy, and rate, and selling more debentures, and we've got more problems with over expenditure than ever before since I've been elected. And I don't know what to compare this to. So it's all very well, and it is very well, that we have a workforce management audit report. I'm not going to pretend for a moment this is sufficient, as much as I support it. Why would I? I think we have to shine the light on our entire budget. That's our job. And if it isn't ours, then whose is it? It's ours.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Mayor?
You can call the question, please, Madam Speaker.
I'll call the question. All in favor? Contrary? That's carried. Okay. Now we'll adjourn the meeting and reconvene at 1:30. 1:30. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'd like to reconvene our council meeting of June 27th, 2024. We're on the report of the Executive Policy Committee, the addendum report from June 26th. I'd like a suspension of the rules. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would move suspension, that the rule be suspended, and that the report of the Executive Policy Committee dated June 26, 2024 be considered.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? That's carried. Mr. Clerk?
Item 1, shareholder approval of a further extension of up to 90 days to the option to purchase agreement for the Portage Place Mall asset by North Portage Development Corporation to True North Real Estate Development Limited.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would move that item number 1 be adopted.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? That's carried. Okay, we now have a notice of motion under EPC from last month's council meeting. It's moved by Councillor Wyatt and seconded by Councillor Schreier. It's regarding the addition of community committees to the Winnipeg Charter. It's published on your agendas here. Councillor Wyatt?
Madam Speaker, I'd like to move referral of this matter to governance.
Okay. And that's indeed what the motion says?
Yeah,
I
that's
can
what the
call-
motion says,
okay,
yeah.
I can call the question. All in favor? Contrary? That's carried. Okay, we now have motion 1, moved by Councillor Gilroy and seconded by Councillor Eadie. It's regarding tri-level agreement with the federal and provincial governments for downtown revitalization. Councillor Gilroy, you wish to withdraw? Yes. Withdraw motion 1 and replace it with motion 3? Okay, and the concurrence of Councillor Eadie, your seconder for the withdrawing motion 1?
Concur that it's the neighborhoods outside of downtown.
Okay, all in favor? Contrary, carried. Now, motion 3. That's a replacement motion, and it'll be an automatic referral to the standing committee. Okay, we have motion 4, moved by Councillor Gilroy, seconded by Councillor Allard, and it's regarding council seminars and the ability to participate remotely. That will be a automatic referral to the standing committee, to Executive Policy Committee. Okay, we'll now move on to bylaws. Just the one bylaw, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the following bylaw be read a first time, bylaw number 80, 2024.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary, carried.
Bylaw number 80 of 2024.
Madam Speaker, I move that bylaw number 80, 2024 be read a second time.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary, carried.
Bylaw number 80 of 2024.
I move that the rule be suspended and bylaw number 80, 2024 be read a third time and that the same be passed in order to be signed and sealed.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary, carried. We'll now have question period for the mayor. Any questions? Councillor Wyatt.
Your Worship, whenever we've been challenged in the courts with pertaining to public hearing-related items, land use items, the courts are very reluctant to overturn in terms of content, but they have in the past overturned our decisions over process or specifically us not following process as outlined in the charter and elsewhere. Back in November, I think it was November 23rd council meeting, council moved an amendment to the HAF requiring the council be the hearing body
Question,
for
Councillor
all
Wyatt.
items related to the HAF. Recently, we had a hearing that was related to the HAF, but it was at property development. Has the mayor, would the mayor like to have the opportunity to look into that matter further to ensure that we are on safe legal ground so that we're not going to be in a situation where the work being done thus far could be overturned in a court decision. So to give you an opportunity to look into this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the council for the question. Yeah, certainly we'll look into it further, and thank you. I want to thank the council for the question.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, next committee is the Standing Policy Committee on Community Services. Councillor Duncan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to introduce the report and move adoption of consent agenda items 1 and 2.
Madam Speaker, number 2, please.
Okay, number 2 has been pulled, CIGP grant program. Okay, I'll call the question on 1. All in favor? Contrary, carried. Item 2, Mr. Clerk.
Item 2, Community Incentive Grant Program and Bylaw.
Thank you. Councillor Duncan to introduce the item.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll wait to hear from my colleague and committee member.
Thank you. Councillor Edie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in favor of the Executive Policy Committee's amended CIGP program documents. And I just wanted to rise and speak to it in terms of some of our colleagues pointed out some issues, in particular Councillor Wyatt. And upon review and considering it in what I thought was a good meeting with the Public Service and members of the Community Services Committee, and I appreciate the two, well, there were other proposed amendments, but two very important ones did come through. One was the length of time in order to exercise and claim dollars for whatever project they're applying for, up to 5 years. I think that's important because it's been my experience that, and communicating with our CIGP program public servant, delivery public servant, you know, not-for-profit agencies often have a very hard time, and CIGP from the City of Winnipeg is only one source of money to try to do something. Most of these projects are high value, costs to do it. I know, for example, Madam Speaker, we contributed to the Merchants Corner change after it being the Merchants Hotel. There was a big development there. Was able to save up money in the CIGP account, and we gave the maximum amount of contribution to it, even though like it was a minuscule amount, but nevertheless, Madam Speaker, very important. But that project in itself, it took, what is it, well, by the time it was finished, it was about 4 or 5 years, Madam Speaker. So, because they had to put together money and there's all kinds of other problems. So, very important, Madam Speaker. And then essentially, the other one, it's just I think a housekeeping matter in that, often a CIGP could go through, but councillors are always working with many groups in the ward who, and in particular the Mynarski ward, there's a lot of demand and need for this kind of thing, is contributions to try to help construct stuff that actually help and work for people, and often they're providing services to the people that we, the city, are not doing. And some of those services shouldn't be what city delivers, but we need to support it because our neighborhoods can implode. We have to worry about it. We have a lot of discussion about downtown, and there is already a lot of money going through, and in the future, there's a lot more money going into it. We just gave 90 days to a private corporation to buy Forks North Portage, but there'll be a huge investment there, Madam Speaker. But, and I believe my other councillors, it's CIGP, especially in inner city, there's a huge demand. We gave a lot of CIGP to Gunniganichuk, for example. They found other sources. It took them a number of years to get it together, but they have a magnificent facility that Councillor Santos spent a lot of time assisting in, and we all, a number of us chipped in. So I just wanted to thank EPC for making those amendments, because I've seen things go differently, and there's a good effort there to work with all the council members. So I appreciate it, and I just wanted to express that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mays.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, for once, I have nothing but positive things to say here. This is very good, and thanks, John. This is very good collaboration, I think, between the councillors, the mayor's office. I don't think this was in the mayor's platform. I know the increase in the prep money was, but in any event, it certainly was in the strategic planning exercise. This came through loud and clear, and here we are. It was reflected in the budget, so it benefits all wards. There's a provision that says if they haven't used it in the past 5 years, it returns to your ward, so you don't forfeit money, so that's a good provision. We can use this in our own wards and other wards. So yeah, it's a community-based fund. It's important. It gives discretion to the elected people on what they want to prioritize within the boundaries, and sometimes we waive those criteria. So no, I think this is a good day for council and a good day for each councillor. Plus, this opens up the $60,000 we got for last year. Thank you, Catherine Klepfer, for reassigning that. So we each are, as I make it, in line for about $120,000 as of the passage of this. So that's important, I think, for a lot of wards. So, and it's going to be in place, it appears, for the next couple of years, 3 years. So I think all of that's good news day for council, and it's important in all wards. I do remember the staff claiming, oh, well, we don't really need this because one of the councillors who departed had left $300,000, and before anyone could say anything, Mike Paxcan saying, you know what I've left unspent? You know what I've left unspent? $0. That's why we need this thing, which pretty much ended the debate right then and there. So in honor of Councillor Paxcan, and also thanks, I hope we get Monica Cowell from the Civil Service back on this, calling us saying, you've only given me 48 hours to get this ready. And you say, can you try? And you know she's going to get it done. She sort of grumbles, and then she gets it done in time for your community committee meeting. So this system's actually worked very well, I think, over the years. So pleased to see us breathe some life back into it. And each ward council will be able to allocate as they see fit. So I think it's a good day and a good reflection of cooperation between the council and the mayor's office. So I'll certainly be supporting.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Seeing none, Councillor Duncan to close.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just to thank the committee on this, Councillors Eadie, Santos, and Councillor Wyatt as well for bringing these forward. A productive meeting, as Councillor Eadie had indicated, with the public service, and to know that our groups are going to have a little bit more time to get the funds together that would be required for some of these projects, and that councillors will be involved in the process as these are selected. And with that, I'll move for adoption.
I'll call the question. All in favor? Contrary? That's carried. Now on to bylaws under community services.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move that bylaw number 71, 2024 be read a first time.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried.
Bylaw number 71 of 2024.
Councillor Duncan.
Thank you. I'd like to move that bylaw number 71, 2024 be read a second time.
All in favor? Aye. Contrary? Carried.
I'd like to
By-
move, sorry.
Bylaw number 71 of 2024.
Councillor Duncan.
Thank you. I'd like to move that the rule be suspended and that bylaw number 71, 2024 be read a third time and that the same be passed and ordered to be signed and sealed.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried. We'll now have question period under this committee. Any questions for our chair? Okay. Next committee is the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works. Councillor Lukes on the report.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to move items 1 to 4, consent agenda.
Okay, number 1 does have an amending motion.
Oh, yes, sorry. Number 1 has an amending motion.
Councillor Schreier, 3, establishing City of Winnipeg asphalting capacity. Number 2, preliminary design study, Taylor Avenue to Ness Avenue. Councillor Eady? Councillor Eady, you had your hand up?
I thought you caught it. I was saying report number 2. But
2 has been stood down, yes,
Yeah.
thank you. Okay, I'll call the question on just 4. All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried. Item 1, Mr. Clerk.
Item 1, Primary Transit Network Service Implementation Plan.
Thank you. Councillor Lukes to introduce the item and the amending motion.
Sure. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce the final version of the primary transit network. I think other than switching from cable cars to transit buses, this is the most significant change our transit network is undergoing in Winnipeg's history. So I look forward to listening to everyone and what they have to say about it. I will introduce also the amending motion. Transit staff had some text errors in Appendix B. Councillor Eady's and others in the accessibility community brought to my attention they really require the text descriptions. So transit between the Public Works Committee and EPC, between that time frame, transit staff reviewed each of the individual route maps, the text, and they corrected any text errors. And I'd like to add the corrected Appendix B to today's agenda. Now, it is 142 pages. The practice is to print off the amending document and give a copy to each councillor, but I don't want to print off 142 pages and give them to all the councillors. So there is a hard copy here if you want to see text or if you have questions. But it was just a few text word changes. It wasn't any route changes, just to be clear. It was text changes. So.
Thank you, Councillor Lukes. Next is Councillor Berwadi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I hope you'll indulge me and Council will indulge me for a moment here. I'm going to actually combine my comments on both reports 1 and 2, and I will do it well under 10 minutes. We need to invest and plan.
Councillor Berwadi, the report in front of us, please.
We need to invest and plan for growth, Madam Speaker. This is for the growth of our city and for economic growth. I'm going to quote, not a long back historian, but our current premier. One of my fundamental beliefs is that the economic engine pulls the social cart. This is how we pay for social programs, whether it's a brand new transit route network, blowing up our transit map, or investing in trade infrastructure like Kennison Boulevard and Chief Peguis Trail. This is how we pay for healthcare. This is how we pay for playgrounds and bike paths and arts groups and arts funding. We do it because people take the bus to go to work. They take the bus to create economic activity in our city. It's the economy and people working, producing goods that drive the standard of living to create the things we want to and enjoy in our city. It's about bus manufacturing, aircraft parts, farm equipment, HVAC systems, furniture manufacturing. That's how we pay the bills. We need a growing, improving transit system, and we need a robust arterial roadway network. Both projects will grow our economy, improve our economy, our well-being, and improve the prosperity of all Winnipeggers. This is why we're elected in my mind. It's not about picking the color of an awning of a new pizza restaurant in Transcona. It's about, sorry, that's not the current councillor. My apologies, Councillor Wyatt. It's about growing our economy, growing the infrastructure to allow the private sector to prosper, to create wealth, and to improve the standards of all Winnipeggers. I'd like to thank the folks at Transit. This is exciting. My entire life, the route network has been what it is. There's been only minor tweaks over this time, plus the construction of one rapid transit line. I'm usually a driver, yes, but this is creating some really neat opportunities in terms of getting around the city, even from my neighborhood of North Kildonan. Frequent transit up to North Kildonan, way down Gateway Road. Crazy. Never thought I'd see it in my lifetime. But Transit's figured it out. They've modeled it. This is a big change. We're going to get a lot of calls next summer. People are to be upset. The number 18 bus that goes from the Riverbend portion of my ward goes through downtown and goes to Corridon. There's probably half a dozen people that get on the bus at the beginning and go all the way down to Corridon. They're going to have to change buses now. But on the whole, this is a much better route network. This is going to make a lot of sense. There's going to be probably some growing pains. There's probably going to be some changes. I'm hoping during the budget process we find the means to make sure that we find a little bit of extra room to, next summer, have the capacity to add a few extra buses here or there and move things around. When we moved to the Blue Line, I know we pulled back maybe a little too hard on the 60 route down Pembina Highway. So we did have to make some adjustments after the Blue Line was introduced initially on Phase 2 of Rapid Transit. So again, I'm only going to comment once on these two reports. Very exciting. This is why I think we're all here. Congratulations to the staff for getting us here.
Thank you, Councillor Brawadi. Any further speakers? Councillor Gilroy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do want to thank the administration for all their hard work. I know that this has been many years in the making to get us where we're here today. I was one of the councillors that was trying to get, when we were first starting on this, trying to get somebody in, I think it was maybe Councillor Lukes remembers the name of the gentleman from Texas that came to try to explain how this would all work. And so very honored to be a part of this from its inception and very glad to see us here today. I was a little disappointed, Madam Speaker, that there wasn't a better look at the route going into Wolseley. We heard from many residents about the concern with the transit line going down the Greenway, the new Greenway that's going to be happening. There's going to be many different changes with the Greenway coming. There's going to be some changes around the look and feel of the Greenway. It won't be the same road that we are used to now on Wolseley. It's really going to shift and change traffic. So residents were really concerned regarding that, and I still share their concern. However, I do believe that this overall plan for the city is something that's going to be valuable, and I do believe that this is a big piece of city building that we're doing here. One of the largest transit projects, for a while. I think it's since 1970s. I can't remember the date, but it's going to be a big project, and I know that this is going to be something that's going to be making sure that all residents can get around Winnipeg. So I really do support this work. I want to thank the administration for all their hard work and eager to support. Disappointed that I couldn't get the changes that I wanted for my ward, but overall this is going to be a very positive thing for the city of Winnipeg. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Gilroy. Mr. Mayor, followed by Councillor Eadie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to echo what my colleagues have said in many ways so far. This is a very exciting project. It's a very exciting plan. I will note as well, when we often talk about things that seem to be delayed and don't come on time, this primary transit network and the implementation of this first real significant phase We have moved up a year at least. So we are moving this ahead, and that's a credit, I think, to, frankly, the work of council, and certainly a credit to our transit team and our public engagement team, everyone who's been involved in the work that it has taken to get us to a target where we're looking to really flip this switch for June 29th, 2025. It will be transformative, and as you know, has often been said, as our city continues to grow, we need a modern transit service for a growing and modern city. And so we're looking at significant changes to routes. Yes, communications will be critical here. I do see there's a note that the communications team will be developing a comprehensive marketing and communications plan. That will be necessary. As Councillor Brawadi notes, I don't think it's going to prevent riders in our respective parts of town from contacting the local councillor, as they should, to help understand the changes and to maybe talk about how they're impacted by changes. But ultimately, this will improve transit service. And what we are trying to do in this city is work towards always improving service levels. This will produce a transit service that is more predictable, more reliable, more frequent, and that is really what is needed. So kudos to everyone who's been involved so far. My final comments, I would say, is I do want to acknowledge the contributions of the federal and provincial governments. We don't always do that. In this case, I think it's important. This is work that is only possible because the federal government and the provincial governments, along with the City of Winnipeg, have dedicated dollars and resources to make this happen. And so the capital funding for the network transition is funded through the Investing in Canada infrastructure plan. We often talk, I often talk, and others do as well around this chamber, about the North End plant. A wastewater treatment plant is being funded by that ISIP fund, and we talk about that. But this transit network plan is also funded through that same envelope of funding. And so I want to acknowledge the contribution levels today of our senior levels of government. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next is Councillor Eadie, followed by Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I'm obviously in favor of the amendment, and I am in favor of the primary network that's changing our transit system in it's quite a big change, Madam Speaker. I just first will speak to, it's not just about accessibility. It is important for accessibility to have a text description of the routes. And now that it's all cleaned up, when they go to put out the route pamphlets, because we're going to have to educate the public on this, the text is already written, Madam Speaker. But not only that, when we create something, a network or an area or a complete community's map, or, you know, when they change the city's boundaries, we don't just get an image of where the ward is, we actually get a text description of the boundary. So it's very clear in both text and visually. Sometimes visually you can, you could make a slight error, whatever it is, Madam Speaker. In hindsight, I know the public service put a lot of work together, and Councillor Rowlands made sure that I did get a verbal description of text related to the various areas and what the rapid zoning bylaw change, what that's going to affect, which area. But, in hindsight, I should have demanded at the time a text description of the boundaries of these areas so that it's defined, and then, if subsequent things are happening, I just have to go quickly over and look at it, and it's defined in text as well, which makes it clear to everybody as well, because images don't work for even everybody who can see, for that matter. The text gives you a better design. So I appreciate the chairperson, and I know EPC is quite supportive of this, to have that text of the routes, and then the next challenge will be, we need every stop named on the routes and everything like that, and I need to be able to get them and find out the name of whatever stops are along the route, because when I'm planning a trip I do it a different way. I don't use the trip planner because it's not accessible, Madam Speaker, on the Transit's website. I don't know what it is, but sometimes technology, they're not really putting in a lot of thought to what persons with various kinds of disabilities require, because it's not just people who are blind who could use text descriptions. There's other cognitive type disabilities that would cause that problem. But anyway, just speaking into the route, about the route, what I'm hoping to see coming out of Public Works as we move down the line, I know that transit, I've been told transit, and when we voted on the master plan, I got the amendment in there, and everybody who was on council at the time, the previous council term, we all agreed, you all voted for it, in where we look at a better snow clearing at intersections and at stops because of the need to transfer a lot. And it will be very important that it's safe for people moving across the intersections and so on. And we are a winter city, Madam Speaker, so frequent transit networks are being done in other cities. Most notable, I heard about Houston. Well, does it snow in Houston? Well, I think it snowed once, right? Anyway, so the point is simply I'm hoping to see more detail as this thing moves along about are we ready to progress? Because what is it, fall of 25? That's moving it up way far ahead. I would really, again, just saying I'd like to know, we need to know what is that better snow clearing service, figuring out who's paying for it, because snow clearing around bus stops, it's not exactly an easy thing. You can't just raise your blade and slide through because that's caused problems in the past. That's happened on Main Street, and then I end up sliding underneath a bus. That happened to me once at Seven Oaks in Maine. So we got to clear a better way for people and make it more convenient to use, because the more convenient the system is, the more people who use it. That's why the frequency is important. I just wanted to make one note, though. I'm kind of disappointed in feeder, in one aspect of the feeder routes in my ward, and they go all the way out to your ward, Madam Speaker. It'll be great to actually have a bus service down Jefferson that will allow people from the Maples to go to the library at West Kildonan on Jefferson and Powers, which is their library right now. And for people who are in my ward, they'll be able to get on one bus, go up, and they'll be able to go to their indoor swimming pool called the Seven Oaks Swimming Pool. That's my pool. I live on Scotia. That's my pool. So easier to get down there, just as an example. But I don't see the need, like in a feeder, there's a problem with the Jefferson and Inkster in that they said there's efficiency, and they say they won't provide a loop on the Jefferson one that goes down Matheson, Scotia, come up Hartford, come around, loop around, go back down Jefferson. It goes through the neighborhood once, but that's one opportunity for somebody to take a bus who lives way down on Scotia. It's quite a distance if you take Maine to Smithfield, from Maine to Scotia. It's just as far as it is on Lansdowne to the Scotia. So they're providing a double loop in the Luxton neighborhood, who does need that bus service, but it only needs to loop through once. It doesn't have to have one going back the other way. So I'm really disturbed that nobody wanted to listen to me on this, and supposedly there will be consultation. But the thing is, once you provide a double loop through Luxton, you're going to be cutting a service if you only loop it through once, so that you can provide a loop over into the Seven Oaks neighborhood that's also east of Maine. That's about all I have to say. And I heard a discussion at Public Works, the education plan, getting people to know how to use the new system is very important. And like I say, you got the text-based, the pamphlets could be ready. I'd like to think of myself as there was a lot of discussion about experts. I am an expert in taking the bus, Madam Speaker. I am. I've been taking a bus since I was 11 years old by myself around this city, all over the city, not just in my part of town, all over the city, Madam Speaker. And I can say, well, it will be a bit of a pain to transfer, but you won't have to wait long. I know right now if I transfer onto a 77 Cathedral bus, which will become the Inkster bus, if I get off at Main Street and I transfer to that bus, I could wait 25 minutes before the next bus comes. You won't have to wait that long anymore, or even 35 minutes, 45 minutes. So thank you. Again, I'm voting for it, and thanks for the amendment, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, Councillor Eady. Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm really excited to be sitting on the committee that worked on this, the Public Works Committee, and thank you to Councillor Lukes for her leadership on this. You know, the change to the feeder and spine network is transformational for the city and for transit. And it's something that will inevitably have growing pains. But, you know, I want to give a shout out to, you know, the whole transit team, but specifically Kevin Sturgeon and Bjorn Radstrom, who took the time to meet with me as the city councillor and for the area, and you know, make those fine tweaks and adjustments based on the consultations that we had and the feedback that was received from residents. They made the minor tweaks that made it more amenable for the residents in my ward. So I really appreciate the work that they've done, the listening that they did, and you know, applied, you know, their engineering and their scheduling to make it work for everybody. You know, it talks about increased efficiency to most service destinations, which include downtown and the University of Manitoba. There's going to be less pass-ups as a result, more frequency of buses. You know, there are transfers that will occur at points throughout the route. But as kids from South St. Vital are going to schools like Dakota and Glen Lawn, there'll be more frequency to get them to school on time. So that's something I'm very excited about, and I know the families in my ward will be excited about. And you know, in terms of the long-term vision of the transit master plan, 10, 15, 20 years from now, you'll be able to take a bus from southeast Winnipeg, from deep in South St. Vital, and get all the way to the Winnipeg International Airport. And that's something, again, currently doesn't exist. You would have to take multiple transfers. But as our city grows and as the needs of our city grows, these are one of the long-term visions of transit as we you know, emerge from our homes all the way to the airport for international or national trips. So again, this is exciting times for transit, exciting times for public works, and as I said, we'll have some growing pains, but I'm sure Winnipeggers will be able to adjust. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Wyatt.
Madam Speaker, I supported this in the Standing Committee. I'm on the Standing Committee. To get an amendment moved, which I achieved, which was to require the administration to work with members of council in terms of consultation in November in the fall. But I will not be voting for this. I've been on this council nearly 18 years, and I think I got pretty good political antennae. And this, to me, is like an approaching train wreck coming down the track. Let me step back for a minute and give you high level. No future rapid transit plan in terms of timing and implementation, whether it be dedicated BRT corridors nor LRT. Cities of our size start planning and building light rail. No increase in the size of the bus fleet, even though we know frequency is the key, especially if you're now building a system based on transfers, which now the vast majority of riders are going to have to make. No communication. What we heard in the Standing Committee was this is news. Now, whether you like it or not, unfortunately, everybody is very busy in their day-to-day lives, but the transit system chose not to buy any ads regarding their rollout of their communication in the spring, nor did they clearly communicate in the ads they made. Come see the transit master plan. Well, what does that mean? No, they should have said, your route is going to change. Come to the open house. Right? It's called clarity, right? You can't separate from Canada unless it's clear. You got a clear question. Same thing when it comes to our transit system. If you had put that there for the residents, my route is going to change. There would have been hundreds at the open houses at each one around the city, but nobody realizes their route's about to change. No independent SWOT analysis. The department was not interested. And I made it very clear in the committee. I asked this question very clearly. No independent strengths and weaknesses analysis. They're going by their own analysis. Typically, when you do a massive change like this, the greatest change with our transit system since 1955, when the last trolley bus rolled off the city lines, you would think, to hire an outside consultant, and there's many of them, by the way, in this country who are very good in this, to do an independent SWOT analysis. None of the new infrastructure that we're getting from the province and the feds is going to be in place in time for this, 2 years after the fact. So that means you won't even have a place to stand, never mind a shelter. Some places you'll have shelters. Most of them won't be heated. That comes later. No plan, in other words, without going to the province, asking for them to live up to the 50-50 formula. No new expansion to the fleet, which means that buses will be just as jammed as they are now. And no plan to deal with the residents who will be standing not in June of 2025, but in December of 2025 and January 2026 at minus 25, based on their report before you, 5, 10, up to 15, sometimes 20 minutes to get a transfer they never had to take before at minus 25. No plan on how to deal with these upset residents. There's going to be a lot of them. No plan, Madam Speaker, to deal with what we should have done in the first place, which was to communicate properly. Now, I understand there's going to be communication afterwards, but that's kind of like saying we're putting in a communication plan to tell everybody that the milk is spilled versus doing a communication plan saying the milk is about to spill. What can we do about it? Madam Speaker, the biggest problem with this plan is that on paper it sounds great. Yeah, you got it's very functional. You've got, the spokes, and then you got the feeder roads. Two things that are really problematic with this. Number one, it's not geared to what I call, or what a friend of mine who uses transit all the time, vulnerable citizens. A mom with little kids, a senior who has problems with mobility. This system's not geared. It sounds great. Oh yeah, I can get on one bus, connect to another. For a lot of people, that's hard. To have to make a transfer they never had to make before. And frankly, how many people go to the airport? They're using the bus to go to and from work. Now they're going to pick up their phone and say, oh, you know what, I missed the transfer. I'm not going to be home in time. I can't get the kids. Can you get the kids? All these families are going to be disrupted across the city. And frankly, Madam Speaker, the biggest thing that came up at that committee meeting was the fact that the department admitted in the meeting that they decided on their own not to consider residents as stakeholders, contrary to an audit done by this council on the Assiniboine Avenue bike path that was a disaster. We did a whole audit, and the auditor came down hard on the city and said Public Works should have classified residents living along that street as stakeholders. They couldn't just walk away from them. Transit did the same thing again 10 plus years later. Ignored an audit. And I like to think we learn from our audits. So we are going to see residents, not we, residents are going to see this as a cut in service because the service will be deemed poor, even though in theory it makes sense, right? And it's not like we are doing what Curitiba, Brazil did 20 years ago, where they did this, but they built dedicated corridors, they had feeder lines, so they had lots and lots of frequency. And on top of that, they built in affordability. How? They made the feeder lines coming into the main route free. Free. When you got on the main route, that's when you paid. So a lot of folks saw a benefit to that because all of a sudden, if they had to go from point B or to point A on the feeder route, to grocery store, what have you, they didn't have to pay. But the guy who rolled it out, the mayor, who was a planner, who got elected, who then got defeated in the following because it was too visionary. But now the people of Curitiba love it. But it was a big change, right? He got defeated, even though he made a massive investment and literally overnight. You know, had a vision to actually implement this do it the right way. And that is with the proper infrastructure in place at the beginning and with all the supports. And on top of that, he built massive bike parkades because he knew every 20 people who rode a bike to the main hub meant one less feeder bus because he had smaller feeder bus that accommodate 20 people. 20 bikes, one less feeder bus, I'll build you all the bike storage you want along the main road. Now, of course, it's Curitiba, Brazil. But if a second world country can do it, we can. So I have some real concerns about this plan rolling out. I'm concerned because it's a massive change. I'm not against change. I vote for change all the time, Madam Speaker, in my standing at Community Committee, and have facilitated more development and changes in my ward than probably I can honestly say any other ward in the city has seen in the last 20 years. And I've been able to successfully, working with Councillor Browadi and Councillor Schreier, and before Councillor Schreier, his predecessors, to facilitate change. But change is not easy. But it can be done, and what I have found is when you do your homework in advance, it makes it a lot easier when you actually then facilitate the change. I don't think the homework's been done here properly. And I think we're rolling out a plan, and we're going to be doing a lot of damage control, especially in the first winter of 2025, 2026. But as early as June 29th of 2025, we'll be hearing about it. So I'm not going to be supporting it here today. I wish I could. On paper, it sounds great, but in practical reality, the hardest people are going to be hit are those who have mobility issues, who have challenges with family and everything to try to get from point A to point B. And that is a real concern to me, Madam Speaker, because they're the ones that we should actually be building the transit system for, first and foremost. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Lukes, your opportunity to close.
Great.
Councillor Schreier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, my heart goes out to all those that have worked on this. We have to accept we've got some serious problems in this city regarding public transit. One of them being the sheer weather. Let's face it, Madam Speaker, not only are we the coldest city in Canada, not only are we the coldest city in North America, Western Hemisphere, we're literally, in a sense, the coldest advanced industrialized city in the world. That's where we are. And we're going to have these problems. Things we need to consider. To me, it's not about voting for this or against it. I think we've got some severe problems here. I think to a notable degree, the administration has done their best with what they've got in the short term, done their best in terms of what we've got right now. Bear in mind, Madam Speaker, a few things that are really important. I don't think we can understand these things and solve these things if we don't think about it. Bear in mind, we're talking about change. And one thing that has changed in my lifetime is just the sheer cost of taking a bus. In my lifetime, I've said it again, I've said it before, I'll say it again. In my lifetime, the cost of a standard bus fare has increased 30 times. It's gone by from 10 cents to $3 or so, right? So it's gone up 30 times. Do the math, we're working with estimates, but it is 30 times. So I got to ask you something. I need an answer to this, and so do we all. What costs went up 30 times? Did the cost of the bus driver go up 30 times? Okay, that's rhetorical, that's ridiculous. I understand that. We all know that. Did the cost of the mechanics go up by 30 times? No, not even close. I hope they went up. It's really important that the wages go up. Remember, let's all face it, the economic engine pulls the social cart. Can you imagine those mechanics not getting a good wage for maintaining these buses? After all, the cost of just paying for your ticket has gone up 30 times since I was a kid. I remember paying a dime. So we got to figure that out. It's our responsibility, at least to account to the taxpayers. And remember, I never said the cost of running the bus. I said that was the cost of the bus fare, because we have been reminded, no, the bus fare is inadequate. It doesn't cover the cost. The buses are subsidized. So there you go. They rest my case. Let us be reminded, because we have been reminded by the administration. Not only has the cost of the bus fare gone up 30 times from 10 cents to $33 or so or more in my lifetime, it is notably subsidized with taxes. So where does that put us? What are our costs? We always have to strive for efficiencies. We've done well with labor costs, for better and for worse. It's not always fair. But let's face it, just in one generation alone, it's very obvious that the efficiencies are in labor because they've had the lowest increase in inflation. They're a dwindling part of our budget pressures. They're dwindling every single year as part of our budgetary pressures, as part of the inflation. So when it comes to the economic engine pulling the social cart, at least we know where the efficiencies are relative to our city budget. Interesting, however, that when it comes to a report we're doing on efficiencies, it's primarily to do with our operations budget. Isn't that ironic? Well, good luck to us in trying to find our efficiencies that way. I will remind you again, it's not an analogy, it's actually our absolute reality. Our bus dilemma is part and parcel of that. And people have to make a decision whether, the bus is the way for them to go, that it's the best way for them to go, considering the costs, and by the way, considering we are the coldest city around. We don't know a colder one. There's a couple over, one in Mongolia, one in northern China, one in Siberia, a couple in Siberia. They're about the same as us. But the reality is, if we want more transfers, then Winnipeggers deserve more bus shelters. Can you imagine having a bus policy in which transfers and bus shelters don't go hand in hand? For those people that wake up at 6 in the morning, it's pitch black, it is -40 until the sun comes up. And there is no sun. But they're going to take their way to work. They're going to take a bus. They're going to stop somewhere at 30 below, transfer. Hopefully, after decades of building this city, there will be a bus shelter available for them. So these people whose state of life, state of mind, their emotions can be as fragile as anybody else's, but they go to work every day and they will take that bus 10,000 times, if not more, before they're retired. And they don't know if they've got a pension. They don't have money for their children to go to university, but they take that bus and they go to work every day, and it's -30 and it's pitch black, and they'll do it. And when they come back, it's pitch black and it's -30. And that is what builds this city, always has. And that's what it's about, because it's about taking the bus. And we want people to take the bus. Well, there's different reasons for taking, and there's some admirable ones. Environmental reasons, too. But the reality is we've always needed public transit. And when we deprioritize that need as a need for those very people who have to take it, what are we talking about? I'm not saying this because I'll even vote for it. That's not my point. Oh my God, we're all in this together. But if we want more transfers, we need more shelters. We've done our best. We've got a serious problem with demand for bus use, but we've got to optimize making bus ridership more practical, more feasible, more palatable, more inviting, more welcoming. The people that take the bus have already paid for the infrastructure. They have. Their bus fares have gone up 30 times in my lifetime, and they still pay taxes too to subsidize those buses. If we're saying we're subsidizing it, and what are we saying? It's not worthwhile to have buses? What's going on? So maybe we should have a report on that so we can all understand that. I don't understand it, not completely. I think we got to learn from that. But I can't get around what I just said. If buses are important, well, you know, we don't always know what it's like to be in someone else's shoes. But just remember why we have public transit in the coldest city in the world.
Thank you, Councillor Schreier. Next speaker, Councillor Lard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was not going to speak, but I was inspired by some of my colleagues to do so. Kudos to everyone involved in the creation of the Transit Master Plan. I remember the moment that I was convinced that we should go in this direction. It was with Joe Cornelson, Functional Transit Winnipeg, president at the time. And they were saying, look, what if I could tell you that, and I think the public service does the same thing, you could have a better transit system without spending a dime, without spending any more. And of course we were interested, and that's the direction we're going. And yes, Madam Speaker, through you to my colleague from Transcona, this will be a difficult transition. This will be a difficult communications exercise. There will be many people who aren't happy. Councillor Wyatt actually, and I'm paraphrasing here, so Councillor Wyatt, please advise if I need to correct the record, but that there was an inspiring leader who overnight changed the system and made it better and was thrown out of office because of this, and now they love it. Well, are we here to warm seats, or are we here to make changes? And I think that, you know, looking at the two reports today, and I know I'm speaking to one report and not the other, I think I would be remiss in not voting for this report and voting against the next one. Councillor Schreier, I did a quick web search. Life in the coldest place on Earth is minus 71 degrees Celsius, Yakutia, so it's not here, according to some YouTube. Okay, all right. Anyhow, Madam Speaker, through you to my colleagues, I am celebrating Winnipeg's 150th anniversary by giving away things that make commuting in the winter more pleasant. I'm looking to get gloves that you can use your cell phones with. I'm looking to get cell phone cozies so that the cell phone batteries keep running even though lithium batteries stop at 0 degrees Celsius. If they've got a little bit of padding, they can last a little bit longer. So this plan, as some of my colleagues, as Councillor Wyatt was saying, once again, I'm paraphrasing, Madam Speaker, through you to my colleague, that it makes sense on paper. Well, not only does it make sense on paper, but it does make sense. Right now we have the almost perfect equivalent of all the buses going downtown and all those buses going to the various communities that they're going to, with the exception of the southwest part of the city. Imagine this transit system that we're building, which is, I think, the transit system that we're going to get, moving to either frequent or rapid transit service, not having to look at your watch, knowing that the bus will come. That's dependable transit. Like, how many, Madam Speaker, how many people here use transit? Like, a lot. I'm going to answer the question. Probably not very many. I use it. I use it as part of my routine. I don't use it all the time. I drive. I use all modes of transport. Buses are often late. Buses sometimes don't show up. Those are the things that really lead to people not being able to get to daycare or missing their appointments or missing work. Our transit system, I think, with these changes is going to become much more reliable. I think it will be, as Councillor White says, change is difficult, but I think perfect is the enemy of the good. I would have liked to see more investment in transit. I'd like to see more investment in transit. Given that we have decided that we're putting this level of investment in transit, this is certainly, in terms of a policy approach, going to make it more efficient. And, you know, Councillor Meadows, through you to Councillor Schreier, it is a subsidized service, but we also know that on routes that are very busy, some routes can actually make money. So once these changes occur, if we see that ridership go up, if we see people use those main lines, we might see that demand for transit go up and see the subsidy requirement, and I hope it stays the same. I think this is going to make our system better. I think ridership will increase. There's going to be work to do. Yes, it's true. An able-bodied person can more easily use transit today, especially today, given how infrequent, relatively to the new plan, buses are. You're often better off walking half an hour to get to your next bus. Well, with the arterial and the frequent lines, it's not going to be like that. And it's going to open up all sorts of possibilities. How many streets in the city don't have time-limited parking? So you park and ride on any street that's not time-limited anywhere in the city. Go grab that frequent route. So I think the politically safe thing to do is to just vote against this report, and if it works, then great, and if it doesn't, then you blame your colleagues. But I'm gonna do what I think is the right thing, and it's vote for this change. It's gonna make our system better. There's gonna be lots of challenges, but once it's all said and done and the change is happening all at one time, I think it's going to be better in the end. And on the all at one time, congratulations to the leadership to decide to go in that direction. It's also in line with what Functional Transit was saying, because you only get the full benefit of the frequent transit network if you do the whole thing at the same time. Otherwise, part of the city has the main routes, but not the other part of the city. It really is a completely different way of using transit, where you can expect a bus if it's a frequent or if it's a rapid line. So I think it's the right policy. Someone told me recently, I don't know if this is an old quote or if it's a new quote, but that good policy often makes for bad politics, and bad politics often makes for good policy. Well, the politics of this might not be easy. Who said that? Who said that? Oh, whatever. My speaker, he's out of order. My colleague's out of order. Anyhow, I believe this may be difficult politics, but it's the right policy. We're going to have a better transit system with the same resources, and as the investment comes from the other levels of government, I think it's going to get better and better. And I hope, to the leadership, I hope that just because the system gets better, we don't find it as an opportunity to reduce spending on transit because it's doing so well. So I hope we don't go in that direction. But I will be voting for this report, even though it might make good politics to vote against it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
On the amendment and the item.
All right, okay. So in closing, I want to tell you, people, it works. We've had it for 4 years in the southwest quadrant of Winnipeg. You may say, oh, you didn't have people and now they never had a route and now they do. They're just happy to have a route. That is true in some parts. But in some parts, there's a lot of old routes that changed. They flipped. It works. It really does. So what I hear what Councillor White is saying about the plans. But sometimes you have to draw a line in the sand and just do it. And I think that I know that the transit department had a lot of experience over the last 4 years dealing with transit in the Southwest, dealing with me, dealing with the residents. And yeah, there were some adaptations. And I'll say it again, the top 3 concerns were, oh my gosh, there's a bus on my route now. Oh darn, there is no bus on my route. And gee, we have to transfer. So those basically were the 3 things that people were concerned about. And according to transit, the uptake is greater than anticipated. So I think it's a great success. Now, I also want to acknowledge the efforts of a couple people. One of them was mentioned here. Just a little story here. Back in 2016, I organized a meeting with Kurt Hull from the Climate Connection, Jared Walker. We zoomed him in from Human Transit. That was a big deal in 2016 to zoom someone in, right? That's his name, Cindy, and a councillor. And also at the time was Councillor Morantz was Chair of Public Works, and the Director of Transit was Mr. Wardrop. So we had this Zoom meeting. We talked about how other cities across North America were transitioning to this high-frequency model, to the spine and feeder model. And for a multitude of reasons, back in 2016, Winnipeg wasn't ready for that model yet. But a couple of years later, we did bring in Jared Walker to Winnipeg. We had a session, a couple sessions. He spoke with Transit. So I really want to extend a very sincere thank you to Kurt Hull and Joe Cornelson, who were, back in the day and today, continue to be champions of the high-frequency model. Excellent advocacy, and here we are today to vote on this. Now, for sure, there will be a few glitches when the switch occurs, but we will work through them. And I really want councillors to note, and I want you to participate in this. The public service was directed to report back to council before this November on a communication plan to educate riders on how to use the new system. We asked at the committee to have councillors and stakeholders that can be identified by area councillors working in consultation with transit to be part of the communication plan development. And not a ta-da, we're used to a lot of ta-das, not a ta-da, but to be part of it. So you will get emails saying, hey, come and give your input, and you need to go and give your input on how this will be communicated to your constituents. And I do want to thank Councillor Gilroy for her strong advocacy for her community. We had a really great meeting. We had a lot of great conversation. And, you know, I heard the concerns, she heard the concerns. The decision of the committee was to go forward, to implement the plan as is, knowing that it's not set in stone. We can go back, undertake a formal review, and that's what Transit will be doing. Transit will be going to undertake a formal review of the new routes that are implemented between September and November of 2026, when peak ridership is traditionally at its highest. Then they'll bring the findings forward and we can make modifications. And as the Public Works Committee knows, we've made little tweaks in the Southwest that we've extended or changed the route, and it's easy because it's the spine and feeder model. So I'm very excited about this because I lived that change. It wasn't the end of the world. People love it. They're using it more than anticipated by transit. So in closing, I want to thank, it's true, Councillor Wyatt, I want to thank the Transit Department staff, Kevin and Bjorn and others, and I want to reassure them that I'll be supporting them all along the way, because I know from my experience in Southwest that the spine and feeder model really works. But it is change, and we all know about change. So with that, I put the motion forward.
Thank you, Councillor Lukes. I'll call the question on amending motion 1. You want a recorded vote on the amendment as well? No. Okay. So just calling the question on amending motion 1. All in favor? Aye. Contrary? Carried. And now on the main item as amended. All in favor, please rise.
His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Brawadi, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Eadie, Gilroy, Lukes, Mays, Orlico, Rollins, Santos, Schreier, and Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma.
Thank you. Those opposed, please rise.
Councillor Wyatt.
The vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 15, nays 1.
Okay. Item 1 passes as amended. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Item 2, preliminary design study, Route 90 improvements, Taylor Avenue to Ness Avenue.
Councillor Lukes to introduce the item, followed by Councillor Mays.
I welcome comments from my colleagues, and we'll close on the item after.
Councillor Eady.
Hello, Madam Speaker. Thank you for recognizing me to speak on this. I did want to stand it down. I have a hard time voting on something that's going to be looked at in terms of alternative service delivery, which is basically a P3. So I want to speak to that as a flatlander. Is the Earth actually rounded? Anyway, as we're getting emails that supposedly we're all incompetent. Well, I don't think that we are, Madam Speaker. I didn't. Oh no, sorry. I'll tell you after, Councillor Orlico. Just speaking to this though, like this will be a huge amount of money. The study's done. I just want people to know in SPAP and even before that in my campaign pamphlets, I talked about projects that big projects that I think need to be done. And, I listed out, I think there was on my little, we had a graphic that pointed out there was a couple of bridges, Arlington Bridge, Louise Bridge. There was the widening of Kenniston and the bridge replacement from Ness to Taylor. There's the Chief Peguis extension, as Madam Speaker and I and many others are very pushing for that. What I was disappointed in, though, is when we had our spot, we were looking at, and even during the election, we were looking at pushing through and being able to decide on some projects that we had to decide. We're going to have to pick one, maybe two if we're lucky. And I was quite concerned that this report was finished before. I thought it would be easier to finish a report on something that's going through Greenfield, Madam Speaker, through Greenfield. And then I know environmentalists, everybody, they don't like it. But, the 5 or 15-minute community, as they speak about it, I just say, where's the employment? You're going to have to take a road. There's lots of employment in Centerport. There's going to be Centerport South. All along Kenniston, there's industrial. I know lots of people who live up here, northeast and northwest Winnipeg, that work down there. They have to get down there. They're not going to ride their bicycles. If the bus service is better and they can get there faster, that'll be good. Maybe more will take the bus. But, thinking of small incremental pieces, like there's no consideration for that. So, this person who people believe thinks there is flat. I know it's not flat. Look at the bar chart to look for the money. The other levels of government finding money to build roads, $800 million in the GDP, oh, you can't find it. Well, actually, I would invite those people, those experts, to read reports from the CCPA Canada. They continually report on how well the top 1 or 2% of Canadians are doing. There's plenty of wealth that's untapped. And I even heard from, the McLean family, family, and you hear from these other families, well, I'm willing to pay more taxes, but I'm not going to pay more. I don't want to pay more if the government's wasting it. Well, I don't see that Kenniston widening is a waste waste of money. I'm not, like, it is a trade corridor, but it's not an international trade corridor necessarily, because they never built the St. Norbert bypass. Previous provincial governments decided that, oh no, we're not going to do that. We'll do other important infrastructure. Yeah, it's getting done, but that bypass would provide a much faster way. But right now, the international trade's going around the perimeter. And that's just the way it is. It's faster, things like that. Anyway, but we do have to move goods within the city, and that's why, Madam Speaker, we need the Arlington Bridge back. Replace it, make it fully functional, you know, those kind of things. And you want to, you know, you're going to do cost benefit and all this stuff, but, you know, you got to look at service to Winnipeggers as well as those from outside of Winnipeg and Winnipeggers getting to and from work. And we want them to take the bus. Well, I'm not going to take a bus that goes around the bridge, goes around and around. Like, Madam Speaker, it takes time away, it makes it a longer route. You need things that are functional. But so in this report, I just wanted to finally point out alternative service delivery, Madam Speaker. So we can put a cost on this, but what people need to understand is when you're going for a P3, the methodology in coming up with the budget, Madam Speaker, like with the Phase 2 Southwest Rapid Transit Corridor, it came in under budget. Why did it come in under budget? Because, Madam Speaker, the private sector wants to make sure that when you're estimating cost, they way overestimate it so they look good in the end, Madam Speaker. That's what happens. That's what happens, Madam Speaker. So in the meantime, our mayor and this council has a problem, Madam Speaker. We have a debt ceiling, and, you know, we need other levels of government, yeah, but we have a debt ceiling. And what happens is, when you use the alternative P3 method, you're going to be budgeting lots more money than you really need. And what that'll say is, well, now we don't have money to replace the Arlington Bridge, Madam Speaker, or build a new Louise Bridge with rapid transit, bus rapid transit in mind, or any other major project like Chief Peguis Extension, which we need. It will take motor vehicle pressure off of our neighbors, as you know, Madam Speaker. So I just want to point out, just for the brainiacs of the world, this is what happens with alternative service delivery, just so you can understand some of that. And they also need to understand that when you look at the national GDP, look at it as a bar chart as to who's sharing in that and who's being taxed the most. There is a way to find $800 million. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Eady. Next speaker, Councillor Mays, followed by Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, I'm not supporting the report as drafted. I would support rehab of the bridge. I would support rehab of the roadway. It's the widening part that concerns me. I feel every debate I tried to get into with staff on this, someone would say, so you want the bridge to fall in the water? No, we're talking about the widening. It's important to move goods through the city. Things go on trucks. We're talking about the widening, not the surface of the gravel road. You want to see what a gravel road looks like, come out to St. Norbert or come out to my ward and check out the lanes. It's not a gravel road. Anyway, larger points, 3 things on this. And to some extent, I think I misunderstood what the actual recommendations are here. So this is not, we're doing it, this is it, final vote today. This is referring it out for yet another cost-benefit study. Councillor Eady, though, is right in saying there's certainly mention of P3 here, which makes me a little less certain the province is going to have any interest in this, given some of the rhetoric last term. But I guess we'll see. I think there are probably the votes to pass this, but I'm not going to be part of that. So 3 things. Number 1, I talked about this at EPC and wrote a column about this and got a lot of people in my area talking to me about the contrast to me with St. Mary's Road is inescapable. So 2011 transportation plan says we should do Kennison in the short term. Yeah, but it also says do St. Mary's by 2021. We're now doing this today. Transportation master plan now says we'll wait till 2050, another 30 years, wait 2050 to do St. Mary's. So I certainly hope that's going to be changed. And if I've accomplished nothing else, I've called out the staff on that, and we'll see what they come back with, because that's a $60 million project, not $800 million. That is priority number 21 in our big 2020 infrastructure plan. Sure, this is priority 14, and we're going ahead, but St. Mary's is priority number 21, so it's pretty close to this and shouldn't wait another 30 years, I would say. Not only, St. Mary's Road is a frequent transit route, and we're planning all the fourplexes by there. Huzzah! This is a reference somewhere as a frequent transit route. It isn't. We haven't got the money to do that. It isn't in place yet. Guess we probably won't do the fourplexes by there either. So why we're increasing the road capacity where we aren't densifying, I'm not too sure. So in any event, that's the contrast with St. Mary's Road, and as somebody called in and pointed out to me from my ward, yeah, and we still have on-street parking on St. Mary's Road, both ways, except in rush hour. So it's even more congested, and you say, well, there's not the volume. This report says, hey, you get to 35,000 a year, or 35,000 cars a day, you got to go from 2 lanes to 3. It's 34,200 was the last count on St. Mary's. So 30-year wait, no, I don't think so. The more important issue citywide, perhaps globally, is the environmental aspects of this report. The benefit cost analysis really went to town on the environmental benefits, and I have to say a few words about that. It'll help with goods movement. It'll save the 11 seconds off your commute. I think who can begrudge that? It will have some help for Naue-Odina. Maybe I'll come back to that, but this is not an environmental project, and we shouldn't purport that it is. I mean, my God, let's pull the climate action plan later today and talk about it. But to say saving on car idling is part of our environmental strategy, look at the environmental roadmap. It's 21 different things you can do to reduce CO2 emission. Building wider roads isn't in there anywhere. It's not. So I really find that puzzling. And Durand Wood went over some of the mathematical curiosities. Yes, we're going to take credit for reducing 50,000 tons over 25 years, which is paltry compared to what we do every year at Brady with the flaring. But we're going to ignore the fact that 28,000 tons are emitted during construction. So it's not an environmental project, and I think it's a real disservice to pretend that it is. But I do want to talk about the sewer aspects of this, which have been overlooked almost entirely. It is quite a tale, and it was quite a research effort. So we go back to at least January, where Councillor Allard puts in a motion saying, isn't this already way over the budget for this combined sewer district? And B, if you're doing this one, which was supposed to be, if you're on the Mays schedule on CSO and hope to be done by 2047, Doncaster is in the late 2030s. If you're on the staff one, Doncaster is due to be done in 2075. So the question was, aren't we moving this up 50 years? Isn't that going to delay mission, which is in Councillor Allard's ward? And the answer was absolutely not. No, we got the capacity. We can do this. Nothing's going to get pushed later. Well, then we're going to have to get some $100 million from somewhere. That's going to be rates. No discussion of that. It's not built into the rate model. So this is going to cost us on the water rates. Let's be clear on that, but we'll come back to that perhaps. So we are also told in January, in public, at committee, yeah, about 40 million of the sewer cost is strictly due to widening. What is it today? It's zero. Suddenly we have this whole, we try and scrutinize the staff actions. We try and ask these questions, and then the answer 4 months, 5 months later completely changes. Oh, no, there's no sewer impact from there's no additional cost, except maybe we'll need a bigger pipe to drain 6 lanes instead of 4. Like, one tries to do one's job here, but in any event, the sewer cost nor benefit is included in the cost. They're not in the cost-benefit analysis, so to some extent it's an academic debate. But what isn't an academic debate is, and Brad Naring and I had about multiple hours of conversation, I think he was trying his best on this, there's at least 100 million plus contingency on sewer work here. That doesn't get you home in the Doncaster nor Ash districts. It says, like, we'll get the pipes in place, but later we'll have to come back and do all the stuff that'll prevent basement flooding. So this is way over budget if you believe the budgets we had in 2019, and we're still nowhere near done. So I asked, well, what's the explanation? Construction inflation. But then I said, wait a minute, this thing was supposed to cost 148, the sewer work, in 2023. Now it's down to 129. Construction deflation suddenly rears its ugly head on the sewer thing. In other words, the numbers just seem to be all over the map on the sewer thing. So, trying to seize victory here from the jaws of defeat. The good news is there's $100 million we appear to be about to commit to CSO work in this part of the city. It will have a cost because we don't have that. If we do have that sitting around in the bank, that is good news. I don't think we do. So we're going to have to increase rates, and we're going to have to come up with a time frame that explains how we're going to get the whole project done. So the good news, we're finally getting going on some CSO work. After decades of saying we fault the provincial and federal governments for not funding our CSO program. That's why we might take till 2099 if we have to go it alone. We've rejected that as a council. But hey, finally, we're going to ask the federal and provincial governments for some help as part of this. Is this our top priority on CSO? Clearly not if we were looking to do it 50 years from now, but it's something. At least it's something. We're going to go out there and say, hey, can you help us with the sewer work? I would say that's actually an important step. The original draft of this report said it's not an option in the short term to do this work. I say 50 years, short term. They say we're taking that wording out. But it does continue to say we have to, I'll need about 2 minutes more, I suspect, Madam Speaker, in full flight on
Councillor
sewer
Rollins
matters.
moves extension of 2 minutes. All in favor? Contrary, carry.
So it's good news in a way. We're finally doing something on combined sewer. And we haven't, this isn't the finish line here today. We'll get another study of this work. But isolating the sewer part of this, good. We're going to go. We're going to do $100 million. We're going to do it quicker than we had planned. Tim Shanks would say that the report doesn't have a strict hierarchy. If we have opportunities, you jump the queue, so it's jumping the queue. But that's fair enough. But it is still going to have a cost. So we are going to ask the feds and the province for help with CSO. Great. I think this needs to be part of a larger thought process, though, about how we get this work done by 2045. I think we are going to have to, by and large, go it alone. I think that's going to cost maybe $100 a household a year. We'll have this debate about the rates. We can get going in 28, 29, 30. We're already, credit to the mayor when he was finance chair, we've gone from 30 to 45. So I guess I know there's a benefit to Naui Odina here. I know that. You know, some people have said, well, if you vote against this, it's anti-Indigenous. To which I say, you know who's suing us for $1 billion about our lack of action on Lake Winnipeg? It's First Nations. So you want to really do something to help out the First Nations. Let's go loud on the sewer projects and accelerate that, please. Final point, and Councillor Ellard's talked about this, there's an opportunity cost. Yeah, you create lots of jobs and construction. Could you do something else with this money? Of course you could. So it is priority 14 under, the road winding is priority 14 under our 2020 infrastructure plan. What's priority 1? That's the biosolids building. What's priority 4? $18 million allocated to the $1 billion Lake Winnipeg phosphorus and nitrogen removal project. So hopefully within this term of office, we can sit here and talk about priority 1 and priority 4 and get going on the CSO work, because that would be a good day for the city if we get those sewer projects going.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Councillor Gilroy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The cost for widening Kenaston, you know, it's been purported at $586 million, and that's just not true. The city needs to rebuild existing roadway, rehab the St. James Bridge, and replace combined sewer pipes. That alone is 64% of the project costs, and this work will happen regardless. Kenaston is currently 3 lanes in each direction, immediately south and immediately north of this location. It creates a bottleneck, causing congestion and forcing traffic onto surrounding residential neighborhoods. And I'm sure Councillor Erlico has had many complaints of the increased traffic in the River Heights neighborhood. If we have the construction crews in place, it makes practical sense and will ultimately save money to add additional capacity at the same time. The public will be unhappy if we attend the area time and time again in an effort to rehab the road and we don't fix the bottleneck. The development of Naui Odinawa will also add 1,000 new residential units and up to 1 million square feet of commercial space along this section of Kenaston. It is critical that we add this extra lane that will increase capacity when the demand is increased. Treaty 1 has said that eliminating the bottleneck on Kenaston is important to the success of their development. Adding a third lane will also avoid traffic chaos during the reconstruction of the existing roadways. Without it, capacity of this section of Route 90 will be cut in half for at least 2 years, forcing thousands more vehicles, again, onto the surrounding residential neighborhoods. Adding capacity also allows us to improve transit stops and opens the possibility of adding more transit routes. With the current bottleneck in place, Winnipeg Transit is not even considering extra service on this route, as alluded to by Councillor Mays. The land acquisition for the widening also allows the room to add protected bicycle lanes running on both sides of the street, which is an important addition and upgrade to our cycling network. Madam Speaker, I urge all members of council to consider voting on this widening of Kenaston to ensure that we have the ability to move on other initiatives that will make traffic congestion eased. It will add to our climate environment in terms of not having idling vehicles, and also provide better aesthetics for that area as we see the improvements to the Urban Indigenous Reserve, as well as Seasons at Tuxedo, as well as further south in Bridgewater Forest and Waverly West. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Councillor Gilroy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do want to rise. I think it is really divisive when we talk about some of these items being, with a poverty lens or an equity lens or even an Indigenous relations lens, and I just want to caution us on that. So anyways, Madam Speaker, me and the mayor were joking a little bit earlier on about me changing his mind, but on the Route 90 vote, so I'm here it goes, Madam Speaker, to the mayor. Yeah, he's all, okay. Madam Speaker, this is a $336.1 million project for widening more lanes for traffic. Does council know that is going against what other cities are doing in terms of freeway? Winnipeg is usually the last to learn, and this is no exception. For the same reasons the city is looking at widening Kenaston, making it into Winnipeg's version of a freeway, it is the same reason why other cities are taking their freeways out. A New York Times article went into detail on why cities are actually moving away from freeways. Cities that have more population, more traffic, and more businesses are removing these freeways and planning how they get people around and their goods and services. There has been a huge shift in the planning decisions from a decade or more ago, and cities are finding that freeways did not work and are no longer relevant. Cities are focusing on good health and well-being and championing health and equality and inclusion of public spaces and equity services. We are moving in the wrong direction for widening Kenaston. Let's learn from Chattanooga, Tennessee. In 1960s, they built an expressway, and now they have teared it up for more pedestrian-friendly and accessible boulevards. How about Oakland Mandela Parkway in California, built in 1957? It was a double-decker freeway. This city has learned that if you build it, they will come, and that leads to more traffic and more congestion. When they removed the highway, it changed the carbon levels by 38% while promoting more social intervention with healthy living and added connection to transit. What about Rochester, New York, the 1490 Inner Loop? It was a 2.68-mile loop encircled Rochester's central business district. The city learned it was a major barrier. Rochester tore it out the inner loop for a 2-lane street with bike lanes that saw 50% more walking and biking and 60% more in the immediate area. I hear lots of talk about how we need to build a freeway to help benefit the economy. Madam Speaker, let's learn from San Francisco and the Albuquerque Freeway. Since the city chose to remove it, San Francisco saw 51% more housing and the jobs rose by 25%. There is no economic benefit added to more roads. You might say that's great, Cindy, but what about Canada? Let's see. We should learn from Montreal and the Bonaventure Expressway that was built in 1967. Equity went to a whole new level when the portions of the expressway were made into boulevards and greenways, reducing the car traffic and providing communities better standard of living. These are just a few that I highlighted. We are seeing this movement away from freeways all over the globe. From cities that have tried doing freeways that have more people, more traffic, and more goods and services to move. I challenge you to think of when you have gone to another city that has a freeway where there was less traffic. As I argue, if you build it, they will come. If you look at it from a better, more pedestrian-friendly communities, there will be options for the benefit of community and our economy. So, Madam Speaker, I want to thank everybody for this debate, and I think it's an important one to have. We are in a transition as our city. We're getting to the point where we're having way more people added to our city. But I do believe if we build it, we're just going to get more congestion. What we do need to look and learn is from other cities that I've said, and these are just a few. If you go into the article and if you go look at other articles, other cities are actually taking out their freeways. It's not working. So we do need to look at how we can build a city that does have good transit, which we're starting on, that's looking at building around these communities and not around a freeway. And that's really, really critical, especially as we're adding new communities in and around there. We're going to have a large urban reserve right around there. It's a new community, and we have to make sure that we're building it for the community and the people that will be using it. So, Madam Speaker, I also want to caution you, I don't think trucks should be coming through our city. I think that's why we have a perimeter highway. The only trucks that should be going down Kenaston is the goods and services trucks. And if we minimize the traffic that is on there, the goods and services trucks will be able to get down. And let's also make sure that our transportation, our people in transportation, we're supposed to be an economic boom for it. Let's let them use logistics as a way to try to figure to get their goods and services around there. You know, they could be utilizing one truck to get services to the same parts of the city instead of having multiple trucks. There are other options that we can be looking at as a city, Madam Speaker, and I just feel that this is the wrong way. And so when I see that, you know, other cities have built these freeways up in the past because that's what we think we need to do, because that's what it's told us. There's more cars, we got to get people around. When they're tearing them out, they're telling us that it didn't work. So we're at a point in our system is, do we build it more? And what we're seeing is the rest of the countries and a lot in our American cities where are very car-centered are tearing them out. So I don't believe this is the right project. I think this money could be used in fixing up our streets and our other infrastructure that we really need to be focusing on. So, Madam Speaker, it's not that I think we do need to do some repairs on the bridge and patching things up, but I don't think widening this lane is what we should be doing at this moment. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and hopefully I convinced the mayor.
We'll
Thank
see.
you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Schreier, followed by Mayor Gillingham.
I didn't put my hand up on this one. I'm
Okay,
listening to my fellow councillors.
We'll move on, and Councillor Lard and then the mayor.
So I'm going to take an opportunity to speak a bit of French. So if think translation is going. Madame la Présidente, membres du Conseil, c'est probablement pas c'est probablement attendu, mais je n'ai pas l'intention d'appuyer ce rapport. Je suis d'accord plus ou moins avec les commentaires du conseiller Brian Mays. Je crois qu'on doit maintenir nos infrastructures, mais moi, j'ai eu un moment formateur dans ma carrière de conseiller municipal pour Saint-Boniface. Moi, j'avais promis, comme l'a promis le maire durant ma campagne électorale, d'explorer, de faire construire un viaduc ou un pass-overpass à l'intersection de Marion et d'Archibald, qui est une intersection pas très bonne. Il y a beaucoup de problèmes de circulation véhiculaire. C'est à ce moment-là où est-ce que j'ai réalisé, en faisant, à ce moment-là, de façon intéressante, le service public nous a dit que la raison pour laquelle on ne pouvait pas avancer avec ce projet, c'est qu'on ne pouvait pas se le permettre. On n'avait pas les argents nécessaires pour bâtir le projet d'élargissement de chemin et de viaduc, d'échangeurs à Marion-Archibald. On est maintenant plusieurs années dans le futur, un projet beaucoup plus large, mais tout d'un coup, on peut se permettre un élargissement de chemin, ainsi que, pas de viaduc dans ce cas-ci, mais un élargissement de chemin. Je pense aussi que ce rapport est peut-être l'exemple de la raison pour laquelle les auteurs des rapports par rapport à la section de changement climatique devraient venir du bureau du changement climatique. Parce que de dire que ce soit bon pour l'environnement, d'élargir un chemin pour ensuite augmenter la demande, créer de nouveaux voyages, parce que c'est maintenant plus facile de se déplacer en voiture, et puis comparer ça avec le fait qu'il y aura moins de voitures qui sont stationnées avec leurs engins toujours en marche. J'aimerais peut-être souligner le fait que les nouvelles voitures leurs engins cessent de fonctionner quand ils arrêtent. Alors, ça, c'est même pas pour considérer, on ne considère même pas l'impact des voitures électriques qui vont bientôt devenir de plus en plus populaires. Alors, je vous invite au Conseil, par l'entremise de la présidente, si on pense à toute la ville, puis c'est ça qui m'est arrivé avec Marion Provencher, puis c'est ça qui est arrivé avec moi et les ingénieurs de la ville de Winnipeg, c'est arrivé avec moi dans plusieurs conversations à huis clos avec mes collègues du comité exécutif. On met des millions de dollars dans des rapports de consultants pour produire des rapports fonctionnels pour des échangeurs, des viaducs, des élargissements de chemin. Puis c'est tout basé sur notre plan de transport qui veut voir une réduction du temps d'attente des véhicules, des personnes qui sont dans les véhicules, aux intersections. C'est les niveaux de service pour les véhicules. Alors, c'est l'éthos, je pense, dominant du département des travaux publics. Et puis, malheureusement, comme on l'a vu, comme la conseillère Gilroy le mentionnait, comme on l'a vu dans d'autres municipalités, même plus grandes que chez nous, on ne peut pas régler la circulation véhiculaire en construisant plus de chemins. Los Angeles est le meilleur exemple de pourquoi on ne devrait pas construire des chemins afin d'adresser la circulation véhiculaire. Savez-vous, Madame la Présidente, ce que Los Angeles a décidé de faire finalement, après avoir vu le désastre que c'était de construire des chemins pour essayer d'adresser la transportation, la congestion véhiculaire? Ils ont finalement commencé à offrir du transport en commun. Et puis maintenant, les choses commencent à s'améliorer. Alors, si on pense à la ville dans son ensemble, je pense que certains de mes collègues l'ont dit, c'est peut-être le dernier gros projet qu'on peut se permettre. Puis on est en train de le faire pour un chemin, on est en train de le faire, et avec le conseiller Mills, je suis d'accord qu'on doit on doit faire la réfection de chemins. Mais d'élargir des chemins, d'augmenter l'infrastructure qu'on sait est déjà désuète, quand on doit investir dans autre modes, en transit, dans les services qui font en sorte que ce soit plus facile de se déplacer en vélo, dans tous les autres modes de transport, autres que la transportation dans un véhicule à passager unique, qui est 90% des voyages, dont 80% des voyages au travail et de retour à la maison se font par voiture. Alors, quel gaspillage que c'est. Et si on veut encourager que les gens changent de mode, si on veut encourager, enlever les véhicules des chemins, si on veut réduire la congestion véhiculaire, c'est ces autres options qui fonctionnent. On le sait parce qu'on voit ce que autres municipalités font. J'étais récemment à Edmonton, j'ai dit à ma famille, quelle chance qu'on a eue de ne pas construire ces échangeurs qui, dans 50 ans, vont être complètement, vont avoir besoin d'être complètement renouvelés. Les argents ne vont pas être là pour les municipalités pour le faire. Les politiques du futur, dans 25-50 ans, ne vont pas être de reconstruire des gros chemins pour créer plus de capacité pour les voitures. Alors, je pense que Winnipeg, on a été chanceux de ne pas construire ces gros viaducs. Le problème, c'est qu'on est toujours en train de penser comme on pensait dans les 1980. Winnipeg est souvent 10 ans en arrière des autres municipalités par rapport à nos politiques, mais cette fois-ci, on est 10 ans en arrière avec nos politiques, mais on est en train de faire la mauvaise chose. Dans plusieurs cas, on fait la bonne chose parce qu'on a vu ce qu'on fait autre ville. Dans ce cas, on fait l'opposé. So, Madam Speaker, just to close, I thought I'd maybe get a little riled up in French. My first language, I speak differently than I speak in English. But fundamentally, I'm opposing this project on the road widening component. But if you extrapolate this project, the rest of the city, to Councillor Edie's point on Arlington Bridge, to any of our communities, we don't have the money, will not have the money to widen roads all across Winnipeg. This is it. We have maybe one more project left. The last council decided to prioritize two things: transit, the water treatment plant. Those are big, expensive projects. The water treatment plant is going to have a huge impact on people's water bills. I think those should be our priorities. And if I could have 1 minute extension. No, I want to be done.
Moves a 1 minute
All right,
extension.
give me an extension. I'll just keep going.
Councillor Schreier moves 1 minute
1 minute is
extension. All in
good.
favor? Contrary? Carried.
So I think that council was right. That was the last council. I think transit and the water treatment plant. I think that's where our effort should be. Opportunity cost. We could build the whole transit master plan. We could build the whole active transportation strategies in the whole city, according to the latest numbers, which are really old by now. However, they're fairly close. But what's the rest of the city going to look like? It's going to look exactly the same. We do not have the money to widen roads everywhere in Winnipeg. This is not a long-term viable solution. What is a long-term viable solution is what other cities are doing, as Councillor Gilroy was saying. It's investing in other modes of transport. I haven't even mentioned the environment because I think it should be obvious to anyone that widening roads means more fossil fuel emissions, which is bad for climate change. But it's bad for traffic. The solutions to traffic is not widening roads. That induces demands for cars. It means more congestion, not less. And for those reasons, I'll be voting against this report. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Mayor, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Robust debate here today. Despite her best efforts, Councillor Gilroy did not convince me. We'll point out that we don't have freeways in Winnipeg. I think that's important to point out as well. What we're voting on today is recommendation 1, the preliminary design be presented, as presented, be accepted. Project referred to the 2025 investment planning process, and that subject to recommendation 1, public service, proceed with an independent value for money assessment for evaluating business case and alternative project delivery methods. So let's be reminded there's more information to come back to if we do a vote for this today, and I would encourage you to vote for this today. There are some that in our community that we might say, only ever build transit, don't put any more money into roads. There are others who are on the other end of that spectrum that would say, let's just build roads, I'll never take a bus in my life. What we have today, I think, is back-to-back reports that show that we are taking what I believe is a necessary balanced approach. We have a transit report, the Transportation Primary Network Plan we've just voted on and supported. I'm glad we did. It was almost unanimous, so close to being unanimous. I believe it was the right thing to do. I believe this project, as presented, is an important project, the right next step. Someone had asked, and there's a bit of a dialogue or a bit of exchange going back and forth through email as to, and reminded that one of the delegations said today about the First Nations as to whether or not the First Nations in Treaty 1 supported this project. And I hearken back to a 2018 news report where then Chief Dennis Meaches of Long Plain, who was a key pillar in his time as chief, a key pillar in Treaty 1 and Treaty 1 Development Corporation, and their vision for Nawe-Odina, who stated very clearly that the #1 priority is Kenaston. He's quoted and say in that news report, and that the First Nations group wants to make sure that they are working with the City of Winnipeg to widen Kenaston Boulevard as soon as possible. Success of this project, the success of Nawe-Odina, and all that is going to be added to that site when it comes to commercial lands, a commercial project, a residential project, the sheer number of people that will be living there, moving in and off that site, requires, without a doubt, requires improvements to Route 90 along that section. But let's remember that the widening is just one aspect of this very, very important set of projects for Route 90 and the Route 90 improvements, which I would remind everybody is in the Strategic Priorities Action Plan as a priority for the City of Winnipeg that Council voted on. Those improvements include upgrading the bridge. The bridge is over the St. James, or over the Assiniboine River, referred to as the St. James Bridge. That work is critical to maintaining traffic flow. That work has to be done. Anyone who's driven down Route 90 in the last, certainly this year or even last year, knows the deplorable condition that it is in. All the other aspects of this work, the bridge rehabilitation, road renewal, the road widening, capacity improvement, and the sewer upgrades and drainage improvements, all of those are the key elements of this project that need to be done. We can't make light of or ignore the fact that it is a key trade and transportation route. It does serve as the primary north-south route for trade and truck transportation in our city, on the west side of our city. I would also add, remind us this, is that we as a city, as of about a year ago now, have crested are now at 815,599 people and growing. People are citing if we build the road and if we widen it, there's going to be more traffic. Folks, there's going to be more traffic. We're a growing city. Our traffic studies and modeling shows that the traffic on that road is going to increase because simply by virtue of the fact that we're going to continue to grow as a city. There's no, in the short term certainly, there's no evidence that our rapid rate of growth and population growth is going to decline or slow down in any significant means. Improving the road, and in fact including an additional lane on both sides, will certainly enable us to improve and enhance transit service on that section of Route 90 as well. And so, I just going through this was talking to someone imagining, now some would like this, but I think 9 people out of 10 would not like it. Can you imagine if Portage Avenue was just 2 lanes in either direction? Can you imagine if Main Street was just 2 lanes in either direction? We're a growing city, and to accommodate the growth, to accommodate our development, we need to take the opportunity when they present themselves to make the investments that are required. And so the demand on this road, as I said, will only continue to increase. It continues and will continue to be a primary trade and transportation network. The Transit Master Plan from 2011 identified Route 90 improvements as a short-term priority by 2016. Now, I know that this is not the only project that is behind in schedule when it comes to when our Transportation Master Plan envisioned it would be completed or tackled, but certainly this remains a short-term priority, as it states within the report as well. One of the good things about this chamber is we get to debate, we get to discuss different views, different ideas, different visions of how to invest in and create a city, and I appreciate the debate today. But in my mind, this is work that is long overdue that needs to be done, and to accommodate the future growth of the city, to accommodate a successful Naui-Odina and the Canada Lands developments, which hasn't been talked about, that all will be the largest infill project. The largest infill project in the city's history is set to go right there. To accommodate that and to accommodate it successfully, I believe this project needs to be moved ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any further speakers on this item?
Councillor Sharma, I have my hand up.
Councillor Rollins.
Merci, Conseiller Allard. I'm inspired to speak en français. Naui-Odina est une priorité pour moi, Madame Speaker. Alors que mes collègues demandent des éclaircissements, interroguent les priorités propres aux priorités des gouvernements autochtones, sont-ils alignés sur la ville de Winnipeg? Dennis Miches et la chef Blue Sky ont tous deux été enregistrés à ce sujet-là. Naui-Odina est une priorité parce que c'est la priorité du premier traité 1 sur le développement économique. Maire a raison en ce qui concerne le transport en commune et les priorités multimodales. Mais Madame Speaker est correcte. Cela suggère une redéfinition des priorités des égouts unitaires. Il a raison. Elle nécessite une analyse académique et économique. Les améliorations apportées en pont les égouts nécessaires pour entendre la partie habitation de projet sont essentielles. Bien, l'aéroport municipal de Winnipeg, c'est 24 heures à 24 heures. La route nord-sud du commerce, comme le maire a dit. Les annonces fédérales, promotions et autochtones, gouvernement autochtone profitent de la ville de Winnipeg. Mais seulement si nous sommes unis selon les priorités économiques et sociales. Je comprends les mises en garde. Je n'aime pas la concession du boss de j'aide les piétons hors de terre-plein centrale. J'aime pas ça. Right? I don't like when you dump pedestrians off medians that are taking the bus, and that's what the design looks like. Mais c'est notre affaire de nous tenir à côté des gouvernements autochtones, selon moi. Sur Naui-Odina, c'est une priorité, and that's why this has always had my vote.
Thank you, Councillor Rollins. No further speakers. Councillor Lukes,
Okay.
to close.
All right, thank you. Well, a lot has been said and will continue to be said about this project, no doubt, but one thing that is for sure is the existing roads and bridge needs to be completely rehabilitated and reconstructed. I too don't see this as an either or. In addition to eliminating the choke point for Kenaston and trucks and vehicles and transit, transit needs roads to travel on. Currently, there's no hope at all for transit to be able to adhere to any schedule under the current condition. We're improving the location stops for transit. Transit says this is a compromise. It's not ideal. It's not ideal for drivers, but it is a compromise for both. It does enable far better connectivity into the River Heights neighborhoods, and it definitely will remove a lot of vehicular traffic in the River Heights neighborhoods. In the long-term transit plan, this corridor is a key north-south route. We're adding cycling routes on both sides. We're improving the sidewalks. One thing I will note about the St. Norbert bypass of 75 Highway from the perimeter, it will be rerouted to Kenaston. It will happen. It's only a matter of time. Anyone that lives near the Cloverleaf sees the many large trucks that flip over because the Cloverleaf was designed in the 60s and the tractor trailers have increased in size. The bypass will connect to Kenaston Arterial Road Project, which passes through Waverly West. Kenaston is one of 3 primary north-south corridors in our city. What we're passing today is the design that ends the choke point in this corridor. It also connects 2 of the largest medium manufacturing areas in the city, not industrial, medium manufacturing areas. Goods aren't airlifted into neighborhoods. They come in, they're broken down at distribution centers, and then are distributed. There are over 1,500 trucks a day on this route. That is a fact. I highly doubt that that will change. So I am supportive of eliminating the choke point on Kenaston, and I will be supporting this report.
Thank you. With that, I'll call the question on item 2. All in favor, please rise.
Councillors, or His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Brawadi, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Eady, Lukes, Orlico, Rollins, Santos, Schreier, Wyatt, and Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma.
Those opposed, please rise.
Councillors Allard, Gilroy, and Mays.
The vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 13, nays 3.
Item 2 passes. Mr. Clerk, on to item 3.
Item 3, reestablishing City of Winnipeg asphalting capacity.
Thank you. Councillor Lukes, Chair, to introduce the item. Item 3.
Sure, I'll listen to my colleague first and look forward to closing on this.
Councillor Wyatt.
I'm going to keep my comments brief, but I think direct. We once had an asphalt plant in the city of Winnipeg.
Okay, just excuse me for just
Sorry.
one moment. There's
Okay.
an amending motion, which I don't have a copy of. Okay, thank you. There's an amending motion with this item, correct? It's just behind the screen, thank you. It was moved by Councillor Schreier and seconded by Councillor Wyatt, so I'll just mention that for the record. Councillor Wyatt? Yeah, so Councillor Schreier, you'll be the next speaker to introduce the amending motion, and then we'll move on to you. Thank you. Councillor Schreier. The amending motion that was circulated with your signature, your opportunity to speak to the item and the amending motion.
All right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So we are dealing with Public Works item number 3, the reestablishing of the City of Winnipeg asphalting capacity. And my amending motion is to include a report on the city's rental of asphalting equipment. So I'll speak to well, I'm going to speak to them, I guess, together, Madam Speaker. The amendment is germane to the main motion, and that is reestablishing the City of Winnipeg asphalting capacity. Well, Madam Speaker, it comes to our attention, we've been dealing with this for a month now. The city has some sort of capacity, apparently, because we've been renting equipment. So this point has been made by Councillor Wyatt at the Public Works Committee. We have not heard back from Public Works that this is not the case. We haven't gotten a full report about this, how the city's trying to have some sort of capacity by renting equipment. We need to know more about that, Madam Speaker. And on that basis, I've put forward an amendment to include a report from the city on the city's renting of that very asphalt equipment that we're saying we should buy. Why rent when you can buy? Madam Speaker, we used to do this. And yes, we go against the pressures that be in trying to do the right thing in terms of accountability to the taxpayer and our own budget efficiencies, for which we have to deal with in a harder and more difficult way, in a more challenging way every single year. Now, Madam Speaker, I believe in private enterprise. My family's been here for 127 years, 129 years. Essentially living their lives in private enterprise. Why is private enterprise good? Why does my family love it? Why have they succeeded so well? Some more than others. I'm a poor cousin to some of them, but you know. It's human nature. It's part of our better nature. It's what creates our civilization. But there's more to civilization, because you get to a certain level, and all powers that be, we require laws and rules and systems and patterns so that we can trust what happens the next day and the next year. We can work together, because there's two essential aspects to human nature that I think were really important to us in government. One, recognizing competition, because one thing competition does, it can bring out some of the best of our human nature, and that is it keeps us on track. It puts in checks and balances. It keeps us honest with ourselves, not just with each other, with ourselves, in terms of what's real. We can all get into our own bubbles in terms of what reality is. But when someone does something better, more efficiently, more effectively, well, we all have to deal with that. And that's one of the great virtues of private enterprise, which in my mind is just a term. I mean, this is what we call human action. But Madam Speaker, we also know that what has brought us forth into the great realm of civilization is collaboration and cooperation. And we wouldn't have a minute of civilization without that. Madam Speaker, we live at a, relative to our history, at a pretty high and sophisticated level of governance of our society, and we are in a certain position here when we deal with a $2 billion a year budget to deal with some aspect of our city, those municipal services. More to it than that. There's the provincial and federal aspect to our city. We deal with the municipal aspect to our city. And Madam Speaker, what we've seen, well, what we can see, Madam Speaker, what we have to compare ourselves to is other jurisdictions as well. We have to admit that not every city does it the same way. We know that when it comes to the contracting out of government services, other cities do a lot more of it than we do. We do the most, when it comes to contracting out of services for, let's say, garbage and recycling. We're the only major city in Canada, we're the only city in Canada where we've privatized it all. You might know that in the bustling capitalist city of Calgary, an old hometown of mine when I used to be a roughneck and then working for the company doing Spanish translation work as they competed for contracts in Mexico City for their transportation contracts. Mayor Naheed Nenshi at that time brought in all city work, all in-house for garbage and recycling. But the caveat was always there that it could change. Now, Madam Speaker, when it comes to private enterprise and competition, that works most effectively, not perfectly, otherwise we wouldn't have laws about it, and the business community wouldn't want laws about what they do. So it creates a city, creates our freedoms, are those laws. And Madam Speaker, when it comes to the private sector, we make those decisions privately, individually, with their own wallets. But this is public service, and it just works differently. And it's our job to understand that. It's our job to be able to explain it. And Madam Speaker, sometimes it just doesn't work that well to merely contract everything out. Oh, we know that, and other cities know that. That's why they do it different ways. And that's why, Madam Speaker, when it comes to real competition, when it comes to those things that are public services, and I'm saying, we can ask, what's the difference between private enterprise and public service? Well, because this is paid through by people's taxes, imposed by a government, whether they like it or not. And they may like it, and I hope they do. But nonetheless, taxes are imposed. And that's the difference, Madam Speaker. These are public services that are decided by the charter given to us, decided by the province of Manitoba. So this is our job and our responsibility, and the buck stops right here. Right here. Nowhere else. Oh, we might have some an unfair system of compensation from other levels of government, because it is true. We've had greater support from the federal government in the past, and things started changing in the 80s, slowly but surely. And we may very well decide that we need a new deal with the federal government or with the province. But if we don't have problems in the construction industry when it comes to public service, providing our public service, we don't have great inflation and great cost problems, why are we asking for a new stream of funding from the federal government and from the provincial government? Why are we asking for a new formula of funding? Well, we've been doing this for 150 years, Winnipeg 150. Why is it now we need a new funding formula? We all know why, because we got budget problems like we've never seen before. Madam Speaker, in the private sector, it may very well be that competition in the private sector is what keeps the costs low, where you can see efficiencies. But Madam Speaker, when it comes to the public service, that doesn't always work. And over time, you can see the inadequacies of trying to pretend you can just take one aspect of human nature and society and apply it to another. It just doesn't work that way. We've always known that in government, Madam Speaker. We've always known that in government. So, Madam Speaker, what cities do, if you really want real competition when it comes to a public service, you have both. You have private sector and you've got public sector providing those public services. That's when you get real competition. And in the process of it, we get the benefit of that collaboration of seeing what works best. We get to collaborate when we get to see the data. Well, where's the data? Where's the reports? Interesting. I didn't know 2 months ago that the city was renting asphalt equipment. Why didn't I know that? Well, how come we weren't discussing that on the council floor? Who knew? No, who here in the council knew that the city was renting asphalt equipment? Isn't it funny? Just found out after Russ Wyatt proposes a motion that we should own our own again. Why? It's good for competition. It's good for efficiencies. It's good to see what's most effective. That's our human nature, Madam Speaker. Bear in mind, we talk about the economic engine that pulls the social cart. You can't have economic engine that gets more inefficient every single year. And that's what's happening, Madam Speaker.
Thank you,
So how do we
Councillor
cure it?
Schreier. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next
I'll be back.
speaker is Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Why should you vote for this motion? By the industry's own admission, the existing private sector vendors have consolidated to a record low level, i.e. on the retail side of the business. And to the industry's own admission, point two, there's been further consolidation with regards to the warehouse side, I call it, or the aggregate supply that is supplying the vendors. Less competition. My third point, the technology has dramatically changed in the last number of decades with regards to both the fabrication of asphalt and its actual application. So much so that the best practices now in other cities, which is my point number 4, is that, point number 3 being the technology, is that other cities are invested both in the development of asphalt in terms of a product and its application using city services, but they also use the private sector as well still. So, in other words, there's enough work for everybody. Point number 5, the public sector can also compete. Could you envision, for example, and by the way, we closed our asphalt plant in the 80s because we built the virology lab and we had a vision for the entire site, and I want to thank the committee for voting to look into that decision, because I think commitments were made at that time, both to the union and the public, that the asphalt plant would be rebuilt, and it never was. That was reneged on. But could you imagine a public entity, a special operating agency, for a West District asphalt plant and an East District asphalt plant? Not only would they be able to compete and bid on city contracts, so they'd be competing with the private sector, but they would be competing with each other, so we could determine their efficiency or not. In other words, not centralized, decentralized. And we have another advantage, another point I want to raise, which is aggregate is fallen into fewer and fewer hands, yet the provincial government still has gravel pits. And we could cooperate with the provincial government in accessing that gravel. The provincial government has a whole arm, it's called the Department of Labor. And we could cooperate with them in terms of identifying labor, which is going to be a need. And the final point I want to raise, Madam Speaker, which I think sometimes gets missed in these debates, is that we just voted on the Winnipeg Indigenous Accord. This is a huge opportunity to allow for training, to allow for young people to get into this industry. We could actually be assisting the private sector with regards to employment of those of Indigenous heritage in this industry by training. And then, yeah, they would take our employees, but at least there would be another mechanism or another means to enter the labor market and have a position and employment in a career that could put bread on the table and ensure a middle-class life. So I think we have a lot of work to do, and that's my last point, I guess, is that we have a lot of work to do in the city. And our infrastructure needs a lot of work over the next 10, 20, 30 years. This should not be seen as a threat by the private sector. This is a way to work with the private sector to diversify, but also, to be honest, to send a message to the private sector that we know that consolidations have occurred over just the last number of years, and if the present trend continues, their consolidations will continue. We are a city which is relatively isolated from other markets. So unlike the mainland of the lower Vancouver, lower mainland, where you have multiple municipalities, or unlike, the golden, boot of southern Ontario, where you have numerous municipalities. We are somewhat isolated in terms of our ability to have competing entities, different vendors, and the ability to attract them as well. And so there is a necessity, I would argue, for us to ensure that we are getting value for money. And I don't think we are right now doing that, and we're not ensuring. And last year alone, now you could say it was the pandemic, but if you look at Councillor Schreier's point, construction inflation over the last number of years, it has far exceeded CPI, even in the best of years. And that is largely a Winnipeg phenomenon, not just other jurisdictions where the competition exists have been able to keep inflation under control. And if we want to address the infrastructure deficit in this city, we're going to have to get that matter dealt with pretty quick, because even the one-on-one that we've been doing is not keeping up. We're falling behind again, councillors and mayor. We're falling behind because of that inflation, the lack of competition. And what I've said to those in the private sector who reached out to me after I raised this, and I raised other concerns, you know, there's more than enough work to go around. And if we had the courage, Madam Speaker, and the vision, and we took that 170 million or 180 million a year we're getting in now, thanks to the one-on-one, and we borrowed against it, and we created a bank, not spend it all at once, we could borrow 2 or 3 billion, and over the next 10 to 15 years, slowly work with the industry, ramp up vendors, do this, ramp up supply in terms of asphalt and gravel and aggregate, and work with the province in terms of labor, and with the Indigenous community out there, who, by the way, also have access now to aggregate, which is new, which is a good thing. And we could actually fix every poor rated and fair rated street, lane, and sidewalk in this city over the next 10, 15 years if we had the courage, if we change our debt strategy. But I would argue, Madam Speaker, if you're confident about the future of the city, then debt, and you have a source to finance that debt, both principal and interest, which we do, if you're confident about the future of the city and we have the source to finance it, then that level of debt should not be an issue, and we can clearly explain that to Moody's and S&P when the finance chair goes off to New York City, along with the CFO once a year or every second year. So this is realistic. The industry themselves has admitted that there's an issue with consolidation. They don't, of course, say it like that, but if you listen to them, that's exactly what they have said. There's less vendors than ever before, and it's consolidating even further, members of this chamber. It's consolidating further into fewer and fewer hands. And because of our isolation as a market, I believe we need to move in this direction to ensure stability in pricing and to create opportunity, especially for a part of our community that is
Councillor
that we
Schreier
know
moves
opportunity
extension of
needs to
2
be created.
minutes. All in favor?
And I'd like to finish with that. Thank you, Madam
Thank
Speaker.
you. Next speaker. Okay, Councillor.
Okay. I'd like to
Well,
close.
well, hang on. We'll have Councillor Schreier close first on the amending motion. Councillor Schreier?
Sure. Madam Speaker, I spent a decade here listening to my fellow councillors. Sometimes I do not know how I'm going to vote, and I sure don't know what I'm going to say often enough until I hear the debate. And I find my fellow councillors' words inspiring, one way or the other. I feel obliged to respond to them, whether it is I agree or I don't. I think 90% of the time I speak, Madam Speaker, I'm speaking in response in this chamber to comments I've heard from fellow councillors, one way or another. In this case, I wish I would have heard from my fellow councillors on this one. This is the story at this point, that we do not have, obviously, enough public discussion on this issue. So I understand, Madam Speaker, if this isn't going to pass. I get it, Madam Speaker. We didn't have any public consultation on this council floor about this. Oh, I've talked with some councillors about this over time. But Madam Speaker, you know, it's a funny thing, because just a couple of months ago, we've heard Chris Lawrence in this chamber state, if you discuss construction inflation, if you discuss it, you're uninformed. Quote. So if we discuss it, we're uninformed. We heard that in this chamber. That is an exact quote. Well, Madam Speaker, it's our job. It's our job, not theirs. This is a public service. This is our job, our duty. We signed on. We got elected to do it. Nobody else. Just 16 people. And we've got an administration and chief administrators whose job it is to assist us every single day to deal with this. But I understand, Madam Speaker, it is difficult to talk about this when we are uninformed, Madam Speaker. And we are. This information shouldn't just be coming from me and Councillor Wyatt. This should be coming from our administration all the time, every month, for years. But here we are, being uninformed, and I wish, Madam Speaker, I could speak after Councillor Lukes just to see if there's anything I could help her with regarding her concerns before we make a vote. Madam Speaker, and I know we may have been psyched out a little bit, because there was an email that has been referred to in this chamber, including yet again in this chamber from delegation about an email that some of us received saying that my statistics, how they were inaccurate. Now, Madam Speaker, you know, sometimes I hear things and I have to explain that I don't mention the person because I'm not here to throw anybody under the bus. So I've had to do that while elected. I respond to an issue without responding to the person. We were told that person just happened to be here one day while we were having a debate on construction issues. They happen to be here. So if it's true they just happen to be here, well, all right, they happen to send me an email on how my equation was wrong on construction inflation. Madam Speaker, I'm just going to say, you know, regarding that email coming from someone who we were told just happened to be here, therefore, I'm not going to throw them under the bus, more conversation to have. But it starts off just on a false premise. I was talking about construction inflation. I was talking about construction inflation as it applies to the city budget. And I've been rather specific about that, both in the Winnipeg Free Press and in my own pamphlets. And when I talk about the city's construction inflation, I name the types of construction projects we're talking about. Highest capital construction projects. Madam Speaker, when my equation was retorted, you're using the term non-residential construction. Well, Madam Speaker, there's a big difference between capital construction inflation of the city's budget and non-residential. So off the bat, the equation and the retort response to my equation is wrong, just wrong from the outset. Economics 101. The high capital construction of construction projects of a city and a government's is not that of non-residential construction, because non-residential construction is, in general, is more labor intensive. And we know that labor costs have been the lowest part of inflation. Yeah. So, when it comes to non-residential inflation, it includes shopping malls, offices, and that includes more carpenters. The more carpenters you have in a construction project, when you have a disproportionately higher labor cost to a construction project or to an industry, you have a lower inflation rate. The higher labor costs are to construction projects, the lower the inflation rate over time, because it's not labor costs that are driving up inflation. So, Madam Speaker, that's kind of the basic stuff. So I hope no one who is privy to that email, you know, the email's been out there. I'm not the only one that has to respond to this stuff. The administration can explain how it is that non-residential inflation is not city construction inflation. I'll say it again. Other non-residential inflation is more labor intensive. The more labor intensive it is, the lower the inflation rate, because labor has a lower inflation rate. It's not even close. Labor inflation rate is the same as everybody else's wage increases. But, Madam Speaker, what can I tell you? It's really important, and I'm not here to nag or whatever. You know, I could be living in any single ward in this city, and over my lifetime in the different cities around the world and in this country that I've lived in, I have lived in every kind of neighborhood as we have here. That's not the point. We have to understand, Madam Speaker, as a government, because it's our job to be fair to everybody and to account. When it comes to construction, high capital construction, high capital industry, Madam Speaker, if you really want to look at real inflation, don't worry about labor costs. Oh, no, we'll always worry about labor costs. I'm just saying, let's not pretend that's where the problem is. That's where our efficiencies are. We can all prove that. Madam Speaker, when it comes to actually judging where the inflation rate is and how we equate general wage and salary increases, bear in mind that when it comes to the most capital-intense industries for which the governments are subsidizing, that's where we have the greatest increase in salaries of the CEOs and their dozens of vice presidents and boards of directors, the rate of inflation of which I don't know of anything that compares to that. Are we talking about 10 times more than wages? No. Are we talking about 20 times? No, we're not talking about 30 times. Madam Speaker, in some cases, we're kind of talking about 50 to 100 time increase, in the last 30 to 50 years, Madam Speaker. That's reality. Those are the capital-intensive industries. And who are we to merely subsidize that without questioning it, without putting in our checks and balances, Madam Speaker? We're fully capable of this. We've done it before, and other cities do. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, we somehow rent an asphalt machine. Now, fellow councillors, what's the difference between renting an asphalt machine and buying one? One comes out under an operational cost, one comes out under capital budget, right? So there's a big difference. I hope that we don't play games with ourselves with our budgets under what's an operational increase and what's a capital budget increase. Let's not play games with our operational budget. Let's buy our own machinery. We know it's cheaper. That's efficiency. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schreier. Councillor Lukes to close.
Thank you. Okay, so first I guess I'll speak to the motion that the Winnipeg Public Service be directed to report back on the nature and cost of the rental of said asphalt equipment. Okay, so I think it was a Public Works Committee. Someone came forward and said they saw a private company's sticker beside a City of Winnipeg sticker on an asphalt machine. Well, here's the story. Fleet rents all kinds of machines from all kinds of individuals. Leo Sales and Service, Herc Rentals, Cubex, Column on Lease and Rentals. So the city, through Fleet, doesn't purchase all this equipment. We couldn't possibly purchase all this equipment. So we lease it. So I'm not going to be supporting this motion. If the councillors want to go to Fleet and talk to Fleet, there's lists of companies that Fleet leases from, puts a city sticker on it, puts the leasing company or the private company, whoever it is, puts their sticker on it, and off they go on all kinds of equipment. So in relation to the fact that companies are consolidating, well, that may be true for construction companies, but it certainly isn't for asphalt companies. Asphalt companies actually have expanded in the last 2 years. More have come into the market. So right now we have seven asphalt companies in the City of Winnipeg market. I dare say that when a tender goes out, there's very competitive bidding that we get from 7 asphalt companies. So I encourage you to support the report, to receive this as information, and not to support the motion that's in front of us today.
Thank you. With that, I'll call the question on the amending motion. Call for a recorded vote. All in favor, please rise. All in favor of the amending motion, please rise.
Councillors Allard, Dobson, Eadie, Orlico, Schreier, Wyatt. And Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma.
Those opposed, please rise.
His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Brewati, Chambers, Duncan, Gilroy, Lukes, Mays, Rollins, and Santos.
The vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 7, nays 9.
Favor is to merely accept it as information and thus ignore it?
That's correct. So amending motion 5 is defeated. And now on to the main item. All in favor of receiving it as information, please rise.
His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Brewati, Chambers, Duncan, Gilroy, Lukes, Mays, Orlico, Rollins, Santos. And Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma.
Those opposed, please rise.
Councillors Dobson, Eadie, Schreier, and Wyatt.
The vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 12, nays 4.
Okay. Item 3 passes. Okay. That concludes items under that committee. There is no bylaws, no motions. Councillor Lukes, it's question period for you. Councillor Gilroy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And sorry to Councillor Lukes, I didn't get this to her beforehand, but however, I
There's
do
no
want to
fun in that.
I do want to know about the pothole. I'm getting quite a lot of complaints about potholes. I know we've had some rain, but it is the potholes we're seeing. They're not getting to them as fast as they usually have in the past. So I'm just kind of curious on what's going on, and if she can provide an update on that.
Thank you, Councillor Lukes.
Sure. So yes, Councillor Gilroy, you are correct in that this wet weather has really slowed down the pothole repair crews because there's no point filling a wet pothole or wet hole. So I guess, well, I don't guess, I know that that's a delay. So the teams, the pothole crews are doing some overtime. People, it's the end of the day. The pothole crews are doing overtime. They are working on the potholes, filling them. I have seen actually more being filled on the major primary corridors, on the P1s. I know the residentials aren't getting the attention that they need, but rest assured, what I'll do, I promise you next week, I'll give everyone a pothole update. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any further questions? Councillor Schreier?
We heard Councillor Luke say that the fleet rental of vehicles and machinery is so pervasive. Just doing a report on the asphalt machine wouldn't be relevant. Could we explain the relationship with not having a report on asphalt rentals due to the pervasiveness of renting? Renting?
Why aren't we doing a report on?
Well, I'm just trying to understand in talking about the asphalt machine which we're renting, one heard one shouldn't vote for the report because it's so pervasive that we rent. So because it's so pervasive, therefore it's irrelevant to have a report?
So I'm really trying to, and I think if anyone's been watching the Public Works agenda, I'm really trying to enable the department to keep working and try and keep reports to a minimum. This information can be found from Fleet. I suggest you make a phone call to Fleet, ask them what they're renting these things for, or talk to Fleet about whatever your questions are. I'm really trying to keep the staff working on all sorts of things in Public Works that we've got going on. So, I don't think a report is necessary. We voted on it, neither do other people. I encourage you to call Fleet, Councillor Schreier.
Next question.
Yeah, we just voted, I think, it was unanimously, item 14 of the Executive Policy Committee, Workforce Management Audit Report. Okay, I have to be honest with you. I knew that when I put in my amendment to have a report on the rentals, I knew that would be a subset of item 14, which we already were unanimous on, Workforce Management Audit Report. So I know it's coming that we'll have a report on operational budget efficiencies. Therefore, I can only assume that we're going to get a report from all the rentals we do by Fleet because we're part of the Workforce Management Audit Report because that's part of the operational budget.
Do you want to restate the specific question?
Sure. We will be hearing about all these rentals because of item 14. We passed unanimously the Workforce Management Audit Report to find efficiencies in the operational budget. We'll be looking at all our rentals that Fleet does.
That's a possibility. I'm not sure what all the incoming CAO is going to be doing, but I hope we're going to be looking at all these efficiencies. So I don't know if there'll be a specific report on that, but I think if your concern is to understand more about the rentals for asphalt, I'm not sure what concerns it is, if it's the type of machines or the price of machines or how many machines. But again, I encourage you to talk to Fleet or talk to me afterwards.
Do that, but we also voted for the workforce management audit report. I assume we're going to keep going on this if it's a worthwhile effort. Therefore, we will be finding more about the operational budget and our rentals that Fleet does.
Thank you.
Does that not make basic sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Good, thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none. Councillor Eady?
Yep. Madam Speaker, I just want to do, did you know, I heard in our discussion about one of the reports, Madam Speaker, the discussion of, preventing accidents with trucks by having 4 lanes. And I'm wondering, I would just like to express that somebody from the Elmwood area was traveling to work one day and got to where the lanes are, there's more lanes, supposedly better for automobile traffic south of Taylor. And that particular woman in driving along was squeezed into by a semi-truck driving southbound as she was, crushed her into the snowbank and wrecked and totaled the car. Thank God the woman wasn't hurt. So did you know that even if you got what you think is enough lanes, you're still going to have accidents?
Thank you. Councillor Lukes?
You know what? I know that. And I would say, read today's, I think it was in the Free Press, some very interesting activities that are going on in the trucking industry, and that could possibly also be one of the reasons. Anyways, I'll leave it at that.
All right, that concludes our question period. Next is the Standing Policy Committee on Finance and Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam
Councillor
Speaker. I'd
Bellotti?
like to introduce the report of June 4th and move item 1 as consent.
All in favor? Aye. Contrary? Carried. And we'll get right into question period here. Any questions for our chair, for Councillor Bellotti? Councillor Rollins, you have a question? No? Okay. So that concludes question period. Next is, in fact, Councillor Rollins, Chair of Property and Development.
I'd like to introduce the report and move adoption of the consent agenda item 1 to 13, please.
Okay, 1 through 13 has been moved. Okay.
That's right.
1 through 13, all in favor? Aye. Contrary? Carried.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're on to bylaws.
Yes, I'd like to move bylaw number 39, 2023, bylaw number 88, 2023, bylaw number 60, 2024, bylaw number 61, 2024, bylaw number 65, 2024.
All in favor? Aye. Contrary? Carried.
Bylaws numbered 39 of 2023, 88 of 2023, 60 of 2024, 61 of 2024, and 65 of 2024.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to move the bylaws number 39, 2023, 88, 2023, 60, 2024, 61, 2024, and 65, 2024 be read a third time and the same be passed in order to be signed and sealed.
All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Yes.
Put me against the bylaw number 61, 2024.
Okay. Noted. Thank you. Next.
I move that the following bylaws be read a first time. Bylaw number 87, 2024, bylaw number 88, 2024, bylaw 89, 2024. Sorry, Madam Speaker, I don't know if, oh no, never mind, you called the question.
Okay. All in favor? Contrary? Carried.
You're no longer on question period. I just want to make sure I'm recorded in a conflict on item 5 under the regular agenda and item 12.
Okay, thank you. And you were absent,
And I
On
along
what?
with another councillor.
What's the nature of the conflict, Madam Speaker? Yeah, what's the nature of the conflict, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker?
Yes, it's a pecuniary conflict. Okay, thank you.
Madam Speaker, just on a point of order, are any of the, for Councillor Wyatt, or any of the bylaws we're voting on?
No, they're not, but thank you. They're not. Okay, Councillor Rollins, are you continuing?
Has clerk read the bylaw number 87, 2024, bylaw number 88, 24, bylaw 89, 2024, Madam Speaker?
Mr. Clerk. Just to be sure, let's read it again.
So moved. Read it first time.
Bylaws numbered 87 of 2024, 88 of 2024, and 89 of 2024.
Thank you. I move that bylaws number 87, 2024 to 89, 2024, both inclusive, be read a second time.
All in favor? Contrary, carried.
Bylaws numbered 87 of 2024 to 89 of 2024, both inclusive.
I move the rule be suspended, bylaws number 87, 2024 to 89, 2024, both inclusive, be read a third time, and the same be passed in order to be signed and sealed. Madam Speaker?
All in favor? Contrary, carried. Okay, we'll now have question period under this committee. Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I rise as a member of council who served probably close to a decade or more on the Standing Committee of Property and Development. I was there when, shortly after then Mayor Glenn Murray had succeeded in bringing forward a new bylaw working with the province called the Vacant and Derelict Building Bylaw. We then had, I'd say, at least a good 2, 3, 4 years, probably closer to 4 years, of hearing appeals on it. And the way the bylaw works is an escalating license to have your building boarded, vacant, derelict, as long as it's safe. And in light of what's happening in the city now with these burnt out buildings, vacant buildings, we had a very proactive approach. We had a team inside property development that was pursuing them, and the committee held the line quite well through the appeals in terms of supporting the bylaw. Is this something that's possibly being considered, or could it be considered to assist as a tool in light of what's happening in some parts of our city with a lot of these buildings? It's legislation that we already have in place that we haven't maybe been administering or haven't had the resources that we need to do that. At the time, we had an amazing administrator who was overseeing it. He retired, but it's just a thought. So.
Thank you very much for the question, and thank you very much for your 10 years of service to property and development. With respect to the vacant and derelict bylaw, there's been a few things that I've considered. Fundamentally, the name of the bylaw. The name vacant and derelict bylaw suggests that you're somewhat authorizing vacancy and dereliction because it's in the name, and that part has troubled me. We've recently motioned as this council a task force, and that task force we're working with really closely, received a really good report at the Standing Policy Committee of Property and Development, but there is more to do. And so, yes, have considered a task force, have considered the team, and I do think that there is more to come, likely as soon as next month.
Okay. And just FYI,
Thank you.
more,
Second
are you
question.
aware, the way the bylaw works, and maybe the amounts need to be reconsidered, but I think it was every 6 months, the cost to keep the building in that condition went up substantially and quickly, that it really pushed property owners quickly to deal with these properties. So it's just kind of an FYI, so.
Thank you. Councillor Rollins?
Yes, it is the case that, we want a tough as nails approach. There is a suggestion on doubling up, but before I do policy on the fly here, Madam Speaker, I'll just say, stay tuned. There's more to do, and I want to acknowledge Councillor Duncan's work at the Standing Policy Committee of Community Services. These are the 2 enforcement branches, including the Winnipeg Fire Paramedic Service, so there is more to do on council.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, let's go to the Standing Policy Committee on Water and Waste and the Environment. Councillor Mays.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll introduce the report and move adoption of the consent agenda items 1 through 3 and 5 and 6. So 1, 2, 3, 5, 6.
And that would be standing down 4, Winnipeg Climate Action Plan.
Yes.
Okay, I'll call the question. Item 1 through 3, 5 and 6. All in favor? Aye. Contrary? Carried. Madam Clerk, item 4.
Item 4, Winnipeg Climate Action Plan 2023 Annual Report.
Thank you. Councillor Mays to introduce the item.
I stand this down just to say I think we probably need to have perhaps a council seminar, some sort of discussion about where we really want to go this term on this report and the CEIR, the Energy Investment Roadmap Report. This isn't simply as a result of the vote earlier today on Kenniston. If you're going to make driving cheaper and quicker, it probably isn't going to induce people to get on the bus, but that was the vote earlier today. But I do think we need to really have some discussion about what it is we want to do with these plans. We have a commitment to get to net zero by 2050. We could change it to 2045 if we wanted to and say how wonderfully progressive we are and then put no money toward it and no policies toward it. We could. We'll all be gone probably by 2045, but that hardly seems like a good faith effort. So I do think we need to sit down and try and figure out what it is we want to do. There's all sorts of rhetoric in here about, oh, we're going to reduce GHGs by 20% by 2030, and we're incrementally moving forward. We'll maybe have a compost program by 2030, maybe. We hope. That's next month's vote. But I think if we're going to start taking these things seriously, we need to start taking these things seriously. I mean, 3 things. Yeah, the economic engine pulls the social, whatever the analogy is, pulls the social cart. If the engine is spewing out coal-based fuel, though, and fumes everywhere, maybe the engine itself comes at a cost then. Society seems to have recognized that over the past half-century. Actually, the Kenniston report was our breakthrough in some ways of saying, yes, there's a benefit, there's a social benefit to reducing the tons you release. So hopefully we'll see that come back when we talk about building retrofits. We need to talk more about building retrofits. Otherwise, why did we have that whole CEIR report? Why bother, frankly? Why pay someone to put out this stuff and vote for it? I mean, so yes, we should be talking. The mayor had that in his platform, to his credit. So we need to put some dough into retrofits. My friend Rob Altomar used to always say, if you have a target of X% of buildings need to be off of the natural gas grid by 2030, and you keep incentivizing building more units, and you do nothing to make them get off the grid, it's going to make the gap bigger, not smaller. It's just math, and that is true. When we keep talking about densification and encouraging and fourplexes and malls and corridors, and we never mention any of this stuff that's in this report, which is you're supposed to be trying to get people off the natural gas grid. Schreier, to his credit, had a motion with me in the last term on this. I don't think much came of it, but we got to have these sorts of debates. We've got to do something about that if we have any sort of belief in the stuff we put in these reports. So, yes, building retrofits would help us get toward our targets. I think we need to have that sort of debate. I mean, what are our accomplishments in this report? Try this on. Location types solar power generation and future proofing referred to green building policy update process. What the hell? Like, what does that even mean? I don't know, and I'm like the chair of the committee. So, like, some meaningful commitment toward actually doing something would I think be something we can be proud of at the end of the term. We are doing the zero emission buses, I get that, but let's have some serious discussion, please, about retrofitting of buildings. We should be putting the 50 or 60 million that Mr. Kelsey's talked about. We should, but we have to get to that in the budget. So let's, a little less rhetoric like this and a little more action would be welcomed, and something about the natural gas heating, but you know, I get that the economic engine is important. I get that, but also there are externalities from some of these steps we're taking. We need to have some seriousness, some recognition that this is having environmental impact. I think I was quoted in the paper saying it's the great issue of our time, and Councillor Ellard's talked about this far more often and far more eloquently than I have, and probably with far more conviction, frankly. But I think we've got to have some sort of, if Mr. Sherwood is out there listening, we got to have some sort of discussion or council seminar to say we can't do everything under these plans. Well, A, we should try and do something, and B, we should try not to undermine the very plans we've all voted for at council. So I'll be in favor, I'll move the report and adoption of the report, such as it is, but I think we need to have a bit of a discussion about where we want to go.
Thank you, Councillor Mays. Any further speakers? Councillor Lard?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, through you to this council. I really don't think we have the information on where we're at in terms of the climate action plan, where we've been, where we're going. It seems we just keep moving the goalposts, changing the reporting methods. And so, what is it, garbage in, garbage out? We really don't know where we're at. We know the big win was when we uploaded Winnipeg Hydro to the province of Manitoba. I like what Councillor Mays is saying about deciding as a council where we want to go on climate change. I suspect any of the gains that you see in the report are related to COVID-19 and reductions in transportation and less use of buildings. I've seen COVID mentioned in many other reports as being a factor that we should consider, and in terms of it being a big anomaly. We see a graph showing the clear increase in the mean temperature of Earth, and it's like, what did Councillor Wyatt say today? Something about watching a future train wreck, or we all, almost everyone seems to understand and acknowledge what's going on, and yet the level of action based on what many believe to be an existential threat to humanity seems very much not in keeping with how big the problem is. And last time I spoke to the Climate Action Strategy, I think I made similar remarks. Councillor Wyatt voted against it. Against the Climate Action Report. I can't recall what the rationale was. I'll vote again for this report. I do think we need to do more on climate change. I'm hopeful that we can get a green bill recycling program through the door of this council. Otherwise, I don't think I'll be able to point to a significant material policy infrastructure piece that this council will have had accomplished on climate change. And so I hope we get that green bin out, because it's a big percentage of our greenhouse gas emissions. If we can put that, if we can roll that program in, and on that too, most major municipalities have that. And I see that we're doing something else on composting, which is good, but you can't compost everything in a home compost. You can't compost carbohydrates. You can't compost. You can't compost animal proteins. There's a whole bunch of things you can't compost. And so home composting is good. I do it myself. Many Winnipeggers do, but I hope we can move into that direction.
Okay.
I know it's late.
Thank you.
I think I still have 5 minutes. But to Councillor Mays' point, can we have a real discussion on climate change and what we want to do as a council? I don't think we've had that. We had the Climate Action Group that recommended that the Climate Office report directly to the CAO. The reason was that the Climate Action Office at that time felt that they were sidelines in a line department. They didn't have full access to the whole organization, which is really the type of access that you need to have if you're going to look at climate action initiatives, because every action has a reaction when it comes to climate. And with that central authority of the CAO, there's really once you have that bird's eye view, you can start seeing where the efficiencies are and where the low hanging fruit is. So anyhow, I hate to say this, but I do feel disappointed at what we've accomplished or not accomplished, more not accomplished on climate change. I've been a city councilor for nine years around now, and I got into politics because of tuition fees and because I wanted to fight for a better environment. And it seems like fighting for a better environment is like pushing a boulder uphill for some reason, even though everyone seems to agree that we have a climate crisis on our hands, a conservation crisis on our hands, yet our actions are not married to our words. And I hope we can do more.
Thank you, Councillor Lard. Councillor Wyatt?
I'd like to thank Councillor Mays for stepping this matter down. Having sat on Public Works, this actually has come up. Specifically, where I see, like, there is actually an opportunity here for us to do something. And one of the greatest areas that we could act is in terms of our fleet and fleet management, which somebody spoke about before. And I just did a simple bar graph because this is what we've seen from fleet when they come to us about their budget. Typically it's budget time. The bottom of the bar graph is time, in other words, today and in the future. The side of the bar graph is dollars, okay? This is the line of the rising cost of fuel projected going forward. This is today's price. This is projected price in the future. If you take this margin here, the difference between the rising cost, today's cost, and the rising cost, this actually represents opportunity or dollars that if we were smart, we could use to borrow against those costs to transform our fleet into a non-carbon fleet. And we could use the green energy utility we talked about in terms of our strategic priority action plan to actually generate the power, which if we negotiate with hydro to sell back into the grid, to offset our new fuel costs for the vehicles. There's actually a way to do it. And in the discussions during the budget with fleet, they recognize this. Now it's just a question of setting the process up in place, making it happen, EPC, all that fun stuff. But it can be done. And to Councillor Lard's point, we could actually accelerate our transformation in terms of our fleet based on what we know fairly certainly the growth of carbon going forward and that price. So it's just the political will. That's what it comes down to. Because there actually is a business case that you can make to make it work. Anyway, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Gilroy, followed by Councillor Schreier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you, Madam Speaker, I'm glad Councillor Mays has had pulled this because I do think it's an important topic to talk about. I think we got a lot more work to do. We have added more staff into the department, which I think has been positive. Under Councillor Mays' leadership, we have been able to get also a community group of people that are active in the climate community here in Winnipeg, so we have a committee working with that. So we're well on our way. I think what we are missing, though, is the finances behind doing the real work that needs to happen in terms of climate change. And I am just going to give a little plug because I did a motion at Community Committee on looking at naturalizing some of our green spaces, in particular boulevards. That will be going to Councillor Duncan's committee. And other cities are actually paying residents, which I'm not suggesting that we do, through you, Madam Speaker, to the Mayor. I'm not expecting that we pay residents like they do in Minneapolis, but I am expecting us to maybe look at some pilot projects that look at doing naturalized boulevards instead of the grass that we have to help with our ecosystems and really to help with creating more pollinators and stuff that will help protect our environment. So I am going to do a little plug for that because while we're talking about it, because I do believe every small little thing will add up. But I do think that as a council, thank you, Councillor Mays, for bringing it forward, because we do need to have a deep talk because it really needs to be money committed into climate change. And I think we're going to do a good job with getting our bus fleet. That's going to be electrified, which is really, really exciting. But if we're going to deal with all of our buildings, a lot of our, we'll have to be retrofitting our buildings to make sure that we are meeting those needs through our climate change action plan. And of course, our green cart, which, you know, I think there's going to be complications around getting that up and going. So, Madam Speaker, just through you, I want to thank the chair. I know that he's been diligent on bringing the work of climate change forward, and I just want to thank him for that as somebody who believes in that also. I think he's done a good job ushering us into some of these challenging times without any finances or any money to do some of the work we need to get done. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Schreier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish we could be doing more, but I take what I consider just a practical point of view in a way that might not sit well with all environmentalists, but I have to admit it wouldn't have sat well with me maybe 30 years ago. I've been in the environmental activism here in Winnipeg since I was 19. In fact, I have on my wall, received from Mayor Bill Norrie, City of Winnipeg Community Service Award for my involvement in a specific environmental project when I was bright-eyed, bushy-tailed young environmentalist. At that time, I was a vegetarian for 3 years, just saying. I mean, I'm really looking for answers. I mean, I was really looking for answers. I haven't stopped. Evolved my concept of diet, not just for myself, but for society. It's out there. I'm a city councilor. I don't talk about it too much. But we've got this great thing called the Winnipeg Food Council. And there's always more to talk about regarding that. But I don't really push the agenda there. Great people on that agenda, on that council. We've got a lot of great things to talk about, and we talk about some great things, and we make a few good decisions. Having said that, Madam Speaker, when it comes to the environment, in a sense, I was raised on it, and I don't feel obliged to go with the flow necessarily if I'm going to be self-honest and serious about the environmental issue. I'm not saying I'm doing the most or pushing the most. I'm not saying that. But after over 30 years on the issue, I've come to some sort of self-honesty and objectivity. One thing I've got to say, it's really important, and some knowledge, and one is to let us know, look, we've been trying, we've done some things. Councillor Mays and I, we've tried, as he said, on geothermal. We didn't do it ourselves because that was passed by council. So we did that. You know, he's asking the question, what has come of that? It's important. If Manitoba doesn't use geothermal, we're not going to attain our goals, okay? Because we got two great things going for us in this province. One, hydro. Like very few places in the world, Manitoba's in the top 10 places, top 5 places in the world. Manitoba for hydro. Clean, pure, no matter how you look at it. In terms of other sources, the cleanest and the purest and the most eternal. It'll last if you maintain them as long as the pyramids. We got geothermal, and it's really important here because of the relative cold. And yes, we are the coldest city in the world for any city over 500,000. Any city over 400,000. And of those ones that are approaching, we've got the fastest growth rate. Imagine that. Because Yakutsk doesn't compare to us in terms of growth. I've been to Irkutsk. I've been to Novosibirsk. Imagine being in the middle of Siberia and trying to tell these people in these large cities of a million that I come from a colder city than you do in Western Canada. Hard to believe, but we've got geothermal and we better use it. Otherwise, we're not attaining our things. Because you know why? We're not going to do it with the hydrogen fuel cell. Not in this generation. Do you know why? Hydrogen fuel cell is a fossil fuel. Let there be no ambiguity about this. It is absolutely a fossil fuel. How do we know? Because we're not getting it from water. That would be a non-fossil fuel. It's possible, it's technically possible, but it's not economically feasible this time. We choose not to make it an economic priority, so I accept that. At this time, things change. Wind energy at one point wasn't as feasible. Electric cars weren't as viable because of the cost of gasoline. However, hydrogen fuel is absolutely unequivocally a fossil fuel. Why? Because it comes from methane. We get the hydrogen from a fossil fuel. So we're taking it from a finite, valuable fossil fuel that was best to leave in the ground. Leave it in the ground. That's the best place to store it. Keep it for our kids. Keep it for our grandkids. But no, we're going to make a hydrogen fuel cell out of a fossil fuel, a greenhouse gas emitting fuel. And I know we're getting better at sort of limiting the amount of greenhouse gases produced by creating hydrogen. But we are taking a finite fossil fuel and creating greenhouse gases. And I know methanol is a better form than methane. Ooh, that's a dangerous substance. And I'm not too queasy about that. I used to drill for oil. I used to hit natural gas pockets, layers. I used to hit sour gas layers. Watch out for that. Well, I think I did, but we were lucky. So I'm not queasy about it. I'm just saying this is where we're getting our hydrogen source. I understand that at this point, that electrolysis, that means deriving hydrogen from water, and all you get to do is separate the hydrogen from the oxygen. I understand it's not feasible at this time economically. It's very possible. Making use of the oxygen too. One day we have to make use of our byproducts. But if I'm going to be honest with myself as an environmentalist, I've got to stand here and take it and say, hydrogen for the hydrogen fuel cell, as we attain that source right now, is absolutely 100% a limited, finite, greenhouse gassing emitting fossil fuel, the production of which is, because we get it from methane and methanol. Never forget that. So when we build the infrastructure here for our non-greenhouse gas emitting fuels, we can say, well, it's not emitting fuels when you're using it. That's true. It wasn't done here. I don't care where we create the greenhouse gas. We created greenhouse gas. I don't care where it is that we've burnt a finite, limited fossil fuel. We did it. We wasted it. It's gone. It's not coming back. Extremely valuable stuff. You don't want to burn it too fast because look what it does to our environment. But there's nothing like it. It's so valuable. You want to keep it as long as you can. We're using it for an experimental thing, for hydrogen fuel cell, pretending that the hydrogen fuel cell is some sort of magic on par with the electric battery. Well, maybe in Alberta, when you charge your electric car to your electric battery, you're using natural gas anyway because that's their source of electricity for 3/4 of their electricity grid. They get from fossil fuels. We don't. So if Winnipeg, Manitoba, if we're going to do something about the environment, well, why would we use Alberta's fossil fuels when we got hydro or we got geothermal? Tell you something else. We got wind. Yeah, we got wind. I mean, they say things like southern Manitoba is the Saudi Arabia of wind. All right, gross exaggeration. It's a nice thought. Bear in mind just the economics on a mass scale. Solar energy, just the physics of it at this time, isn't really as effective as other sources. Just something we have to accept here. Maybe the things will change with the science and engineering of harnessing solar energy, but that's the reality for us. And we better recognize these things if we're going to do anything about the environment. And it's not about photo ops and press releases. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schreier. Any further speakers? Seeing none, Councillor Mays to close.
Thank you. That was good. That spurred some debate. So, 3 things. We need to get past some of, the rhetoric that we get at the committee level now. We're developing the lens through the CIR, the magical lens, the lens through which all decision-making will be shot through and it'll measure. I actually kind of like, the mayor ran on something, the mayor wanted to do it, so fair enough. If somebody told me the lens says you can't do running tracks, I'd be like, I don't really care what the lens says. I'm going to try and do this stuff because I think it's good for society. So it's like the kids show romper room where they'd hold up like a mirror and pretend to, I see Billy and Bobby, and it's like it's a complete imagining, like, oh, we'll have the lens through which all this will be. I don't think we'll ever have the lens. I'm okay with that. But let's at least sit down like grown-ups around a table and say, okay, what could we realistically do in this term? But then on a more positive note, there's that great 80s song about, maybe it ain't over, I can see it's up to me. You're only out when you stay out. You stay out if you don't believe. So we are doing some positive things. And a salute to Richard Mahe and WAPSO. You should notice that we're saving 1,000 tons a year, half of what we're going to save on Kenniston. We're saving 1,000 tons a year of emissions through the flexible workplace program. So I would note that to the acting CAO, the interim CAO, any future CAO. Like we've had some debate about this flexible workplace thing. For no money at all, we're saving half as much as we're going to save on Kenniston. And then to end on maybe 3 positive things, we are going to have a vote next month on the green card. Hopefully we get it going before 2030. Number 2, hopefully the flaring thing where we've talked for years about we're going to take it, the flaring's good, it's 95,000 tons a year, but we can do even better if we make it renewed natural gas. We've been waiting for the province for like 2 years on this. So Gordichuk wants to do it. We want to get this done. We want to get it done this term. It's not even a cost. We make money. So hopefully within the next 2 months we have, and that would be a good thing for the mayor to be able to announce, we've got the renewed natural gas thing to go. We finally are going to make it go down there at Brady. Lastly, we did have a report. We didn't even put in all the benefits, which if you use the Kenniston math, we could have. The benefits of building retrofits. If we do nothing, and we got this grandiose CIR report, we don't have to live up to all of it, but we really need to seriously look at putting 50 to 60 million a year into retrofits. We will save money, we will save carbon tax. I don't know how long it'll take to pay for itself. You can probably do the math a couple of different ways. But if we could just do that, if we could just do those things this term, the CART, the flaring being converted into renewed natural gas, and the building retrofits, well, that would be something, Madam Speaker. We could talk to our children or our grandchildren and say, we did do that. We didn't get all of this rhetoric done. Maybe we aren't going to get to net zero, but at least we can say we've done that. So more debate to come. I appreciate the debate today, and I'll close with that.
Thank you, Councillor Mays. I'll call the question on item 4. All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried. We'll now have question period under this committee. Any questions for our chair, for Councillor Mays? Okay. Seeing none.
Okay.
Next is the report of the Integrity Commissioner. This report is with respect to Councillor Chambers. As per the procedure bylaw, a member of council who is subject of an investigation report must not participate in debate or vote on the matter. They are, however, permitted to speak to council and delegation with respect to the matter. Councillor Chambers has advised that he would like to address council today with regards to this report, so I'll ask him to come forward, please. If you'd like to possibly come to the podium today, that would be great. Yeah, just right here. Thank you. And then council will deal with the matter following in. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. His Worship, members of council. Just over a year ago, I participated in a variance application where I should have recused myself, and as a result, failed to uphold the code of conduct. I'm here today to apologize to the residents of my ward and to you, my colleagues. I hold several important and leadership roles in the work that I do for the citizens of Winnipeg, and it's important that I accept accountability for my actions, because I don't want this finding to cast any doubt on the integrity of the operations of those committees or boards. Though I've made a mistake, it is my intention to apply myself to demonstrating that I can and I will improve, and that I merit the trust once again and the confidence of the residents of the City of Winnipeg. To those that I work with in my other roles, I assure you that I'm prepared to do this work that we have before us with integrity, with accountability, and with passion. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Councillor Chambers as he appears in delegation today? Councillor Eadie?
Madam Speaker, I really only have one question that I'm really trying to resolve in whether or not I actually support the report that came forward. Was the individual that you, that the commissioner said you had a conflict with, was that person actually your campaign manager?
Official agent to my campaign.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further questions at this time? Okay. Thank you, Councillor Chambers. You'll join us shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Eadie, I'll ask you to take the chair and I can introduce the item.
Yes. Thank you. I have taken the chair, Madam Speaker. And just for clarification, is this report debatable, Mr. Clerk?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. First, I'd like to start by thanking Ms. Sherry Walsh. She's in the gallery with us today, the Integrity Commissioner, for the important work she does on behalf of the citizens of Winnipeg. The Integrity Commissioner not only investigates complaints, but is also there to offer advice to members of council. We all know that. Members are encouraged to be proactive and seek the advice of the Integrity Commissioner to determine how the Code of Conduct is interpreted and applied. In this instance, Ms. Walsh received a complaint, followed the established review process, and determined that an investigation was warranted. Upon completion of the investigation, it was deemed that there was a contravention of the code. As such, Ms. Walsh prepared a report and submitted it to Council with a recommendation that Councillor Chambers issue a public apology at this Council meeting. It should be noted that, as mentioned in the report, Councillor Chambers fully cooperated with Ms. Walsh and has accepted her findings. Councillor Chambers has just now issued a sincere apology with regards to this matter. As such, I'd like to move that the recommendation of the Integrity Commissioner be concurred in, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Madam Speaker, is there anybody who wanted to speak to this report? Nobody, Mr. Clerk?
Councillor Wyatt.
Pardon me?
Councillor Wyatt and the Mayor.
Oh, yes, okay.
Mayor.
Councillor Wyatt, please.
Yes, I would just want to rise to echo the comments by the Speaker, Councillor Sharma, support the findings of the report, though I do want to state a couple of things that I think are important. I think in terms of, Winnipeg is a small community, and I appreciate, and I'm not citing this case, but going forward in terms of other hearings, the interpretation of a friend or somebody to that effect could be fairly broad. Maybe it's something that should be considered when we're looking at the Code of Conduct going forward to ensure that members of council who are in hearings are wearing the hat of the hearing, that they are there for the good of the city and good of the community first and foremost. And I guess the only example that I could give is when I first got elected and a joint venture was formed with GenStar, and council appoints me onto the joint venture committee along with the chair of property and development. We're actually sitting and looking at applications that then come forward to where the community committee. I was concerned at the time. We didn't have an integrity commissioner. I reached out then to Anita Stenning, who was the CAO of the city of Winnipeg, who I had a lot of respect for, still do. And her advice to me was that, and I'm paraphrasing, but basically she said that members of council have to wear many hats, and that we were expected to act accordingly in the in terms of the environment that we're in or the hearing body we're in with that hat on. And so I raise that not to compare that to this, but rather just to say that I think we have to be very cognizant of the fact, and we as members of council who sit in hearing bodies know this, that quite often we sometimes, it's not just the applicant, but individuals who show up in opposition who we know well. In theory, it could be said, well, if they're a friend or somebody you know or somebody who worked on your election, now you're in a conflict. Well, I think it's safe to say that we would be declaring conflicts and walking out of hearings far more than we are doing presently. Let's be honest about this. This is an issue. This has to be, we have to, I think, have a discussion at governance and make sure that the lines that Ms. Walsh has identified here, which I believe is correct in her terms of her findings, but in terms of ensuring that we reduce the amount of gray area as much as possible, knowing full well that you also don't want to create a chill across your ability to be an elected official. And I just point out two clauses, namely, one, the findings of this report also are not intended to deter members from interacting with people out in the community or socializing or being photographed with members of the public. The next point is it is important to understand that having a private interest, which does rise to a conflict, is not in itself a problem. What matters is what the elected official does with that interest. Now that, the clause right after that one, so it creates well, hold on, the clause before that, well, maybe I don't want to know my community. I don't want to be, somebody who can be approached by different parts of the community and meet with residents on all sides of applications. So I think it's crucial that this does not set a precedent that takes it to a level which could be quite, I think, detrimental to the process that we are involved with regard to land use decision-making. I think the findings in terms of this case are solid, and I appreciate Councillor Chambers' apology. And I want to thank Ms. Walsh for her report. But I just wanted to put those concerns on the record. And it's something I think we got to work on with, and I know the Code of Conduct has been referred back to government. It's something we need to discuss with the Integrity Commissioner at that time. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, was there another person?
Yes, His Worship would like to address council.
By all means, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Just simply want to, through you, thank Councillor Sharma, Speaker Sharma, for her comments. Thank Ms. Walsh for her work, and thank Councillor Chambers for his apology. I do appreciate that this is a serious matter, and appreciate the care that has gone into the examination of this. Thank you.
I have Councillor Gilroy who would like to say some words.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to acknowledge that this is the first time in council that this has happened so far. No, I'm getting a shake of the head. Okay.
Councillor Ehrlichman.
Oh, okay. So I just want to, I think this is really important that there is this process. I want to thank the Integrity Commissioner because I do want to make sure that our community and our citizens have complete faith in us. And I do think that it is a little bit of challenging times for politicians. I think that there is people that have lost their faith in us. And I know that getting an Integrity Commissioner was integral to us, trying to let Winnipeggers know that they can have trust and faith in the ability of the jobs that we're doing. So I do appreciate that, and I'd like to thank Mr. Chambers for his acknowledgement of what he's done in the chambers, because I also think that that's important. And I think it is a reminder to all of us when we are doing our dealings with the city. It just is a reminder of what we do got to uphold, and that is the integrity of this chamber. And I think that that's a very, very valuable lesson that we all take away from what's happened here today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Gilroy. Mr. Clerk, is there?
No further speakers.
No further speakers.
Mr. Deputy Chair.
To close, Madam Speaker. Would you like to close?
Yeah, yes, I would. Thank you. Thank you for the comments that were just made. I agree with the mayor. This is a very serious matter. Appreciate the other comments as well. I just want to close by underscoring how important it is to seek the advice of the Integrity Commissioner. She is more than available. She is a very, very skilled individual in this role. We are lucky to have her, and someone that has, her guidance has been looked to across Canada with other integrity commissioners. We've heard that, and we know that. So seek advice whenever possible. She is more than available. Thank you. I'll ask you to call the question, Mr. Deputy Clerk.
Yes, on the report, all those in favor? Aye. Is there anybody opposed? Nobody's opposed. That is carried. Madam Speaker?
I will take the chair back, and if Councillor Chambers could come back and join us. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Chambers, for your public apology on the public record today. That concludes our agenda. Mr. Mayor, will you move adjournment? All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? That's carried. Roll call, please.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma, His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Edie, Gilroy, Lukes, Mays, Orlico, Rollins, Santos, Schreier, and Wyatt.